she found a way into my heart. She don't make out, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. Back to long nights can get me feeling lonely. Hey. Ain't hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. to win. I just turned 18, saw your whole life in front of me, and I know one day I'd miss cleaning up the cold tea. Now I'm sitting there singing broken heart. Helplessly I'm praying, blaming God. Ooh, she told me don't worry, we've been apart before. The words of heaven will be waiting for you once more. She told me don't worry, told me don't worry now. Told me don't worry, told me don't, told me don't. She said we soon made three, doctors and friends and family. When it was time to leave, there was only one, and it was me. Got so good at looking next to you, next to you. Couldn't bear the thought of something new. Ooh, she told me don't worry, we've been apart before. The words of heaven will be waiting for you once more. She told me don't worry, told me don't worry now. Told me don't worry, told me don't, told me don't. soldier, fraud, breathless, body, diamond, bones. Wanna be it, wanna feel it.
Won't you come over? Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like our future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Waiting for no one. We're headed straight up for the sun. They'll never notice. We'll take these cities on our own. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead.
It's a beautiful day in the city of Boston.
Book your trip at meetboston.com.
everybody, and welcome to day 2 of the Rlcs 26 Boston Major. This is the alt stream, and this is Oliver Bass, joined alongside by my boy Fear. And Fear, we are here for day 2 of the Major. Day 1 of group play has concluded. It has now left us in an interesting scenario, or at least a couple of them, here for our second day of competition. I'm doing lovely on this fine morning. How are you feeling, my friend?
I'm doing great. I'm ready to cast some more Boston Major. We've seen a lot of teams play yesterday. Some got to play 2 games. Some have only played their 1, so a lot left to be answered. Some things have been, almost all but sealed. So it's going to be interesting going forward. We got a lot of good games on today's stream, so I'm psyched.
Well, before we get to today's stream, we do have to take a quick look at what happened yesterday as well here. Because again, we've got our Boston contenders here. These are all 16 teams that have made it here. The thing is, a couple of these teams are no longer going to be here, or at least not competing after today, because as much as we did send 5 teams from you, 4 from NA, 2 from Mina, 2 from Sam, 1 from OCE, APAC, and SSA individually, not all of those teams are going to be able to make it out of our group stage, because unfortunately, it's just how this goes. Competition is going to be for the very best of the best, and a couple of teams have kind of shined a little bit brighter than maybe some of the others. We each got to, kind of talk a little bit about this yesterday. We got to cast some of that yesterday of some of those top contenders who really showed off. I think a couple of the ones maybe on this stream that we'd like to probably talk about would be, Falcons, who looked really good on the broadcast yesterday. We got to see a little bit of Vitality, who looked to be back in form yesterday. But you and I got to pick actually individuals that we think shined, I think shone, not sure, a little bit higher than some of the other ones here. I personally think that we got to talk maybe a little bit about NRG. That's the big one for me right now. Look, this isn't necessarily going to come as a surprise to be like, wow, NRG's doing really well at the Major. But there was a moment that you maybe could have questioned. Would they be able to definitively be one of the top teams on the planet? Guess what? At the moment, they are the only definitive top team on the planet. They are the first team to make it out of the group stage, definitively in the first position. They will be the #1 seed coming out of Group A, and it's good to see them back in form, man. It kind of felt like for a moment there, especially with the way that the kickoff LAN, or their lack of presence at the kickoff LAN, went. We didn't really know if NRG was going to be able to bounce back as the former world champions, because, dude, we've seen that before. I remember way back when BDS missed the very first LAN of the year after winning Worlds. It's not that uncommon necessarily to see the #1 seed drop just a little bit in stock after that world championship.
Yeah, the championship hangover is a completely real thing, but the team I want to highlight does not have a championship hangover. They're looking for their first championship. It's the Gentlemates. The Gentlemates is the other team that went 2-0. Unlike NRG, they are not yet locked into the playoffs, but very likely to be locked. There are some crazy scenarios that would require them to not make it through, but Oski, Archie, and Nas, they are the most recent winners in the EU regionals, and an EU winner is always a contender for the best. The question marks around Gentlemates were coming in if they could really perform to the top levels of the Falcons, NRG, and KC, which I feel like are favorites for the Major. So far, Mates have answered that question. They are trying to put themselves in that group of one of the 4 teams who you can predict to win the end of this event.
I'm realizing now, people are going to be like, oh, wow, they're really biased for the Mates. They both wore light pink to talk about them. We're kind of matching the jerseys. We're kind of matching the vibes here. So maybe the vibes will continue to stay high for Mates as they look for an exit out of the group stage and a guaranteed, well, not guaranteed yet, #1 seed. They got a chance to do so, and so do a lot of teams. So before we get into what other teams might join them there in playoffs, let's talk about what they're actually playing for here. Whole lot of money and a whole lot of points on the line. This is the prize pool here for the Boston Major. Just for making it, you're guaranteed $4,500. You get at least 1 win, you guarantee yourself $9,000, and that continues to go all the way up to first place at $102,000. I think most people at home can probably do the math. You got 3 players, a coach, maybe you're going to split it with a manager and a couple other people, but 25K a person, something like that, a whole lot, and it even helps more if you get 30 points, which could send you on your way to Paris and then Worlds. A whole lot of help here, Fear, and again, I don't even know what I would do with my share of $102,000.
Yeah, it's a ton, but even those teams in the back, you're going to see them. 5 Fears is grayed out. Technically eliminated when it comes to getting to the playoffs, but I believe probably not eliminated in terms of trying to win that third seed. The third seed in the pool doesn't move on, but they will get a few more extra points in the a few more extra points in the season, but also more money. So there's still something to be playing for 5 Fears. NRG and 5 Fears will play that last game today for the both of them in Group A. TSM is actually still having a chance to get in. I think it requires like a full sweep plus a humongous goal differential and all the stars aligning. But TSM not yet eliminated over there in Group D.
Yeah, not quite. Almost, but not quite. There's a couple other teams that could join them there in elimination today, but no matter what, some of those teams will have to. Again, only the top 2 teams out of every one of these groups is going to be able to make it into our playoff bracket, as we do have ourselves an interesting playoff format here for today. It's a hybrid playoff bracket, meaning that the top teams will make it into an upper bracket where they get themselves technically a second life. Our teams that come out as the second seed will not get that. They will find themselves in lower bracket round 1, and as we mentioned before, the only team so far to have locked themselves into our hybrid playoff bracket is NRG. They are the number 1 seed coming out of Group A. The first seed for Group B, C, and D are still yet to be decided, similarly with the second seed here, but that is why we are here today for day 2 of the broadcast, for day 2 of the Boston Major, is to figure out who's going to be there and who might get a chance to play in person. Again, this is all to be able to play in front of a crowd, to be able to play in front of you lovely folks at home. And guess what? If you would also like to be there, if you still want to go to Boston, there are tickets available. All you guys got to do is go to the link down below, rl.gg/Boston 2026 tickets, and you have a chance to be able to join everybody in Boston in front of the crowd and see all of these teams play. We'd love to see you there. If you've never been to an Rlcs LAN, it's a magical experience. I've always had a blast going to them. Fear, I know you have as well. We've been able to actually meet up and say what's up at a couple of these together, and it's been a blast. But again, we don't want to talk too much about who could make it there because we still need to find out. That is why we have got our matchups ready for today. We've got our main stream schedule here. So this is not the broadcast you are currently watching. This will be over on the Rocket League Twitch channel or YouTube or wherever you might be watching from. This is the main broadcast. It's starting off with GK versus Virtus Pro, and it'll go all the way to conclude the day with Carmine Core versus Team Vitality. Fear, you got any highlights off this list that you think people should pay attention to?
Yeah, I mean, when I just glance at it, Group C always jumps out, specifically Twisted Minds versus Team Vitality. I think the reality is that is a matchup for playoffs. It looks like SSG is going to be finishing bottom. It's usually safe to assume that KC is going to go 3-0 and finish at the top. So either Twisted Minds or Vitality will advance. There's been a lot of opinions in the community which way that one's going to go. So I think that's definitely the game to watch over on that mainstream.
Good thing is that this is only the mainstream schedule, so if you're like, this isn't enough Rocket League to satiate me, good, we've got more. The alt stream schedule for here today, as well as we're starting off with Team Falcons versus Furia. We're going to go all the way through these matches until we end up with Twisted Minds versus Space Station. And again, a lot of these matchups maybe aren't going to necessarily determine the 1 seed, but will determine is who's going home. A lot of these are going to be for that 2nd and 3rd seed, and will make a tremendous difference in which teams even get a shot at that playoff bracket, and which teams are just going to have to watch from the sidelines out in Boston. Personally, if I'm picking a highlight here, I think it's going to be probably the second to last matchup here in Furia versus VP. That feels like a matchup that could quite literally determine the 2nd or 3rd seed in that Group B.
Yeah, they need probably a Falcons or a GK slip up there in order to be able to do it, because they're currently both sitting at the bottom of the group. If Space Station could throw a wrench and really prove that this Group C is, you know, an actual group of death and pop off and beat KC, it's very unlikely. But if they were to do that, then everything would go crazy. And, you know, and what I talked about before, I mean, Group C would really live up to its name. So I'm watching that one until, you know, Space Station maybe can't hold on. I'm watching all the alt stream, just to be clear, all the time, but
As should you guys. We hope that you stick with us throughout the entire day. Like we said, it is 6 matches over here on the alt stream, 6 matches over on the mainstream as well. But we do have to focus on the teams here today for the alt stream. We're starting off with Team Falcons versus Furia. Team Falcons, at this point, I don't think they need an introduction. The only thing we might need to introduce is their brand new third. The Twins have been ruling the MENA region for a while, but this man has ruled the entire world. A former world champion, Rlcs, is up there with the very best talents that Rlcs has to offer, and the addition of him has seemingly only further strengthened an already impressive team.
Yeah, Falcons coming off of, a championship grand final. They look to make a switch, bring in Drally. Drally has been a winner ever since he has joined the Rlcs. He's been consistently one of the top players in the world. People rating him there. I feel like for a moment, people have forgotten about Drally. He went over to MENA. It's a little bit less of a spotlight in MENA as opposed to EU. But these guys are bouncing back at the right time. And a lot of it has to do with Killiers, who we just jumped past. But that guy's playing like an MVP over the Falcons. We got the Rawas Gamer Lean. If you've ever seen a Gamer Lean before, I'm sure Rawas has done a better one. This guy is all the way inside his monitor. And I've been following him for a long time. Top ones player, top talent, a back line for this squad. He is a solid player.
I'm a fan of all three of these players, but again, as much as there's a spotlight obviously on the other two, this is where most of the spotlight will remain for the Falcons for at least this year of play. Drally, the new addition, didn't necessarily need to switch teams. He was already on Carmine Corps, an incredibly talented roster, as I think pretty much everybody who's watching this stream knows, but he made the move over to Falcons. He made the move to go to a new region in MENA and to join the Twins and to see what type of results they could produce. And at this point, the results that they are looking for is a major win. With the way that they are currently playing, that is not out of the question. The only thing is, they've still technically got a long road to get there. And that road is going to require them going through some of the best talents that the world has to offer. Not just MENA, not just North America or EU, but also South America. We also have to make sure that we talk a little bit here about their opponents as well in Furia. Furia, one of the top teams in South American history, and that is with two of the players who are still on the roster. It is not the same as it maybe once was, as we do still have Yan, we still have Loss, but the new addition of Swift has turned this team around, and maybe not necessarily to the point where they're contending for a major, but if they can get a win here, who knows how far they can take it.
Yeah, a win against Falcons just proves that you can play at the highest level. Yan and Lost, they took note of Swift, who was making waves in the South American region, one of the young and up-and-comer players who often you see in ones, by the way. I love to cast ones. He's been doing well in ones, and that's how you get your name out there frequently, and Swift was doing that. He was clearly improving, and Yan and Lost took notice. They decided to add him in. They end up making this major as the first seed for South America. Now, this is the real question mark. Is the switch going to change how the LAN performances have gone? Because I think that is what has driven them to make these changes in the first place. South America has seen top 4 finishes in the past, but they haven't really done, much to impress recently. And Swift might be that guy. You see 5th, 6th, his best major results. Maybe he can join in with Furia and change that for these guys.
Again, these two dudes are definitely capable of doing so and have proven this. I think that's a great stat to show. 3rd to 4th, 2 times. They have finished top 4 here, and out of the regions outside of EU and NA, and now MENA with the new addition, it's been rare for other regions to be able to make it into that top 4, or even make it into the top 8, top 6 type of category. And the fact that both Lost and Yan have now done this twice proves that these guys know how to be able to hang with the very best of them. It's been their ability, though, to overtake the very best in the most crucial of moments that has maybe not proven itself as much. And again, against the team they are currently face, this would be them taking down one of the very best, not just hanging with them, not just being able to play up to their level, but taking them down. And as we mentioned before, it's kind of crucial for Furia and the group that they are currently in. It's not a guarantee that they make it out. It's actually technically not likely now that they've taken a loss already in this group. So if they want to make it out of this group stage, they need to beat Falcons. My question to you, Fear, is do they do that?
You know what? South American 1 versus MENA 1. There's been a lot of talk between the two regions about who might be stronger. I think it's better to look at the individual teams as opposed to the region as a whole. But when you look at the individual team of the Falcons, it's hard to predict them against almost anybody. I'm sure lots of people have them as the favorite in the tournament. I have to have Falcons here in this matchup against Furia.
Look, I was a little silly yesterday. I'm ride or die from my boys on VP. Shout out to Virtus Pro, but they are not playing. And when they did play, no good. Not good. It was not a good matchup for them, unfortunately. They did not look clean against Falcons, and I have been persuaded. I'm also backing Falcons on this one. As much as I am a fan of the Furia roster, and I do think that they are extraordinarily talented, you're playing Falcons, brother. It's all major champions, all first place finishers, all of the best talents that we have coming out of the MENA region right now. Both them and Twisted Minds have kind of proven themselves to be a different level versus a lot of the competition that is currently in Boston. And unfortunately for Furia, I think they're the only latest victim of a team that is on an absolute tear through every single squad that they face. I would be surprised if anybody would be backing Furia on this one. Not to state, again, that they are playing poorly, but like, the performance yesterday was not convincing enough for me to think that they have overcome a lot of the difficulties and the questions that we had coming into this one. So it's time to find out. Can they answer those questions? Can they get a win? Can they keep themselves alive in their group? Furia, their last legs in this group. Falcons, a chance to maybe soar even higher than they have before. One more matchup to start off day 2 of Boston. Let's get it started.
Game 1 brought to you by Progressive. Great to have you here for another day of RLCS. Rawas, Kaliers, and Drally, Yan, Swift, and Lost into the first kickoff where they can set this tone. Lost is going to win it into the blue half. Swift, a shot on target. Drally has to make a save, and seconds in, Furia already has a shot.
Things are already getting spicy here on our alt stream, and again, it's only going to get spicier as the results also come through for the main broadcast as well. On the other side, we also have ourselves the other matchup here for Group B in GK versus VP. So we're going to start to get a really clear picture of how this group is going to shake out in its entirety very quickly as both this game and the other game progresses. So for Furia, the big thing here is, again, starting off hot. I like to see the fact that they are not hesitating out the gates for this one, but it's going to take some more offense if they want to score early.
Yeah, South America has been known to play fast. The only region maybe known to play faster they're playing against right now. So we should expect to see a high-flying game as the Falcons are trying to move this ball a little bit more into their possession, because it has been Furia who has started with control. Swift hitting the 50 here at the midfield, trying to pass over to Yan as they don't really have enough boost to get going or momentum. Kalier is going to get up for a reset. He gets taken away. No Falcons around to stop them, so Swift will get to carry it out to the side wall.
I did remember this yesterday of watching Falcons play, is they do kind of like to feel out their opponents, figure out how that they want to play, and figure out what type of play style they're going to see against them. And I think they're expecting for a little bit more of a chaotic version of Furia for a number of reasons. A, they like to just play that way. This is a staple of the way that Furia plays. And B, we know how individually capable they are. You talked a lot about Swift's individual capabilities as a ones player, but Yan and Lost are the exact same way. They have those mechanics, they have those individual plays that can just kind of pop a team off and get them started. And you got to be careful of those early in series like this. Furia, really a team that like to ride off momentum and confidence, and they get one good solo play to sort of build that confidence. Who knows how far they can take it.
And right now, Kaliers is the kind of guy that can absolutely destroy you all by himself. He does get stopped on his air dribble as Swift getting bumped off after a clear, and that is looking fairly open. Both low boost defenders for South America, and Lost able to clear it away. Pop-up, Rawas so quick to react. He's trying to pass to himself off the ceiling. The pre-flip has the ball on target, but it's slow enough that Swift can get the save.
Good defense so far from Furia here. A lot of solid shots from Falcons coming out, but they haven't really flinched at any of them. They need to be careful, though. Low boost totals are going to start to dwindle, and all of a sudden, they're going to start to have that pressure just continue to build. Bumps, demos, bruises, things here and there will just disrupt the defense that has so far been well-structured. That's a great example of how it could start to break apart. Swift, barely any boost in the tank, just stretches out to get that save. The good thing for him, carries it out to midfield, gets a pinch, and now some offense for Furia.
We've seen a couple last-second saves now from Furia. I don't know if they're going to be able to get away with this for an extended series. They can't put some shots on themselves. Rawas off the ceiling. Lost reads the backboard. The defense has been sure for now, but it feels like it's bending and getting ready to break as Lost popping up to Yan. He'll pre-flip out to the midfield. Lost needs to win that 50 and did. Got boost on the half of Furia. A little bit of physical play on the sidewall between players uninvolved as Rawas getting dunked. And has tried to create opportunity for his team, but no one's around. Kaliers will get to dribble it away.
A big thing we're seeing right now for Furia is it kind of feels like they are meeting every challenge that Falcons are throwing at them, and that's really good for Furia. You don't want to start to let Falcons just kind of control the skies. I know it's in their name as Falcons to do so, but they're very much a team that has the mechanics that both individually and as a team, you need to meet them for challenges like that. A coordinated pass out center, but this time, Furia wise to it. Are they on the follow-up from Drally? Kinda. That's a double commit, and it's going to leave the net open. Swift will get back to the follow-up save, but Furia got to be careful. They've been playing some pretty dang good Rocket League. It would suck to just see it all fall apart after one mistake.
Yes, Furia, they are getting away with some. I think the finish could have been a little bit better there from the Falcons, and maybe they'd be up 1-0. This is going to be a game that'll be stolen by Furia if they manage to get the one goal that ends up being the difference. As Rawas trying to pass to himself on side wall. Kaliers sees some space and time. We've seen a bunch of different times that Falcons have been unpressured and able to start these dribbles, pass in. Kaliers stopping that before it ever even had a chance. Lost, didn't even go for it as he's going to lob one on net, and a little bit of offense for Furia getting started.
I like the way that they're playing with this offense, though. They're not immediately diving at every pass that goes out center, just trying to keep the possession in the Falcons' half and put the pressure on. Shot after shot, eventually maybe they can whittle away at the defense. Unfortunately, though, that will do absolutely nothing, and Rlcs will find a way out of the half with Clears just chasing down his opponents, which gives a chance for Rlcs, his third, to dive on in. 1-0, Falcons find the opener.
Yeah, Rlcs on this air dribble, he would get challenged by a different defender if they could, but Clears had made sure that everybody was staying delayed, rushing back, not putting any pressure on the ball, and that leads to a win 50 that allows Rlcs to break through. 1-0 lead. Need some kickoff magic here for Furia as they only have 20 seconds to try and send this one to OT. A pretty good possession here, but a full boost tank and an easy save for the Falcons as Rlcs takes it away, and he beats one. Lost, can only briefly touch it before it's right back into the control of the Falcons. Big lob. Rlcs trying to get a reset catch. Maybe not the best touch ever. Yan has an opportunity off the backboard. No one around to finish it. It'll hit ground, and Falcons take game one.
Unfortunately, I think that bounced off the top corner instead of bouncing off the back wall. You can see, I believe it was Lost who was already up for that one, expecting it to rebound off the backboard and get out to him. When it spikes down a little bit, what was a pre-jump actually just ends up floating underneath him. So not the greatest performance from Furia in game one, but definitely hanging in there. And again, as we talked about as the preamble coming into this one, that's kind of what's expected. Furia's very good. They have been talented. They've been able to keep up with the very best of the best. A 1-0 game against Falcons shows they can keep up. Can they overcome, though? And I don't think at any point in that game did it really feel like they were going to overcome the Falcons. Yes, they had some opportunities on offense. Yes, they played a solid defense, but pretty much for the entirety of that 5-minute period, it felt like Falcons were in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I think the Furia, they played solid defense, but not repeatable defense is maybe a good way to put it. Yes, they were able to make some last-second saves. Yes, they were fortunate that the placement from the Falcons on a couple shots weren't as good as it could have been. That felt like if we played this series just like this for the next two games, it's not going to be 1-0 wins for Falcons. It's going to be 3-0 wins. It's going to be 4-0 wins. Furia was never really putting on any real attack. Every time they took a shot that seemed like maybe something was going to develop, there was a full boost player from the Falcons, fully positioned in net, making a great save. I think maybe one time Rlcs was forced to make, not even an easy save, just a moderately easy save, and Rlcs you can count on him to do that every time. So there's going to need to be a little bit more venom from Furia if they're going to get a goal in this series.
And I think it's going to be that man that just touched the ball first, or at least attempted to turn it into the first air dribble of the game, Furia. Yan's going to have to be that guy at the front, and he's proven it already. Man, it feels good to be like, hey, pay attention to this guy, and he proves why.
Yeah, a demo on the back line, I think is what led to this. And then Rlcs bumps Rlcs again and then gets demoed. So a really unfortunate respawn. Not only did he delete Rlcs, he had him respawn perfectly in the way of the other player.
And then he demoed the player that he ran into as well. Man, Yan causing havoc and causing the first goal for Furia, or at least the first lead for them as well. This is what type of Furia we want to see, a disruptive Furia. Because again, you said it well. They have a really good and very structured offense. It's an impressive version of Falcons on the back half of their pitch. So what do you do if you can't get them to get off the backboard, get out of net? Just delete them. Get them off the pitch. Just straight up remove them. And for a Furia team that is so aggressive in offense, you'd like to see them continue that physicality. The 1-0 will stand through about the first half a minute here, but again, long game to go, and maybe a second goal for Furia had that one just been a little bit lower.
Yeah, Swift's just awkward enough to not be able to follow it up. We've seen a lot of menacing dribbles from the Falcons as they attack the Furia nets. They haven't been able to break through any highlight plays just yet, but this reset shot from Clears is sitting right in front of the net. Rlcs, oh my goodness, how do they keep doing this? Yan gets the save.
Yeah, and I don't know if you're like listening to me or whatever, but brother, you're making me look like a prophet. I appreciate you thoroughly. Just an unreal performance for the first minute for Yan here. Just the demos to open up the first goal, 2 saves on the line that keep it at the 1-0. If he can keep playing like this for a full 5 minutes, Furia might just be able to tie up this series, but they got a long way to go and a lot of defense left to be played. And like you mentioned, low boost totals and awkward positioning is not going to help them. It was a problem in game 1. It could be here in game 2. Another shot on target. This time Swift has to stretch to make the save.
Furia is so low on boost. They had possession for a really long time, and they just got nothing out of it. Oh my goodness, what a save again from Yan. How are they getting away with this? They cannot get away with it forever, and Clears will get the goal.
Over and over and over and over again, Yan goes, I got you guys. I'm going to save the team. The problem is there's 3 players on the team. Swift, you have to make sure you get that read off the backboard. Lost has to be rotating into net to allow Yan to get out of net for at least a half a second. Just poor positioning from the players on defense after a missed touch. It's not surprising considering everyone was on low boost, but man, you got to feel for Furia. Miracle save after miracle save, and it still wasn't enough.
Yeah, the boost steals from Falcons, they took them away. There was a moment where Furia had possession. The game was, you know, slow on their half, usually an opportunity to pick up boost and get prepared, and yet all of them were still completely starved out, which allowed Falcons to make that play. Fake from Yan, shot denied. Falcons, they know about that play. They like to use it a lot themselves, and they're not going to let Furia get through with it.
It's a good idea, but unfortunately, like we said, Falcons just really disciplined in the way they structure their defense. Even if the fake does go through and scares one, it will not scare the other. They will have that backup. They will have that player there to retreat and get ready for what could be in a continual attack. And that's what Fury are starting to develop here. They are getting strings of shots. It's not just one and then they jump back into defense. They're starting to get that offensive pressure. They're starting to get that possession that can really develop plays. They just need to do it again, because as we've mentioned many a times on broadcast, that reverse sweep is possible, but it is not likely, and it is not a scenario you want to put yourself in, especially against the Falcons. This is almost a must-win game for Furia, and with 2 minutes to go, they've got the time to develop it into that, especially with passing plays like that. Good initial pass to Lost. It does get cut off, and now Swift has to take over from the corner. It'll bounce back out to midfield. Yan will be there, but with low boost, all he can take is a 50.
Lost going to try and keep his team on offense, but Rawas is there to stop it. He is boosting to get a follow-up. Swift, good interception as they send this back and forth across the midfield line. Yan might have a moment to make an outplay, and that's what he's done so well when he's had time on the ball. When you can just beat 1 or 2 defenders who can change the course of the game and get your team on offense, I think Yan has done that, which has brought this ball into the blue half. First touch reset from Lost. Nothing's going to come of it. Swift deciding he's not going to be Killiers, so we'll head back down to the ground and instead look to try and pass over to Yan, who has an opportunity at the top of the arena. Air dribble all the Falcons in net. Reset pass 1. Drowley will intercept.
It's a good idea there, but unfortunately, this is something we saw that VP struggled with Falcons yesterday. They would try to make those passes, try to choreograph those plays in the final third, and unfortunately, they don't normally get uninterrupted. Both these teams reading the moves pretty quickly here. Another good example is it was a 2v1, so what happens? Fury gets back and just demos the only player that could be involved in the play. This is how you're going to have to play. Read these, understand what is being developed, and cut it out before it can turn into anything dangerous. Both teams have done a phenomenal job of doing that through the first 4 minutes of this game. With only a minute to go, it's going to come down to one single play. Could it be this? Yan up early. Clear's awkward. Can he do anything? Opens the space, and Trolley to take it away and make the save.
Great opportunity for Furia. They have looked like they could take this game the way they've been playing. Swift is going to throw easy shot for them to save on target, but maybe the beginning of an attack if they can keep the pressure up. This shot thrown to the back wall. A demo out of the midfield is going to throw off rotations. The net is looking like it's kind of open. The ball's not going to get there fast enough. Drowley tried to reposition for a 50. The ball's in a great spot. Pre-flip from Lost will get the save.
Low boost totals, though, for Furia. Yan will pick up 100, and that will help, but they need to make sure they get this off the half as quickly as possible, or give an opportunity for people to get something from either corner, from midfield, from somewhere. Even pennies would help at this point. You can also just make it to OT, but that is going to be difficult to find. More shots firing in from Falcons. That one goes center, but nobody will bite. Falcons do not want to give up an easy counterattack. They would rather see this go to OT, or maybe get one more chance. How has Drowley kept this up? He's dribbling everybody. He's trying to get into Clears, and Clears can't keep it off the ground. We have game 2 overtime.
We have kickoffs. Falcons are known to throw something crazy, but both players just going back to the corners while the cheat up 50s. Now Rawas air dribbling to get the first bit of offense going. Yan not met by a challenge, unable to keep with that ball, as Swift's trying to give a little bit of air on the play, launching it all the way down the field. Swift off the ceiling now, can't intercept, but he does get the ball over to Lost, who then taps it to Rawas and he gets sent to the orange corner.
I have no idea why Swift is jumping there, but I think at this point, Fury are starting to maybe get a little bit impatient. They have recognized that a lot of what they've thrown at Falcons have not been successful so far, so maybe just try to disrupt them by throwing a haymaker that they are not expecting. A little twist here or there might catch them by surprise. That pre-jump off the ceiling from Swift did not. This touch from Yan might, though, because now Drowley's got to retreat. Rawas is a little awkward here. The good thing is his 2 teammates are fully boosted up, so it's okay. They can keep it on their half, play a little bit of defense, but they're prepared for it. Are they prepared for this? Yan up the sideball, absolutely. Rawas bumps him off the ball, gives space now to Drowley, who with a reset will at least get it to the backcourt, but not much further. And Clears on low boost means he's also got a challenge to low boost Lost. And both teams, I'm not going to say struggling to develop plays right now, but you can start to see it's a lot more even footing than what we saw at the end of game 1.
They have a Furious low on boost right now. They're getting trapped in like they did earlier. We see demos maybe resulting in them being able to escape out. Swift cheating up ahead of this ball, and gets just enough an interception that's going to head to Lost, but Lost Gets it to Rlcs, waiting on the corner. It's Drally and Swift. And 1v1. Drally tapped the ball too far away, but he actually pre-read where Swift was going to go. Now a follow-up from Rlcs is not quite in. Drally sees where everything is headed and makes the pre-jump.
They are hanging on, and that is the best compliment I can give to Furia right now. Just trying their best to not concede, find some boost, and maybe get prepared for a more structured defense. They're finally finding that. A couple of boost pads found from multiple different players, but it's sent right back at their net yet again, and it's a little bit of an awkward touch from Lost. He's able to handle it and get prepared for the 50 against Raleigh in the corner. He does definitely lose that, but clears, can't really do much with that ball either. So Falcons definitely struggling to develop an offense. They're getting the shots, but they're not very high quality, and they're against what is a very weak defense from Furia that still, despite that, is holding up. And got a reset in the bag. He's not going to use it. Opt for 50 instead. Maybe a chance now for Swift to get involved, but he will also only find 50. Nothing really going towards the net for Furia. That's the first one that does, and even then, Drawley was still prepared for it.
One thing I really like from the Falcons that I'm not seeing from Furia is they have a good recognition of when the attack for Furia is over. They stop panicking, they slow down the play, they gain possession, and then they end that possession for the other team. Whereas Furia, maybe because they're so used to how fast Falcons can play, they seem like they're rushing when they don't need to sometimes. Lost is trying to put a few touches in a row to make something happen on offense. Swift did get the 50 he would have liked. Yan has boost to work with. Can he outplay everybody waiting in net? Lost, soft touch. He's carrying it slowly to the net. This could be a chance for Swift, and it is! Furia will win game number 2.
So smart of Lost on the setup for this play. Just finds himself a really light touch, just guides it into the front of the net, and as soon as everybody jumps from Falcons, that is Furia's signal to just, all right, figure out where the opening is. Perfect follow-up play, perfect touch will give Furia an overtime win in game 2, and this has answered a lot of the questions we had about them. How would they adjust to a Falcons that not only had them on defense for a majority of the game, not only left them without boost, but barely ever flinched at any offense they threw at them? The answer? Throw no hesitation. Throw a little hezzy here, a little sidestep there, juke them out and see if you can get them to jump. And when they do not miss your opportunity.
Yeah, I was talking about how Furia was maybe a little bit panicky on defense. Felt like they were rushing to touches that were resulting in, you know, lesser possessions than they would have had, but Lost proved that they're at least calm on offense. He sees an opportunity at net with multiple defenders there. Sometimes the ball is close. You feel like you just need to slam it. Lost recognizes that that's not going to outplay these smart defenders on the Falcons. Goes for the reset, even seems to jump ahead of the ball to try and make them think twice about where they're headed, if not catch a bump, and allowed for the easy finish for Swifts on the left side of the net there. So good bounce back from Furia. They have proven to be able to compete, and it looks like we got a missing player, right? Rlcs is gone.
Oh, we might need a second here. Might need a little bit of a technical pause.
Wait, no, is he back? Did I miss that?
Okay, we're
back.
back.
Did he just teleport back?
Are you maybe confusing the twins? This is part of their powers. They not only have
he
telepathy to be
leans
able
so
to communicate.
far forward, I couldn't see him.
Okay, never mind. My joke wasn't even as good as the reality. And the reality is he's literally gamer leaning so hard, he doesn't show up on camera. We love you so much, Rlcs. Continue to do what you do and continue on with the series. It is game number 3 between Falcons and Furia. Winner moves on to series point.
I can't believe that. Rlcs is locked in. You never have to guess whether or not Rlcs is locked in. As Swift and Lost accidentally just passed it up to Drowley. This is not a good spot for them, and they have to make some last-second moves to clear this out. But at this point, Furia are doing that at a level that I'm almost going to start predicting it from them. Maybe I should stop being worried about them having to make last-second saves as they handle the job. And they have, a wide open net right now. Rlcs actually recovers to clear it away. Awkward bounces led to giving Falcons a chance to get back, and now they're putting themselves on offense.
It's never going to be an open net when you're playing against Falcons. It'll be somebody gets back in time. Do they make the last second save? Honestly, likely. Yes, it's Falcons. But at the end of the day, you're going to have to take those opportunities, just kind of develop those plays and keep that awkwardness going. We've talked a lot about this, about Falcons really being back in every single moment, but Furia are starting to find the cracks in the armor. They're starting to find themselves some openings here or there, or at least moments to create that awkwardness. Another great example of that one was not what the Falcons drew up in any way, shape, or form, and it gives now a chance to Lost. A lot of boost only against Drawley, and Rlcs almost slams it at his own net, but it just goes high enough.
Oh, what a save again for the Falcons, trying to cut off the pass. They have to try and not slam in own goals, something that we have seen from players trying to make last-second saves near their net. But great recognition for Rlcs and everybody on the Falcons. They're having to do the magic now as they send this one off the back wall. Tons of great opportunities for Furia, but they are not able to get anything to show for it. Can they keep this possession going? Sure, the ball's headed back into the orange half, but advantage is in their favor if they can get a couple different touches, though it seems like Falcons have actually taken over. Lost going to make an easy save, and Yan will control the side wall.
You know how we said game one, if Furia somehow found a way out, they would have stolen the game? It's kind of feeling like that for the Falcons right now. So much offense against them, and yes, they are getting their opportunities of their own, but it kind of just feels like last-ditch efforts. They throw the ball downfield, hope maybe an individual play can open some space. I mean, if you are clears, you probably can't do that. That one, though, thwarted off the backboard and a double commit from Falcons. You can tell the jitters are here. This game feels very different than the previous two.
Rally slamming one out of their half. Furia is quick to make these dunks. Swift on top of the ball. Only one defender back for Lost, but he easily is able to handle it, although not the best touch ever. And plays it right into Clears. Yan's going to have to make a nice read up the back wall in order to get this out of danger. I don't think there's going to be a follow from Furia. Drally maybe faking, maybe whiffing, but probably just trying to leave it off for his teammates as Yan will take this one into the corner. All the Falcons back. Yan is going to beat all of them. Swift puts a shot on target, but Roas makes the save.
I like the idea from Swift there. Try to shoot at the top right. You know, two players coming off the backboard pretty quickly, and they're just going to be desperate to make a save, similar to Clears on that one. But maybe should have gone across net, putting it a little too close, and at least having one player act accordingly saves that ball and saves the best chance we have seen all game for Furia to finally find the lead that I would say they deserve at this point. So much offense, so many opportunities, but just nothing being converted so far. And the problem is you only need one good play from the Falcons to turn this on its head, and that'll be the one. Lead blocker clears the lane. Clears finds the goal.
The hesitation from Clears is what started all of this. The ball headed to him. He did not rush it. He reversed slightly, let two players go past him. Once you've beaten two and you have a teammate ahead, it's going to be easy work with a bump running upfield in favor for you. So Clears, the hesitation gets himself a goal, and the Falcons will take the lead and try and hold it for the next minute 40.
They could also increase it if they get a good passing play here, but Yan has other ideas. He'll cut that one out, try to get it to Swift, who can't even get it off the backboard, and Roas to take over and carry through the corner. Yan trying to get something started. All of Furia right now just want to go back to that possession play, want to start to lock Falcons into their half and give themselves opportunities, but that's going to nobody. That long ball downfield doesn't even make its way to Lost, and Yan now has to restart. Technically got the boost to do so. Doesn't want to go off the initial approach. Maybe the follow-up will be a little bit better. He's dunking out everybody, but no second man to be found to keep that play going. So instead, Lost will have to challenge at midfield. Similarly, so will Swift, but he gets beat out by Roas, and Drally now. Chance off the backboard. Where's the third man? Taking it slow, trying to bait the challenge, and Lost will at least get a 50 to stall out Falcons, but you have to get this off the half. 50 seconds to play. You concede another goal now. That is going to be the end of the game, and Roas would like to plant that dagger off the backboard. Still not going to be found.
Good patience from Furia to recognize Roas was going high, that he was maybe not a real threat at that really high angle. They waited for the ball to drop down. Now they have 30 seconds to create some offense. Someone needs to challenge Clears here quickly. Swift is going to wait and play off of his touch instead. No boost left. He's really just pretending like he can head back to that ball, as he will look for a couple bump plays. Drally and Clears low on boost. Roas, if he gets beat, it could be a good spot, but Roas does not get beat often. In fact, he's going to get his team a goal as Drally will get the finish.
Drally will take the steal there on that one, but to be fair, he did a lot of the heavy lifting. He's bumping players downfield, he's disrupting Yans and opening up the space. Otherwise, there would have been a Furia player back. I like that, securing, guaranteeing that this game is going in favor of the Falcons. Furia gonna have to battle back from a series point in favor of the MENA squad. Unless they can find a miracle, because with 15 seconds left, technically anything's possible.
Yeah, they threw the double kickoff at them. Both players going, very volatile. Chances are you might be able to get something going, and there was almost an angle for Swift. He did his best. Could not wait, had to try and play as quick as possible. Weren't able to find the goal. Falcons will take game number 3 up 2-1 in this best of 5.
Again, every single game has been close, though. Game number 2 was an overtime. Game 1 was a single goal scored by the Falcons. Game 3, definitely a little bit further of a margin, but still at only 2 goals for the Falcons, and one of those coming late from a desperation play where Fury were just kind of sending everything at net. You can tell, Fury have come to play. They're definitely putting the best version of themselves on the pitch right now. The only problem is at this point, if they lose this, I'm not going to guarantee that they are out of the major, but it's going to be pretty hard to bounce back from 0-2. So Furia got to lock in now. They need to push this to at least 5. They need to give themselves a chance. And again, they kind of deserve 5 for the way that they're playing at the current moment.
Yeah, they've definitely been playing solid. Just a little bit of panicking on defense. I've felt the entire series, even when it's been working, the panic has looked scary. And then you could say there was a little bit of panic on that double dive past Clears. He's recognizing that they're they're playing ahead of themselves when it comes to trying to stop this Falcons offense. So he just slows it down, and they end up finding their way through. That really was the difference, because like you said, the follow-up one is more a result of Furia recognizing that they need to go all in, and Rawas being able to launch one the length of the field. But Rawas, Killiers, Drally, we technically have timeouts in this best of 5. It doesn't seem like Furia wants to use it. They want to get right back into it. Maybe the Falcons could use one if we end up going to game 5. But we are on Utopia Coliseum, and we got Lost and now Yan in control.
Chance here for Furia to keep this series extended. Chance here for Falcons to basically punch their tickets into playoffs. Technically, they could still go into the 4-2 seed here. It would help, though, if you win the series first. This will not help Falcons. It will definitely help Furia.
Drowley goes to pick up the boost and thinks he can turn back and make an actual play on the ball, but he finds himself on the wrong side. He ends up just helping the pinch go screaming into the net. Furia get rewarded for Drowley, maybe slightly over prioritizing boost there if he had focused on getting his clear before going for boost. Maybe they're at an equal game. Drowley's running ahead to try and get Swift. Swift, can he dodge him? Oh, he does! He dodges the pressure and gets the save.
Somehow, some way, Furia have not conceded a goal in that play and keep their lead and maybe even increase it. Lost trying to break away in a 1v1 versus Colliers, but Drally to the backboard will back him up and make sure the save is found. Furia starting this game in an aggressive fashion. Not surprising from the team, but goodness me, they are just diving at the Falcons.
Swift, just such an impressive defensive sequence there. One of the best players in the game, chasing him down, trying to delete him. Swift is up now for a chance to finish this one, but it's actually a little bit too far ahead of them, and Yan's gonna have a second chance. Drally forced to make a save, and Furia went all in. They're gonna get forced to be pushed back to the wall. Drally actually bumping this ball up for Yan as he starts his air dribble. Decides to let it drop to the corner instead of trying to pass it in field too early. Ends up tapping it over to the Falcons.
Chance here for Swift, trying to take this through the corner. Again, a lot of good development play right now for Furia. It feels a little bit more patient, maybe recognizing that that 1-goal lead is something they can use to their advantage. A 2-goal lead would be even better. Goodness, the duo showing off again. Yan's great play in the corner, great demo out in mid, and Swift to finish the job.
What a creative pass from Yan in the corner. Recognizes he's up over the top of the ball. The best way to get it to his teammate is to slam it off the ground and let it float to the sweet spot for the finish. Such a great pass from Yan. Furia are doing what they need to, up 2-0, and they're continuing to keep it going. Killiers gonna try and change that with an air dribble reset. Lost actually dropped it back towards the net. The ball is directly in front, and he might have helped outplay his team.
I think, unfortunately, might is definitively. Lost does get a touch here, which is great, but he full-on slams into Yan. I mean, Colliers is probably thrilled. He's like, hey, man, that was what I was trying to do anyways. Thanks for helping me.
Yeah, it was ultimately a passing play between Killiers and Lost. I think Lost wishes he could have that back. Aggressive kickoff for the Falcons as they find themselves down. Maybe a bit more willing to do that, but this ball just goes to the back. Well, Yan reset, gonna force a save out of Killiers. A great outplay of one, and that's what we've seen from Yan. Anytime he's been given space, he gets at least one outplay on the defender, if not two. Those are the kind of moments that can create some offense. Here's a chance for the Falcons as they run ahead of the ball for a bump. Furia is able to make the save.
Furia is starting to look like vintage Furia, man, and it's making me happy to see that. This is a version of Furia that we've kind of been waiting to see. A version of Yan that I talked about at the beginning of this series, but wasn't sure if it was going to unleash, because I remember a day where Yan was up there with one of the greatest players on the planet. They were talking about top 10, top 5 potentials for this dude. And it kind of feels like he's playing in that form right now. Like you said, just outplaying the defensive Falcons in so many individual moments, doing a good job of giving space to his two teammates and linking up with them well as well. We got to give credit to him for the assist that he had, as well as the other developing plays that he's had in the final third, where the two bumps demos are just opening space. They could be rewarded with a game 5 here for Falcons. They got to hold on for another 2 minutes, and again, against Falcons, that's a lot easier said than done.
Rallies to the back wall, Lost. Not the best touch ever, but you can feel comfortable when that ball is fully glued to the back wall. Usually not a great chance to score. Lost throwing one to net, trying to get the dunk. Drally, nice save to guide that ball up around the follow-up from Lost. Swift just going to toss it straight at the net. It was hard enough that it almost got a way through. Lost off the backboard is in. He sneaks it in for a third.
Oh, Lost, what are you doing, brother? That's disgusting. Recognizes after the good 50 that, hey, you guys got to challenge me first. If you don't, I got the space. It might be a narrow angle, but I'm sliding that in. And you can see from the cameras for Falcons, they know Furia have awoken. This is going to be a different series from here on out.
Lost playing with such little boost there too, making sure to get the single jump, wave dash on the back wall to get speed to make that play. And we've seen Rlcs dive and save those to keep him out many times. This time he cannot get the angle. It's still in. Furia 3-1. This is a great game 4 for Furia. The kind of game 4 that can inspire confidence for a game 5 as well if they can keep this momentum going. Rlcs is going to be challenged here in the corner as Furia remains on offense. Swift trying to get a 50 through. Did, but it was a close cheat from Lost. He was preparing. Now they're having to chase back. Rlcs has a demo, but another player on Furia was there for the save.
Remember how we talked about before that, like, South America has always kind of been that region. They like to play fast. They love to play fast. But at a certain point, it kind of felt like there was a new king on the throne. And it was Mina who just loved that fast play style and definitely do it the best. This kind of makes it feel like Mina still trying to play with that faster play style for sure, and it's not nearly as successful. Those breakaway plays where they're just speeding downfield were normally catching Furia off guard as they weren't able to retreat in time. Now, things are starting to change. Furia are getting back in time. They are preventing those 2v1s via demoing the second player that normally would be either a lead blocker or the person to finish off the play. This is a huge difference, and to be fair, it's changing things all across Group B. I don't know if you guys saw the update, but VP on the verge of a reverse sweep versus GK. They have forced the game 5, and it's looking like Furia will do the same. What was all of a sudden a clear picture of GK and Falcon making it out of Group B is starting to look a little bit shaky.
It's on the back of Yan and Lost. Nice pre-flip as they try and get another one. Drally able to make the last-ditch save, but it's probably too little too late unless Rlcs is able to score right here. Make something happen. Oh no! Both goals for the Falcons have come off the hands of Furia.
That hurts. Not a lot of other words to say besides that. The only good thing for Furia is that, A, it looked cool, so shout out to Swift for it looks cool. And B, they've got 9 seconds, so please take this carefully. If this kickoff goes awry, we may not see game 5.
Furia has scored every goal this game, so they can feel good about their performance. The problem is if they do that again on their own nets, then they're going to have to play OT. It will hit the ground. Furia, 5 goals kind of in this game, but the score will finish 3-2.
That is one of the games both to remember and forget for Furia. Why? Because you won against Falcons and forced game 5. Why to forget it? The goals you did give up were not great. The good thing is, again, they can wipe that off and they can focus on what did go right in that game. And it's the 2 biggest things that we were highlighting during the game as well. A, their defense is not nearly as flustered. They are getting back in time and they are doing so effectively. They are there on defense, prepared for a lot of what Falcons are throwing at them. And B, their offense has come to life. Whether it is Lost on the fake outs on the backboard, whether it is Yan straight up removing players from the pitch and disrupting a defense, Furia have found that offense that got them famous in the first place. They keep this going. Who knows what happens in game 5?
Yeah, Furia. Ooh, timeouts. This is what I was talking about. We don't see timeouts used very often in this best of 5. It seems like teams, even if they go down 2-0, we're just powering through it. The Falcons want a little bit of a break after that one. They recognize that they were fortunate to have Furia, double tap these ones in or have Lost outplay his teammate in Yan. Furia are just cutting early. They're trying to slow down this high-speed offense of the Falcons, which you have to appreciate and probably is working most of the time, but it's resulting in these opportunities where the first player cuts and actually takes away the better chance of their teammate. So will we expect to see more of this going forward? I mean, I think we will. I think this is something that they have been sticking to, trying to cut early, trying to stop Falcons offense before it gets started. If you let them get a little bit of space, they will outplay you. So maybe you just take the risk of accidentally here and there own goaling. I think this is a bit of an outlier. I don't think they're going to be doing this too often. Swift probably intercepts that 90% of the time and can touch it anywhere other than directly in his net, as opposed to what he did, at the end of that last game. But Furia forcing game 5. We've got 2 rounds, 2 game 5s. We didn't get to see a game 5 at all yesterday, I don't think, right?
Yeah.
3-1 was the closest, and even though 3-1s were pretty darn dominant for the winning team, as Drally locking in here. Looks like he's staring at us as he's getting ready for game 5.
He knows we're about to bring up a stat that he doesn't want to hear about. Shout out to my boy Direct. This would be the first Furia win, first South American win over these players in the history. These 3 players between Drally, Rlcs, and Clears are 14-0 versus SAM teams on land. They have never lost to a South American team before. Everything could change here on Champions Field. 5 minutes on the clock, game 5, Group B. Not everybody said this was a group of death, but it's starting to look like one. Anybody's ball game. Let's get it going.
Rally quickly Getting this ball in front of the net felt dangerous. No one there to follow it up as Kaliers will air dribble Lost. Pre-jumping, Yan will turn. But the pre-jump from Lost convinced Rally to slow down. You'll see these pre-jumps all the time in the game right now. Rawas, how did they get that read? They keep doing this, somehow knowing exactly where where the attackers are going with the ball and stealing it away.
Yeah. No shot. Yan double reset. He had a second man there, but they get bumped off the ball. Now chance for Drally maybe to show his offensive skills as well. Again, back in time though. Lost recognizing where that's going to bump out, and he's there very quickly. Are you there for the passing play? It didn't need to be. The shot was off target, and the best chance so far for Falcons will go wide.
Yeah, Falcons always looking for each other on offense. One of the best passing teams. Found each other there for a few in a row for a power shot towards the net, but wide to the back wall. Kaliers trying to be swift here. He's going to look to the midfield where Drally will just pop an easy one on target. Yan should be able to launch this one away. Swift is cheating up in hopes to get a redirect, but it was too much power. Not even he could get to it. So now into the Falcons corner as this ball floats down midfield. Lost. Throwing one to the backboard should be an easy save as Drally finds Rawas. He has now Drally back in the midfield, but before he can get anything going, Swift will cut it off.
Swift keeps doing that, man. He's making those challenges quickly. Again, not allowing anything to develop for the Falcons, not allowing any of these passing plays to connect, because they already saw the consequences of if they do let a passing play connect. The shot did go off target, but man, if that had been on target, the power behind it surely would have given the first goal to Falcons. So keep playing preventatively, keep getting in their face, keep disrupting an offense that has been so effective throughout this series so far. This game, a little bit different though. 2 minutes gone, still not a single team on the board, but Falcons got something developing here. Killers trying to get something started in the corner, but challenges from Lost will disrupt and once again stifle any offense the Falcons were developing.
Yeah, and to get dunked as he falls to the ground. He's been good at outplaying defenders. This time he's not able to. This one falls dangerously in front of the nets, but Kaliers shoots it wide. That doesn't happen often. Yan up. Rawaski just going straight for the bump. He was not trying to play the ball at all. He almost created an opportunity for his team, but another defender will make it back. This has been a great sequence for the Falcons. A humongous clear might give the relief to Furia.
Remember how we said game one, hey, Furia, there's no way you just keep making these last-second saves. This isn't sustainable. You can't do this for a full 5 games. We might have been wrong, because they're kind of still doing it in its game 5. It's not necessarily the cleanest save every time. It's not necessarily a save that is guaranteed, but they're making the saves happen. Another one from Lost. Can they do it again? This one goes high, needs a touch, and there's Yan in the way. Furia, they got to escape their app, but so far they've been able to survive, and they will do it yet again.
Yeah, they've been really forced into bad positions. You saw all 3 of Furia on the ground, not able to prevent the backboard, which is simple defense here in the Rlcs nowadays. Once upon a time, it was new tech. Now everyone needs to have somebody on the backboard. Nice save from Lost. That shot was hard, but from distance, which allowed Lost to get that save. And this 50 will send over to Yan. Can Yan get an outplay and get around a couple defenders in order to stop their offensive attack, or the Falcons' offensive attack? And it seems like maybe they have. Important couple challenges coming up to keep Furia in the blue half. There's Yan out of the corner. It's in front of the net. Swift puts it on target, and they have the lead.
We've been calling him a playmaker. We've been calling him the developer. This man has been doing so much on offense, and this touch off the backboard is brilliant. He sees Trolley diving. He knows he's going to go for a challenge. So what does he do? Screw shooting it on target. Send it to the backboard. He sends it to the backboard, back to himself, out to a teammate, and you got to give a shout out for being there in time. Furia, this offense has come to life, and if Falcons can't do the same, they're a minute 30 away from probably the biggest upset so far this tournament.
South America trying to make a bit of history in this matchup against the Falcons. Swift gonna take this a bit slow, trying to get a reset touch. Rally chasing to the ball. Yan able to get there first. Lost. 50's back to a teammate. Furia, they need to not feel the pressure of this moment. I'm sure these players know that they have not been able to break through this Falcons squad ever before. And will the Falcons be able to bring it back in a minute? This ball into the back corner. Kaliers not the best 50. Drally forced up to make the save. And Kaliers playing slow, has Swift waiting. He wants to go down for a 50. Got past one. Can he get past another? Drally's forcing it through. Everybody's muscling it in, but Yan will take it out of the net.
Good patience from Yan there, just kind of shadowing the play, and he might get rewarded with yet another offense. And at this point, every second that they waste on the clock is another more valuable one that the Falcons cannot afford. You can see it. They're starting to get, not necessarily desperate, but they're starting to get a little bit more aggressive, diving into offense, waiting for their moments, doing whatever they can just to keep this ball on the orange half. They get one more chance here. Drally up, not a ton of boost, but if he can get it to a teammate, something could happen, and he can. Yan bangs it downfield, and Swift is already there. Does Kaliers know that? Doesn't really matter. Neither one of of them will really make a confident challenge. Instead, they will wait for the follow where Yan will send it at the bottom corner. One last chance at Drally to send it to midfield, and Kaliers is there. He's got something, but not a lot, and the 50 out goes to nobody. To the ground it will go, and as long as it does, Furia gonna make history here. Hold on, Kaliers, one more chance, looking for the bump, and it doesn't go off the bar and down, and Furia making history. The first time that Mina, that Falcons have ever lost to Sam.
My goodness, Furia. That was about to be one of the most tense overtimes. The air dribble bump was such a reliable way to score at a 0-second play. You could see just how much this means to the Furia squad. Group C, we were trying to say, was the group of death. I don't know, with Furia beating Falcons, you might have to look at Group B. It's time to look at what might happen. I mean, these are situations that we haven't even really thought about yet. You know, we thought Falcons were our sure team to finish at the top of the group. All of a sudden, Furia, they lost to GK. And we just saw, if you saw the graphic earlier, GK got the Game 5 win. So GK might be looking like the best team in this Group B, which is just a switch up that we did not see coming.
No. As everybody anticipated, GK taking the #1 seed in Group B. That was what we all assumed coming into this, obviously. I don't know, man. I'm really out of words for this one. You have to give credit, man. Furia playing, again, I said it starting, playing like vintage Furia, man. This is the version that got Yan in top 10 lists across the planet. This is the version that got lost, picked up in the first place. This is the reason they picked up Swift. Straight up, this is why they grabbed him. They knew this guy was talented. They knew his individual play could make a difference. And how many offensive plays did we see Swift getting involved in where he was the perfect timing on the second man, where he was there to play that second man and third man that just kept the defense out at midfield? Just incredibly impressive. Fear, I gotta say, man, that was a treat to watch. Congratulations to Furia. That was awesome.
Yeah, Group D is really, really interesting now because if you look at it, GK and Falcons play. GK is playing the best in the group. If we assume that they're the toughest matchup the Falcons have, if Falcons lose that, they'll be 1-2. They'll be out. They won't even make it in the top 8, whereas Furia has VP. And so far, VP 0-2. Obviously, they've been fighting. They took GK to Game 5, so they're not going to be, you know, an easy walkover. But it seems like Furia has the easier matchup than Falcons, and there's a chance that Falcons don't even make it to the top 8. So this is the spiciest group by far. Group C is supposed to be interesting, but it's been a little bit more boring. Maybe until that Twisted Minds Vitality matchup, that one might be able to spice it up a little bit more. But man, Group D has been insane.
Well, if we want to see if Group C can actually live up to the hype and also get a couple of haymakers here or there, you don't have to wait long. We're going to head to a quick break, but when we return, we've got more action here for the Boston Major. This is the Alt Stream. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back.
Whoa, looks like you're backing up a bit here. Okay, Luann? Is there a Luann in the house?
Remember, you don't work here. Young homeowners love to get involved with everything.
Luann going once.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents,
Luann?
but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Sorry.
Luann!
Book your trip at meetboston.com.
Don't hold back, 'cause you woke up in the morning with the mission to move, so I make a motto. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
Walking on the moon. Walking on the moon. One moment
to escape. You're walking on the moon. Never been. All our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. All our trouble seems to fade away. When we dance
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh to death, I'm in a mid condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place, and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain on the flow, ink blot. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one player out doing just like me. Heart rate froze, check the EKG. I hate wasting time, no eventually. Routine work when nobody see it, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't tryna listen to a broke scholar. Making moves to make the money taller. To the cash topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear their collar. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself, don't ever bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Woo.
mentally. Fighters and lovers in your eyes, running around your head. There's 1,000 enemies, but there's a fire lighting up the dark. We're gonna watch them fall. 'Cause if you need a little wild card, I'll be the one you call. Ooh, it's alright, it's only human when the feeling overcomes like the beating of a drum. I'll be the one you call. Ooh, it's alright, it's only human when the feeling overrides, going deep into the night. I'll be the one you call. 1800, it's only human. I'll be the one you call when we watch 'em fall. 1800, it's only human. I'll be the one you call when we watch 'em fall. I know you wonder how it ends, so that your body can begin. Louder and louder, let it in. Building an army, baby, the voices, they won't win. 'Cause there's a fire lighting up the dark. We're gonna watch 'em fall. And if you need a little wild card, I'll be the one you call. Yeah, there's a fire lighting up the dark. We're gonna watch 'em fall. And if you need a little wild card, I'll be the one you call. It's alright, it's only human when the feeling overcomes like the beating of a drum. I'll be the one you call. It's alright, it's only human when the feeling overrides,
We are back once again with the Rlcs 26 Boston Major Alt Stream. My name is Oliver Bastion alongside Bio Cheese. We have switched out here and brought in another friendly face here. And Cheese, we just watched, quite literally, Rlcs history. South America's first win over MENA in the history of Rlcs.
At long last. It had to come at some point. Thankfully for Furia, it was today. They needed it to stay alive in Group B for sure. So a big win for them. And over on the mainstream, if you were watching Virtus Pro, also went to 5 games. It was tight. They had a chance, but unfortunately GK took them down. GK in a great spot heading into the final match of Group B.
They got a chance here to come out as the #1 seed, as I mentioned with Fear. As we all expected from Group E, that would obviously be GK coming out on top. However, another group that isn't really determined at all, or even remotely, is Group C, and that's what we've got coming up next here. As you guys can see, it is Team Vitality and Karmine Corp currently at 1-0, and then it is Twisted Minds and Space Station at the 0-1. 2 of those teams are currently playing on the main broadcast. As you guys can see here, it is Twisted Minds versus Team Vitality for Group C, who are currently on the main stream. After that, we'll bounce around a couple other groups. We'll get back to Group C at the very end of the day for Karmine Corp versus Vitality, but what we're focusing on in Group C is here on the alt stream for Karmine Corp versus Space Station. This is the rest of the broadcast for the day, so if you want to stick with us, which we would greatly appreciate, we got a lot more matches, but like we said, the big one right now, Achieves, is Karmine Corp versus Space Station, our next matchup. And dude, it's my favorite thing on the planet. I gotta appreciate Vati so much for just being like, I'm gonna mess with the camera.
You've been doing it long enough. Glad to see that he's embracing the meme that is possible with some of those hero shots. Good to see him back on the pitch. And Space Station fans, boy, do you have your work cut out for you. Space Station in a 5-game thriller yesterday versus Twisted Minds went the distance. They ended up crushing Twisted Minds in that game 5, though. I believe it was 6-3 or 6-2, something like that. 6-3, yes. 6-3. So Space Station fans, good luck. I know you're all hardcore believers in that they are capable, but yesterday absolutely boxed out 0-3 versus Vitality, only putting in 2 to Vitality's 8. And Karmine Corp, I don't think they plan on slowing up here, Baz.
Not quite. It's kind of hard as we look through all of the accolades of everybody on Karmine Corp to not quite literally just straight up be like, no, they are better. Because first, and then you look at the coach behind them, an extra, oh, what's his best placement? First. Literally, all of these dudes have won a LAN. One of them has won a Worlds, technically. This entire team is incredibly capable. And the unfortunate truth is that as much as we want to say this is going to be a close match between the 2 of them, like you said, if KC looked like they did yesterday, oh boy, Space Station is going to be in for a bit of a beatdown.
Yeah, could be a short one. You never know, though. We did just see Falcons and Furia go the distance, so we'll see what Space Station brings on a brand new day. You never know. Chronic, Diaz, and Reveal. I think they didn't play terribly yesterday versus Vitality overall. It was just that they really struggled to get the offense going. I think they did pretty good at least limiting some of Vitality's chances. It was just a slow, steady, grinded out type of series, and Vitality was just a little bit too much to handle, I think.
It's not going to get easier today with Karmine Corp for them, unfortunately. Again, a very talented squad in their own right, but this is where you're going to start to see the little bit of difference between the 2 teams. Diaz, best major result, 12th to 14th. I believe that is back when he was on Complexity. So not necessarily the same as, again, first. And it's the same thing here for Reveal. Reveal, again, a very talented player. The only problem, similarly, he has only ever gotten 12th to 14th in one of these events. And I hate to be that the bearer of bad news here, Chiefs, but if they do end up going out and losing here, they're almost guaranteed another either 12th to 14th or potentially even 12th to 16th.
Yeah, the Group C standings definitely not in their favor because their final matchup will be against Twisted Minds, who went the distance to K Corp yesterday, like we mentioned earlier, so it doesn't get any easier. There was a reason people said C was the group of death, man, and Space Station, unfortunately, you guys were the low man on the totem pole, so it was always going to be an uphill battle, but I'm sure they weren't concerned about that. You can only beat who's in front of you, and, Xperia and Chronic especially, they've been at this long enough to know, you take what you can get, and you do what you can understand in the situations you're in, and Chronic and Diaz, or Reveal and Diaz, my mistake. Hopefully that they are ready to go head to head, and I think their biggest wall of an obstacle is probably going to be Vatira on that backline, baby. I'm not sure if anyone's got the shot placement on SSG to beat that guy in the net.
It's going to be real difficult. Again, there's a reason why he's touted as one of the greatest players in RLCS history and current, the Rocket League era, everything across the board. This man is the, I believe, #1 goal scorer in all of RLCS land history. He just passed Rise for that at this event. So yeah, Vati continues to impress. The good thing for Space Station is, look, maybe this is a consolation prize. I've always been a fan of people who get to play spoiler. And the big thing for SSG here is that there's no guarantee on who makes it out of Group C. So if they can at least take a couple of games off of Carmine Core, they can maybe give an opening to Vitality or Twisted Minds. Maybe
they need it too.
Yeah, they could also, I mean, again, technically they could make it out. Like you said, low man on the totem pole makes it a little bit difficult to imagine that scenario, but at the end of the day, SSG, you want to be that surprise team, you want to be that wild card, that X factor, this is their chance to do so.
Yeah, I don't think it'll affect overall Carmine Core's chances. I mean, I think I'll take Carmine Core over Vitality in that final round, but the game differential does matter at the end of the day, because like we're seeing in Group B, you lose a series that maybe people don't think you should lose, and all of a sudden, you know, three-way ties get possible real quick. So some shenanigans indeed, and there is something to be said about Spoiler. It would certainly not be the first time we've seen a team who is projected to have, you know, pretty limited odds of finding a win coming away with one out of nowhere. So brand new day, everyone's rested up, they've all had their chances on day one, they've had a night's sleep, they know what the environment's like, you're dialed in. It's always a new day, and always a new day brings new opportunities, so you never know.
You never know, but unfortunately that's what we get paid to know, is to know whether or not these teams are going to win, or at least who we think is going to do so here. And I think it's not SSG. Look, I got flamed yesterday for consistently picking North America. I think, understandably, my predictions did not go well. However, I'm not making that mistake here today. I am already 0 for 1. I would like to not continue to decline in my picking and my prediction, so I'm taking Carmine Core on this one.
Yeah, the irony of us both picking Carmine Core is that now Space Station Gaming is going to 3-0 sweep and just destroy them. So give me KC, but I think Chronic is going to have the most to do here, I think. I don't want Chronic shooting the ball. I think he's going to have to do a lot of work in the midfield. I want to see him slowing down the Carmine Core counterattack, or at least get the attack, slow it down a little bit. Not necessarily the counter, but, I want to see him be really stiff in the midfield line. Let Reveal and Diaz do their thing on the attack. I want to see him shore up the back line.
Well, I don't know if they're going to be able to. That's the unfortunate truth here, is that a lot of what we're talking about is like, theoretically, if SSG does A, B, and C, they got this, but they've kind of yet to show that they can do that with international competition. They've done it locally. They've done it in North America. We've seen them be that type of team. I think it really is a question of whether or not they can do that in an international setting. And it's especially hard because you're playing the blue wall. It is time for our second game of the day here on the Alt Stream. Carmine Core, our former champions. They have won regionals. They have won the land kickoff. They've won pretty much everything except for World Championship. Space Station would like to just win this match. Let's get it started. Our second one of the day here on the Alt Stream. Game number 1 brought to you by Progressive.
No time like the present. I'm always wondering if people want to come out if they're the underdog and do some kind of fun, crazy kickoff strat. Let's see what Space Station do.
Can we please get a double fake kickoff? Please double fake kickoff. Please
something weird.
Spanish! When's the last time we saw a successful Spanish in RLCS? It's been forever.
It's been a while, but Diaz does get close to a free ball. He pays for it, though, so everything pretty much neutralized right there. Good try. I like to see him try and come out, set the tone early. Chronic with a little fake and a towel. Just finds a nice, easy clear, but Space Station with some early pressure.
Ooh, a little bit extra touch from Reveal. Could have done something special there. Had it maybe just gone a little bit lower than it did. Instead, it bounces off the bar, and what could have been a spectacular start for Space Station will have to just be a spectacular offense. Good pressure is still being developed by them as this one pops back out center, and Reveal can't get a touch. That'll probably end the offense here. Now give a chance to Atao the other way. He's going to send it off the ceiling, and Juicy will hesitate and let Vati take over. Reset, probably going to be in the bag, but he's quickly bumped off the ball, and now we get to a little bit more of an even playing field.
Getting exactly what I want so far out of SSG. Chronic on the goal line. That's a nice pass across. Well cut out by Reveal, but KC, this is their first real look on the attack, and right now they have starved SSG out pretty heavily. They're owning the corner boost. Worst case for them, they need a big clear to get a little bit of breathing room, and there it is.
Finally, get something to the backboard, and Vati quickly to take over now with a full tank and some extra space due to its house demo. 50-50 will only go as far as Chronic, who's able to stop it entirely, and Juicy, although he will try to extend the play, will only have to pop it back midfield where the team will redevelop yet again. This one off the backboard, Juicy taken away by Chronic, and you're 100% on the money with this one. Exactly as you said, they're meeting these challenges, they are not shying away from them, and the defense, specifically from Chronic, as you mentioned before, is definitely coming to save SSG.
It's going to have to be coming from Chronic. He's definitely got the most experience, and I feel like he does a little bit better in facilitating than he does striking necessarily, so I feel like Chronic's got the tools to at least slow that KC attack and make the defensive follow-through a little bit easier for Diaz and Reveal to handle. But that being said, it's one thing to slow down KC, it's another thing to actually get your own attack started. You can play defense all you like, but if you're never shooting the ball, you're never going to win.
Yeah, it's a big thing we talked about in the last series as well of like, hey, a lot of teams can play up to the level of their opponents. Being able to overcome their opponents and actually rise to a level above them, good luck doing that against KC. Very few teams on the planet have ever been able to do that. So Space Station hanging on so far is almost a half a game now gone, and neither team actually been able to score here. So despite the various efforts on offense, KC might make me eat my words if not for Chronic. Great first save, can't find the second, and a towel opens us up.
You could just feel Carmine Corp just swirling around the box, going and stealing more corner boosts. Chronic, that's a great save, but unfortunately it doesn't get to safety. It just flies right back out in the middle of the box. A nice, easy put away for KC. 1-0, a good try from Space Station, but only able to find that one big clear one time, and unfortunately weren't able to get enough momentum behind them to break the KC attack, so a little tweak needed. But man, what a 50. KC just so cool and collected. Pass across the box, another great stop.
That one just a little bit wide. Otherwise, it would probably be 2-0 to Carmine Corps, and it still might be because they're still here lurking on offense. Juicy, full tank, a chance out of the corner. Be a heavier touch than he wanted as it goes straight to Diaz now, who can turn it into an air dribble. Flip reset, he'll get it, but it won't do much. As Chronic just has to back him up and try and send it to the backboard, where Juicy will clear this one out to midfield. And again, another offense for SSG, but it really doesn't result in much, and it never really looked like it was going to.
Gotta be careful, stay disciplined on defense, SSG. Feels like they might be getting a little bit antsy, like Diaz driving out of the net there when he's clearly beat to the ball. I mean, yeah, he finds a nice bump to give Chronic a little bit of a lane, so I guess it's gonna work out, but you gotta be careful. We're leaving the back line unattended, and that's a risky business to apply it.
I mean, hey man, you and I both have seen XPR coach long enough. He likes risk. He likes to have his teams play a little bit more jumpy than maybe some of the others, and I do think that's kind of been the bread and butter for this SSG team. They're good at surprising their opponents due to just being a little bit unpredictable, a little bit chaotic, and maybe that's how they're going to have to play in this series if they want to keep up with the Carmine Corps that have been able to outpace most other teams on the planet. So, look, I'm not the guy who's coaching them. I'm not the guy who's telling them what to do, but I also don't really have a solution either. It kind of feels like at this point, you throw what you can against Carmine Corps and hope something sticks.
Good stop from Chronic. That one's right side. Good stop from Reveal, but you're not wrong. I mean, you can't just sit there and play textbook Rocket League because you're not better than those three, so you have to take a little bit of risk. That's how it's got to be. You make a great point, Bass.
It's one of these things where I feel like so many people have tried to analyze me, like, this is how you beat Carmine Corps. This is what you do. And at the end of the day, man, I commend anybody who even tries. Like, it's legitimately, this team has so many different skill sets that it's really difficult to pinpoint where exactly you're going to break them down. And so far through game one, SSG has not been able to figure that out. 4.5 minutes gone. They do have an offense here, but with 20 seconds left, this might be their last offense of the game, and they're forced to restart.
But not bad. Still within one. Last chance, and you know they're going to send everything here.
Off the ceiling, and it's going to get bounced out to midfield again. Chronic on low boost would really like to be able to pick up that mid. He can't quite, and all he can do is send it towards his own net. This might end up being a goal for KC if they can keep this going, or if Diaz maybe can get it to his teammate to the backboard. Vati got to do a lot on very little boost, meaning Reveal can keep this up. Off the sidewall, Diaz is there, sends it straight to Juicy, who sends it to the ground. Carmine Corps will close out game one in shutout fashion, and I mean, hey, there were moments there for SSG that looked brilliant. They just felt a little disjointed.
Love that little bit of the back end touch from Carmine Corps just to throw that back into the corner. But that was a decent 0-sided chance. But what did we say in pregame, Bass? You ain't stopping Vati. You had a great chance there with 9-8 seconds. They broke through the midfield line. They got through the other two people, but who was the last man? He's ready. He had 100 boosts. He said, no, you're not getting through me. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. SSG keep it within 1. It was playable, but it was definitely a defensive game 1. So now you have to find some tweaks. What do you do? How much risk do you accept? You've realized that, look, maybe the full defense, not the route. At least it was playable, but do we have enough time in a best of 7 to try it again, or in a best of 5, excuse me, to try it again? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief. I mean, hey, look, there's a lot of things you can try against this team, and I think that's probably exactly why XP's in their ear, just kind of yelling at them like, hey, do this, this, and this, you know. Try something, man, because like you said, at a certain point, I mean, at risk of sounding like a Johnny Boy stream with the Vati propaganda here, it is almost impossible to take that dude down. Like, legitimately, he is unbelievably talented no matter where he is on the pitch, and with a whole team full of talents like that, Charming Core is going to continue to be a problem for SSG. What? Okay, that is the weirdest mix of a fake and Spanish kickoff I've ever seen. Well, I thought maybe SSG would be the ones pulling, you know, rabbit out of the hat, and apparently it's Charming Core off the kickoff.
Well, SSG has done 2 quite unconventional kickoffs, and I like the idea because I think the game plan is, look, we don't want to take as many... Whoops. And not too much you can do about this one. Forget about that kickoff because they're about to do another one, and I'm mostly just wondering if they're going to have another strat. But look at again, at Space Station, 3 people on their own half, everybody with 0 boost. No one's making that save back post.
And guess who's the one that facilitates it all? Could it be one of the best players of all time in Vati? What? No! Did he get a perfect pass off the backboard and then fake out the double touch so that it would open up space for his 2 teammates to shoot? No!
Surely
Who could have seen this coming? No way! Yeah, Vati, man, just a different level right now versus SSG, and unfortunately for SSG, if they want to try to get to that level, they gotta stop playing this much defense.
More double commit and another boost steal for Carmine Core. Here comes another attack. Reveal actually did pick up that midfield boost, so he should break this up. But this is not an easy ball to clear, and indeed, no one's going to make it back. It's happy accident that you get to break up the scoring chance, but if you create one in return, did you really stop it? Unfortunately, not this time. Juicy, wide open for him. 2-0.
They were able to hang on for a pretty decent amount of time in game number 1. I'm not exactly sure when the first goal came for Carmine Core, but it did come, and it was the only goal that they got. Game 2 is not the same thing. We have 2 goals in just underneath a minute at this point, and with another offense already for KC, kind of feels like they figured out SSG after game 1, and now they're kind of just doing the same thing over and over and just continuing to put the pressure on a team that, like we said, does not necessarily need any more pressure. It is already a scary scenario for SSG, but this will help make it a little bit easier. First goal for Space Station.
You know, I actually really love the shot placement choice from Chronic. High and tight, and the most important thing, it handcuffs 2 defenders because he put it slightly behind them and above them, so they have to kind of stop all the momentum, so no matter what touch they get on the save, it's not going to have a lot of power. It stays right in the box, lets the 3rd man come through and drive one into the net, gets him back within 1.
Tao, a lot of space to work with here, trying to get yet another offense started here for Carmine Core, and although SSG have found a way to fire back, like we've mentioned, they have spent far too much time on defense here, just continually getting pressed and pinned into their own half and trying to find escapes. This will not help them, and Vati will try to beat out Diaz, but Diaz just a little quicker to the ball. Same with the follow-up from Tao, and now SSG with some space to work with, and the outlet pass doesn't find its way to Diaz. Juicy has that one red, 2 ways to Sunday, cuts it out, and Carmine Core back on offense again.
It was a good touch from Juicy as well. He had limited boost, and he really needed that touch because it was going to be a great pass to another SSG player, ripped right side. Good save from Reveal. SSG once more on the defensive.
Woo. Good touch from Matau, man. That was clean. Again, Zen Touch been taking over all of Rlcs lately, and it's for moments like that where you can just kind of break down the pace of play and turn it into an individual play instead. Maybe you can do it again. Yeah, absolutely. Perfect first touch into a reset, trying for another, and accidentally gets in the way of Vati.
Juicy all alone, and again, another big stop on the midfield line. Juicy doing a lot of work to keep SSG boxed into their own half. Good for him.
Doing a great job as a team right now. All of SSG just looking for an escape, and with low boost on Chronic, I don't think they're going to find it here. The thing is, Reveal's got a full tank. What can he do with it? Get challenged immediately by Juicy, but no contact found, so some extra space for the youngster, so we can give it to the other rookie on the team, and Diaz, who's trying to get something started. Reveal can't get there before Juicy. Once again, Juicy stepping up big here in game 2, doing a good job of kind of taking these little bit of scary areas that maybe KC aren't guaranteed on and just kind of turning it into safety.
love the recognition from Vatira as well, knowing that Space Station is going to give that one up, thinking that he'll turn away, and Space Station has actually done a good job to work out of their own half, but this is where they've always kind of stalled out. It took a nice two-punch effort from Chronic. I believe it was Reveal who scored it earlier to really break KC down, but they just can't seem to box KC into their own half.
I mean, this is definitely a better version of SSG. It's probably the best that they've played so far throughout this series. The only problem is they gave up 2 goals in the first minute, so they've been playing from behind this entire time. They've only got about 90 seconds left, and although they did get the last goal, they're going to need another one just to COT. I'd also recommend taking the ball away from Juicy. He's having a heck of a second game, and he might get an assist as a reward for it. No, instead it is saved out, and Chronic now with a chance of his own. Space to work with, gets around Juicy, Diaz is bumping Vatira, and of course, despite chasing him literally from his own half, Fati still makes the save.
He still can't get him. He's chasing him into his own corner now, too. And now Diaz has 0 boost, and Vatira tries to shoot back post. Juicy's going to buy a lot of time. Way to keep your head on a swivel, Vatira. There's a reason that you won 2 seasons defensive MVP in the entire Rlcs. That guy knows. He can't get hit.
Blue wall, man, looking like a wall right now. This defense is almost uncrackable unless you just leave it open. I know there were bumps on the defense, but we gotta be missing something here.
Yeah, Juicy got cut. That's a great job. Reveal actually ended up in front of Juicy on the back wall, landed, and actually beat Juicy to the floor, so he just lands under him, stops him from recovering cleanly and having an opportunity. KC's third man obviously expecting that his team was going to be able to make something happen, but what can you say? You get the... Oh, just kidding. We have a pause. Now here's the question. Does the goal stand?
I'm kind of curious about this, actually. I'm not really sure. We got some questions about what it could be for. We got some questions about what the reasoning could be. Hey, Fonzie's got some questions, too. Looking around the monitor like, what's going on?
Guess it depends. I don't know what the issue is. Is it on Space Station side? What side is it on? I guess we'll find out in time. Patience is a virtue, as they say. But I have to imagine that goal stand. It looked pretty legit.
Right. Like, I have to think so. I don't know what could have technically happened during the goal that could have said otherwise. Maybe Juicy DCs, and that's why he's in the goal stationary and the ability for Reveal to bump him. Again, a lot of coulda, woulda, shoulda theoreticals, but I'd have to imagine that's going to end up standing. I'd like it to, for the sake of let's keep this game close.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Either way, Space Station Gaming, I think it was a solid attack, but one way or the other, we will find out. KC just hanging out, being Ruby, Space Station. Looking around, what's the issue, guys? It's a mic issue, apparently, so we should be restarting soon, so I highly doubt that there will be any reason for that goal to come off the board, but so far, I think I've got a pretty solid read. I like Space Station Gaming's approach. I mean, I know it's defensive, and it's a little bit passive, right? But at the same time, I think the logic of, hey, if we're within 1, we can score at any time. So I don't hate the look here from Space Station. They know they're going to get boxed in. It's just a matter of, hey, let's find 1 or 2 good breakouts and really focus on converting them. Got to focus on quality over quantity, no doubt, for them. And they have done just that.
There's definitely a better version. Again, the biggest thing for Space Station is being able to adapt against a team that is probably one of the most adaptable teams on the planet. The good thing for them is the goal will stand. They're going to keep it rolling here at 2-2 with 42 to go. Space Station got to be thankful that no matter the tech pause there, they will get a chance here in Game 2 to tie us up. Not a lot of time for them to find another, and not a lot of time to make some mistakes. Dangerous play, and Reveal just has to make the save against the Tau.
And Reveal dodging the incoming bump as well, but there's another boost steal for Vatira. It's just been all series long, munching on those Space Station corner boosts, pushing them out, and Juicy left that one. He missed it, but Vatira got it, so it's all okay. Off the ceiling flip reset as slow as possible, trying to drive it near post to Tau. Actually, double tap? Thought he was going to try and shoot. Either way, KC might give one up here in the last seconds as Reveal has a free ball.
Chance now as he takes it straight to the sky. He's got to get around 2, but they both jump, so a chance for Chronic to keep this alive, if not for getting bumped by the third player on Carmine. Now we head to overtime. Game 2 in a 2-2 game feels pretty poetic, and it also feels like, could we get 1 normal kickoff? Like, literally 1.
I don't hate it. You got to have something in the bag. You got to think that if we're going to beat KC in an overtime with cheeky kickoff strat at the right time, could do it. Chronic with a great redirect chance, and it's wide.
just a little off the mark, and you know that if this game ends up going to KC, they're going to be looking back at that one and just wondering what could have been. A great opening chance for SSG, but now a chance on the other end here for Carmine Corps. Off the backboard to commit for SSG, which is going to leave them a little bit low on boost now and in an awkward position as this one comes from the corner. Reveal to send it out to midfield, but again, boosted up is Juicy. Time, space, and a good air dribble. This one off the backboard, and again, Reveal will get it out. The difference this time, though, Diaz, a lot of boost and a lot of space, and same with his teammate in Reveal. SSG not getting boost starved nearly as much as they were in regulation.
That's a good touch from Diaz as well. Forces KC to drive it out of the corner, makes the approach a little one-dimensional. You know, the ball can only go one way. They do sweep in, but Vatira gets his own boost, dives for it, and Juicy getting muscled as well. Space Station starting to get a grip here in overtime.
Oh, chance there as well. Vati got a stretch with the little boost that he had in order to make the save. But he does, and the game will play on. But maybe only momentarily, because Chronic a chance here, and it's still not enough. SSG, they're holding on to this offense, but yeah, eventually they're going to have to retreat. Everybody going back for boost, and it gets awkward, but they still make the save.
Nice vanilla tap, but has to give the ball up. Chronic, where do you go with it? Straight dead red. That was never going to be any good, but you never know. May catch him sleeping.
Not sure what the plan was for SSG on that one. Reveal does eventually make the challenge, but there's already a player there. Yeah, maybe just play it a little bit more patiently. Maybe just let Chronic double touch. That one won't make it, but again, the starvation of boost starting to get to KC until Atao obviously gets the corner, and then for some reason Vati can still get it downfield, 0 boost. And of course, Juicy on a 0 boost challenge still successfully wins it, and KC somehow escaped the scenario again.
Nice air dribble, breaks through one. I'll call that 1.5 with it straight up and staying on SSG's half. A nice 50 from Juicy. Almost gets a pretty pass into the middle. Vatira has to give it up. Space Station will break out.
That's I think the biggest difference right now is it feels like KC are willing to let these offenses that aren't really going to turn into much kind of drop. SSG recognize that with the limited opportunities they have had on offense, they need to do the most with every single one that they get, and they need to make sure that it's a quality shot. So not really backing off as quickly, but they're also still retreating in defense in a pretty quick fashion, so it's doing its job. Nothing quick about this game, though. We're 3 minutes extended into overtime. If not for maybe Vati doing something special here. No Reveal will meet him to the challenge. Now it's Juicy's turn to try to get around Diaz. He cannot, and back out to midfield it will go. Reveal does not hesitate. SSG definitely feeling more comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely the right approach from KC as well. Calm, cool, collected. You're already ahead in the series. That one's left side and straight in the net. Reveal hits a banger.
That is what is required in order to be able to beat KC. A banger of a shot from the sidewall. Reveal, he barely seems to react to that. It's business as usual. Maybe we're talking about the nerves for SSG more than we should be.
I'm surprised you can even see the net with a mop top in his face, but hey, baby, great shot. That's all that matters. As long as it goes in the net, I don't think SSG cares. And you're right. They don't really seem all too happy about it. They're like, great, good shot. Proceed.
Ooh, we won. Yay. Like, that's basically the reaction we just got. So, again, I mean, it's part of it must be that SSG is realizing that it's like, if they don't win this series, like, they're out of this group. They can't be celebrating like, oh, we got to win. We need to win the whole series in order to be able to really make this turn into something. So it's already an improvement for SSG. They got swept yesterday. Taking one off of Carmine Corps, it's got to at least feel good.
Definitely has to feel good. You get your first win on land, and you tie up the series. So now you're in decent shape. Advantage game here for whoever wins going into Game 3. KC elect not to take their timeout. They're just going to take their 60 seconds and go right on into the next one. And honestly, I don't think you really have to change too much in KC's world. Maybe a little bit of extra physicality, because I feel like that's the one missing piece, right? Because they've already got all those boost deals. They can definitely box Space Station Gaming in. There's no doubt about that. I think you throw in a little extra wrench of a little extra physicality, and I think Space Station might collapse defensively here in Game 3 if that's what they elect to do.
There's a chance. We know Carmine Corps are so quick to adapt. This blue wall can either be a wall on defense or it can be a battering ram on offense through physicality, through good shots, through really a myriad of different options. And it kind of seems like right now, KC and SSG turning out to be the closer of the two matches here in Group C. If you guys just saw the update, Twisted Minds down 0-2 versus Vitality.
Oof. Tough stuff for Twisted Minds, as that one's right side. A lot of pace, but not enough. Reveal with a good save, and Tao squeezing again. There's a bump from Vatira. Maybe a second one on the net with a fake combined as well. Great discipline on Space Station's behalf.
But I'm starting to notice a trend here with the games we've had so far on the alt stream today. These teams can't keep making these last-second saves be a consistent defense. Right? Well, maybe not. I don't know, man. Fury were able to do it for a full 5 games. SSG have been able to do it for at least 2 games. They're now going through the third, making saves as well. So, again, it may feel a little last second. It may feel like a last-ditch effort, but Space Station Gaming are keeping this in a pretty clean rotation and are doing it every time.
As long as you get there, that's all that matters. Chronic dodges the bump, gets up to the backboard to make a nice save as well. Space Station's first chance here in Game 3 to start the attack. Chronic starting to try and get physical in the KC box as well. Space Station starting to advance slowly but surely. Stutter step on the wall, takes a 50, popped into the middle, and no help, has to do it himself. Diaz can't find the trigger pull to get it all the way home.
Diaz doing his best Lost impression on that one. He's like, I'm going to break down the pace of play, and then they're going to give me an opening. The only problem, they never gave him an opening. Multiple players from KC prepared to follow up those attacks, and even although he was able to beat the first man, he did not beat the second. They're not going to beat the second on this one either, and a long ball downfield means Vati's got to stretch. He'll get there, but it's going to require most of his tank, so probably not a chance to escape out of the half, and that's a huge difference from SSG. Notice they did not force that 50. They were like, all right, we're boosted up. We're ready on defense. Sure, let's let the offense die. We can just restart.
Man, it's a greedy move, though. I mean, you let the guy with no boost break out all the way out of his half and take a free 50. It's a dangerous game to play if you just let them clear the ball for free, especially when chances have come at a premium throughout the series so far. But ultimately, no harm, no foul. We'll see if it pays dividends. Vatira gets turned to dust. And Diaz actually going to play this back towards his own wall and let Atao try and challenge him, and he gets crushed and thankfully not straight in the net.
That a pinch all the way downfield? It is, and unsurprisingly, Vati is somehow prepared for that. Vatira going to make a fantastic save, and now maybe give a chance to Atao and Juicy, who both get beat out by SSG. Starting to notice a little bit of a trend here. You were saying it was going to be Chronic who needs to step up. I'm thinking it's Diaz right now, man. He is on another level, and my bad, Chronic. I'm sorry. That was my bad, man. I was just saying you might not be the guy, and then you make a brilliant save. Maybe Reveal would also like to get in the combo. We haven't said his name all too much, but he's leading the charge on offense, and an offense that will die quickly.
A nice breakup from Diaz, lending Chronic a helping hand on the back line. And how about that clear downfield to Reveal? Can he get the flip reset? It's just wide. What a try, though.
Oh, fantastic stuff from Reveal downfield. Again, he was the one who ended the OT last time, and he might be the guy to get the first goal of Game 3 off the backboard. It's denied, but you can't deny Reveal. Long sigh from Vati. He knew that one should have been cleared.
Great pace management, and Vati can't believe it. He's like, what? He chopsticked it on the wall? Come on, man. That's got to be pinched to the corner. This game is rigged. Nah, I'm kidding. Good shot, Space Station.
They rigged the game in favor of SSG. Why? To make Group C a little spicy. Entirely a joke at this point, but I'm going to be real. KC might start to be thinking that, man. They might be like, what do we have to do? Like, everything's going in their favor. Every little bounce is starting to go SSG's way. And as we mentioned before, this really was not the expected outcome. We were talking in the green room getting ready for this one. We're like, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a 3-0. SSG, they had other options. Apparently, I just need to not pick an A, and then they actually play that well, you know? Oh, you kidding?
They found the bump, and then they tried to do too much, wanted the extra power, and they ended up shooting it right at the defender. KC found the opening they wanted. Tough, but on the other side of the coin, they still have 60 seconds to work with, so probably not going to be too upset about that, but that's the way she goes sometimes.
I mean, 60 seconds to work with. 4 minutes, they haven't made anything work. This has been a long game. It's a shutout so far, and Chronic's looking to only add damage. But now 1v1 Vati. Heck of a flick, but Diaz is fully boosted and prepared. Again, those last-second saves for SSG, they just seem ready to make all of them. And now Juicy has to restart the offense again. Vati's got to go into his own corner, where he's already getting challenged by Reveal. And that awkwardness that KC just can't seem to develop plays is only continuing.
Nice speed. Oh, and it's wide. Atao got to be in, and it's off the bar. The follow-through can't make it either. KC so close, but it's gone Bagan a second time.
How is this still a 1-0 game? KC, how many have gone off the woodwork at this point? That ping going to be ingrained in their heads. It'll be in their nightmares if they can't get one here. Atao, no connection as I don't know if he missed or what happened, but but KC, they got to be wondering what happened in this series. They'll get one more chance otherwise. SSG, wait a minute, reveal, gets it to the ground. SSG up 2-1 over Carmine Corps.
KC gonna be extremely frustrated. And look at the little grin from Chronic on, on the left side of the screen. He's like, yeah, we know we had him. I love to see that. Good stuff from Space Station. You are 2/3 of the way there. I think they stole game 2, survived game 3, and just like that, KC on the brink of dropping one that they feel should have been no problem. And I think a lot of people feel it would be no problem. But that's what Stacks likes to say, right? That's why we play the games. You gotta prove it.
So day 1 was pretty straightforward. Everybody, the teams that we expected to do well, did well. The teams that didn't do well, didn't do well. Day 2, they went, oh, this is the script. Shred, 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 throw away. Like, literally everything that we thought could happen today has been just thrown out, and all of the craziest timelines are apparently happening. Because, again, while this is going on here on the alt stream, on the main broadcast, they're currently broadcasting Twisted Minds versus Vitality, who look to have Vitality now 3-0 sweep Twisted Minds, which then throws this entire group in a disarray, and who knows what happens.
Oh, it could be absolute madness in Group C as well as B out of nowhere, but KC actually not opting to take the timeout. I think that's actually the right move. I don't think I want to make any changes. I think they're still playing the better game. It's just they failed to hit the finish button, and they know they're capable of it. I like the composure.
I better have composure, because otherwise it's the last thing that they do in this series. Game number 4 on Utopia Coliseum. If SSG can win this one, they'll close out the series with not only a victory over KC, but a 3-1 victory at that. It's not going to be easy. Like we said, KC have been knocking on the door of a goal for what feels like forever. Yes, they got shut out in the last game, but shut out KC in one game once? Yeah, good on you. Shut them out in 2 games in a row? Good luck, son, on that one. However, if Chronic can just do this, it'll get a lot easier.
Chronic, and again, he's pulling out multiple defenders on the net. Chopped one towards reveal and bumped out of the box. The Tau with a nice free and easy clear. It cost all his boost, but he will get a decent pinch and nice speed from Juicy. Space Station stopping KC at the midfield line. This is what we were hoping for. How long does it last? A nice fake and a far post shot. Great vision from reveal to understand where the help was, even if the shot from the first guy doesn't actually happen.
I got it again. I don't normally think we're complimenting SSG specifically for their defense, but this series, that's where most of the compliments have gone. It's just been impressive to see them make these saves over and over again in what look to be surefire goals for Carmine Corps, and they just can't convert on most of them. Meanwhile, Chronic, he's starting to do stuff like this as air dribbles have gotten better the longer the series has gone on, and again, just not hesitating on defense. Oh, okay, well, maybe should have hesitated for a half a second there. It maybe would have given you a touch on the ball. Diaz trying to make up for it and actually doesn't get a touch on the ball again. Calm down, SSG. You guys have played great defense. No need to throw it away by desperately diving.
It's great comms, though, from SSG. They throw up those early hands. The first guy comes up empty, so the second guy jumps early, and everyone on KC sees that second guy jump, so they think, oh, I guess he's just going to clear it. And they all leave, but the comms come out and say, hey, no one's pressing, so you just let the ball bounce, and you've got no pressure. Chronic bottom right, no good, just wide. And Juicy will find a clear KC to start the attack again.
They're trying their best right now to kind of pick apart defense for K. Oh, that's just going to go in. All right, I was going to say, they're trying to pick apart this defense by just throwing stuff to the backboard, or you just throw it out mid and Chronic can't get to the ball in time.
Yeah, he had a good effort at it, but I don't think he was ever winning that race. But he had to try and make it as easy as possible for the third man. It's 3 whiffs from Space Station. 1 at the midfield line, 1 at the top of the box, and then 1 in the net. So what are you going to do? KC up 1-0. A lot of game left to be played, though.
All right, well, the result is in. Vitality 3-0 sweeping Twisted Minds, the arguably greatest player of the Open era, looking like he might get eliminated in group stage, especially with the way the results are going right now here in this Carmine Corps versus SSG game. Man, Group C, group of death, and maybe the demise of some teams we were not anticipating out of this group.
And nice win for Vitality, no doubt. Twisted Minds got to be rattled. That puts them at 0-2, and they're hoping for SSG to pull off the upset now and looking for some 3-way tie shenanigans.
There's a chance, especially if SSG keep playing like this. They're doing a great job. Yes, they are down 1-0, but I don't think that my confidence in them is swayed whatsoever, or at least not yet, especially when Chronic is doing a good job of dancing around in the corner. Tira will make the challenge and get it off the ceiling to himself. The reset, though, cut out by Reveal. Here comes the Tau to get involved in the play. Juicy, though, had to at least retreat to midfield. He didn't have any boost, so he had to back up just a little bit, which gives now a chance for SG. I was going to say to break out. That challenge from Chronic makes no contact, and it looks like even more offense here for the blue wall.
And you think a little bit more about game differential as well. Juicy towards net. Chronic with a stop. Can't make a second one. Vatira makes it 2-0. And I'm about to say game differential is important here. If Space Station wins 3-1, that's big for the potential final standings if they pull off the upset. But right now, looking like KC might fight all the way back to Game 5, which will definitely not do any favors to Twisted Mind's chances or Space Station's.
You said it yourself. I mean, they decided not to take the timeout in between games here, and it was the right call, as you anticipated. The confidence was there. They knew they didn't need to change much. They just needed to continue to play the same gameplay, and eventually something was going to work. These quick follow-ups, it made a huge difference as both Juicy and Vatira just assisting each other and getting a goal. They're doing a great job of just keeping that pressure on, of turning this offense into the usual for Carmine Corps. This is a lot more the version of themselves we expected. You can tell it in their cams. They're hyping each other up after every goal. The confidence has returned, and that is a scary place to be if you are Space Station. You do not want this team finding their mechanics, finding their confidence, and clicking like they usually do.
It's all about contextualization. You have to think about what kind of goal Space Station scored, right? It was a huge, redirect from reveal far post. It was a nasty shot, and you just had that awkward. I don't remember what the second goal was now that I'm thinking about it.
Like pinch off the bar where reveal was kind of like.
Yeah. And then, so you think about the chances that Space Station created. It took an absolute banger to even get in the advantage position. So it's like, well, we don't anticipate, very many of those happening, right? So you can kind of say, do we really need to take a break, or are we just not actually that worried? Because what are the odds that, Space Station just keeps peaking on you? It's not very high.
They played the odds, and it looks like the odds are going to be in their favor. 18 seconds to go on what could be a shutout victory for Carmine Corps. And again, just righting the wrongs at this point, considering the rest of the series does not look like the vintage Carmine Corps that we know and love. KC making a huge rebound play here in Game 4 to force a Game 5. All right, well, to everybody yesterday who was like, hey, man, we need to see some closer games here on the alt stream, you're getting them. 2 Game 5s in a row. Maybe a goal for the road. No, of course not. It's saved on the line. But Carmine Corps will force a Game 5, a decision maker here for both these teams, potentially live or die for Space Station Gaming.
And does Space Station take their time out here? I wonder. I mean, they might just say, screw it, let's play Game 5. I mean, no reason to take a stop. If you're not certain what changes you want to make as a coach here, I'm not sure you call it, but he does seem to want it anyway. So maybe the team just likes the composure as well. Say, let's get ready for Game 5. Doesn't matter what happened in Game 4. It's only 5 minutes. We know we can beat these guys, but I'm glad to see that I don't think there's a wrong answer for your timeout choice here. You can either take it if you want, if the team likes it, or if you let it go, I think that's also perfectly fine.
I think it's really big to take a timeout in a moment like this. I think specifically for Diaz and for Reveal, who again are much younger in terms of both the actual age as well as also just how much experience they have in environments like this, especially when they're kind of needing to get a win like this. Obviously, like we've talked about with Reveal and Diaz, they have played on land before, but they've never really been able to, ascend to the heights that I think a lot of people believe they are capable of. Chronic's done it before, so he probably knows how to just kind of calm himself in a scenario like this. He's worked on various teams, he's played on various orgs, he knows what it's like to be in moments like this. Reveal and Diaz, this is probably just Xperia in their ears going, hey man, here's what went wrong, here's what went right, here's how you can adjust that. Just straight up, like nobody's saying anything. They're just listening to Xperia, hearing what he's got to say, and I bet you he's got a lot to say, because as much as we were saying Game 3 was the best we had seen of Space Station, Game 4 was definitely the worst we've seen from them.
That is a good point, though. I mean, it can help to just settle down, reestablish what you want to happen in Game 5. Here's what we want to come out with. But as they say, the best plan only survives as long as it takes to get popped in the mouth, right? So I think that first minute, very telling here. If KC come out of the gates storming, that discipline might get a little shaky, might go back to that Game 1 where we're kind of diving out of the net and leaving things, and I don't know if that's really what you want to be playing as Space Station. I don't know if risk is the way to go here for Game 5. You've proven that you had something there in Games 3 and 2 especially, so Game 5 got away from you a little bit, but not by much. It was 2 goals. You had a couple of looks on net, so it's okay. KC was always a good team, as I like to say. They get paid too. So you're up against good opposition. You never know how hard it's going to be. So Game 5, I love the first minute, 90 seconds to really get a feel for who's dialed in.
Risk versus reward, the name of the game for Space Station, for Carmine Corps. This was supposed to be another day at the office. Instead, they find themselves now here in Game 5 versus Space Station Gaming. Winner will take the whole series, and for Space Station Gaming, like you said, holding on early is the key to victory, and Chronic just can't get it out the net.
Within a great couple of bumps. He got 2 bumps on the net. Chronic, that's a great save, but oh, the panic. No one was actually there. You tipped it in here on the net. And Vatira's just sitting there shaking his hands at his controller like, what are you doing, Chronic?
That's not going to feel good for Chronic, because like you said, there was definitely an opportunity for him to get it out of the net a second time, for somebody else to get it out of the net a second time. Space Station, you said everybody's got great plans until they get hit in the mouth. Space Station, that's your one uppercut you can take. Do not take another.
Yeah, the next one might just put you right out, that's for sure, as now Tao's trying to get a little spicy, a little fake, juicy, trying to jam it. Here comes more boost steals. Actually, nothing there that time, but KC picking up right where they left off in Game 1, you know, just squeeze into the corner, steal the boost, make life difficult. Don't overcomplicate it.
Oh, this is not great for Space Station. A lot of extra space being given to Carmine Corps on defense right now. Kind of feels like they're starting to shy away from challenges and maybe make some decisions they should not. A lot of space for Vatira here. What's he going to do? Flip, reset, looking for a pass out. It won't happen. Diaz finally to settle Space Station and maybe return them to somewhat of a norm.
Ooh, but Juicy has to race here with 0. It's not quite easy. That's a great pickup from Tao. How about that ball down to Juicy, who picked up the midfield line? I mean, it's got to feel so good to know that even when you have 0 boost and you can't make a play, the guy behind you is just going to step up and make a huge clear for you. I mean, that level of pressure relief is so confidence boosting on the pitch.
It's been what's made Carmine Corps into one of the most threatening teams in the history of Rlcs. It made it so difficult for teams to stop players like Juicy, even in moments like that. Space Station Gaming doing their best to hang on here, but this is definitely looking like shades of the earlier parts of this series, where Carmine Corps just had them pinned into their half, constantly putting pressure, constantly stealing boost, and giving very little room for escape for SSG. They'll finally find one here and reveal. Still can't even find an extra touch off the sidewall, and Vatira sends Carmine Corps back into the orange half again. Chance now for something to get started for SSG. This one pops up to Diaz. Diaz, again, can't really do much with this ball. It's just constant pressure from Carmine Corps out of midfield, and the Tao tries to get something started in front of the net. It won't go further than the net, and then immediately pop back out to midfield. So Space Station's starting to get those escapes. It always feels like somebody for Carmine Corps is back and prepared. Tira trying to drag this one back out to midfield. We are halfway through the game now, and that one goal that came early is the only one on the board so far.
Good squeeze again from Carmine Corps. That's a nasty clear, though. And who else but Vatira is back there will give his life for it. Fair's fair. Make a good save, get to go back on the attack. All things equal, still feels like Carmine Corps in the driver's seat. Space Station really haven't got their hands dirty on the attack yet here in Game 5.
Maybe something, and apparently nothing. All right, Diaz had one good challenge out of midfield, and apparently that is all that Space Station will get. They'll launch another one to the opposite corner, hoping to get around a Tao, and he just kind of dances around. Maybe he even gets a goal if he can find the reset. At least find it out to his teammate in Juicy, and you can see it's starting to get a little more aggressive for Space Station. I think they're realizing the time is ticking away. Just underneath 100 to play. If they don't get this offense now, they may never get the chance.
Ooh, chance, Chronic, 0 boost, got the flip, and Juicy just long clear with 0 boost. That's the right way. Force Space Station to give the space up, and look at the double commit on the line. Chronic is going to need some boost. Reveal takes the corner. Chronic very disciplined, picking up the small pads. Good for him. You're right, fast time ticking. Close to a minute.
Getting more and more nervous for Space Station right now. It kind of feels like a lot of the momentum, a lot of the hype that they were building through the last couple of games has all but deflated. They do not seem to have the same sort of vigor that they had in games 2 and 3, and even in game 4, where they definitely didn't have their best version, but it kind of felt like they were at least getting more opportunities than what we're seeing now. A lot of the offense they built goes nowhere. This one goes to the back of the net. Out of absolutely nowhere. I did not think this would even be a shot.
It had a blue trail on it, so what happened? Oh, it tipped off a Juicy's car. I'm not sure that really mattered. I don't think that really added speed. I think it was kind of just that it technically hit the hitbox kind of thing. But that's a great placed ball, top left corner. I think everybody on Carmine Corp thought there was going to be a challenge there. It just ended up going straight into the net. The tape will tell you more, though.
Hey, man, they'll take what they can get. At this point, SSG is like, I don't care if it's the ugliest goal of all time. A goal is a goal. It's a way back in. And after getting shut out in the previous game, it's got to feel good after 9 minutes without a goal to finally find one. It could send us to another overtime, if not for Reveal. Trying something there. Diaz will do the same. And same with Reveal off the backboard. Dude, he has been cherry-picking in the best of moments.
Hey, he's trying to come out of nowhere, throw something Carmine Corp's not expecting at them. That's a good strat. And that's a huge bump. Chance ball into the middle. Juicy back to the corner. Vatira met at the point of contact. Big clear from SSG. Another OT looming.
Chance, though, for SSG maybe to end this in regulation. Or for Juicy, full field air triple and end this one as well. Nope, Chronic's going to challenge him early, and I think this ball not going to hit the ground. Reveal's going to let it go. That could end up being a mistake. Luckily, oh, it still may be a mistake. That one's in the corner. Juicy off the ceiling. Where's his teammate? Not there in time. Another classic here on the alt stream. KC, SSG, game 5, overtime, and we get the double fake kickoff.
Bang! You put it in, Reveal.
No.
Oh, you missed.
Not one single normal kickoff throughout this entire series. Actually, maybe one, but I can't even remember it. And, oh, this series might not be one to remember if it ends that quickly. No, instead, both teams get a chance here in OT. Neither one to convert, but Reveal, that's a great first touch. Baits out a towel on the follow-up, but not a lot of boost on Diaz. He has to go back to get it, so Chronic has to make the first challenge. That allows Vatira now to get something started for KC. And Reveal will carry it out, but that's a weird double commit from SSG. Thankfully, they get a touch, though, so it doesn't get punished.
Vatira, I think he's going to want that one back. He knew he had all the time in the world, just couldn't quite get the touch he wanted. But that being said, his team is still swarming on the SSG half, and that one goes across net harmlessly. Atauk not able to work through contact and get it on frame.
Good chump from Juicy, though. He's going to intercept that one and not allow it to turn into much. This could turn into something, though, with a good 50 from Reveal, and neither of his teammates are going to jump for it. Instead, Tao, free airspace. Tira now to take the same airspace, but they kind of just use all their boost and do nothing with it. Bit uncharacteristic from Carmine Chorus. You'd think they would try to develop it into something, but instead, forced into their half, forced to restart, and now forced to watch Diaz take this off the sidewall. Gets around one. The bump, though, not found on Vatira, so he will make the save and the extra touch to send it back into the SSG half. Both teams getting their chances here in OT, but nothing really developing on either side.
Yeah, Vati definitely getting a workout on that back line, having to keep the head on the swivel constantly and respect some shots on target. It's not been easy back there for him. Pass across, open net, and it's just one. KC should have had it.
Casey should have had it once, twice, 3 times over so far here in OT. Again, uncharacteristic. The only word I can use for the play we've seen from KC so far throughout this game. The rest of the series, relatively clinical. Game 4 definitely proved they were back to that form, but they haven't been in that form for a minute. Saves like that, though, will help them out. Good fake from Juicy afterwards as well. He's got some boost in a flick, not even around Chronic. Tried to get it past them, but SSG, as we said, the longer the series has gone on, the more prepared they've been on defense for every attack that KC throws at them.
That's a spicy ball for Tao. He gives it up, pass across the box. Diaz didn't feel like he could commit to it, wanted to be a little safe. Vatira will just break them out, steal a corner boost. Chronic takes a hard 50 chip backward. Juicy can't react. And KC will reset themselves here, but definitely a firm grip on the attack now with a miscue like that from SSG, and Reveal rightly so, punting the ball just to try and get a little bit of room.
Oh boy, and I was gonna say, nobody really back for that play, dude. I'm starting to get flashbacks of KC versus FaZe, man. For that miss off the backboard was feeling very first killer-esque, and oh my goodness! So with that, had that gone in, what is happening? SSG, you should have had your ship sunk 7 times over.
Hey man, as I like to say, ball don't lie, right? I mean, Reveal should have pitted in off the kickoff in OT, so Carmine Corp misses a shot or 2 at OT. All's fair. It's all even as far as I'm concerned. Now someone gets to make a play.
If SSG manages, man, they are getting away with highway robbery. Like, this is insane. I have no idea how they have survived this long. The ball may not lie, but goodness me. I'd be lying if I told you I'm feeling confident in SSG right now. This is getting weird quickly, and the more we see Karmine Corps get these shots, it feels like something's going to have to hit. Could it be this one? Vatira, steal and boost in the corner. It's a smart play.
Oh, what a breakthrough.
And it might give an assist to attack. Great fake, and that'll do it. KC, it took him a lot. You can tell that that win meant the world to them. What a game 5.
Oh man, talk about Vatira just beating everybody. He dodged the bump on that chip out of the corner, got the extra touch over the second attacker, and then he finds a way to score after the third man can't figure out the follow through, and SSG rightfully frustrated. But hey man, Karmine Corps had your number all series. We know you made it close, but it was always going to be a tough one, but you can hang your head on that one. It was a good series from you, SSG. Maybe next time.
I got a feel for Space Station Gaming, man. That has got to be a heartbreaker, because you're saying, hey, maybe next time. Unfortunately, next time will probably not be this major. The odds of them being able to make it out of the group stage, actually, I think it's technically confirmed that they cannot. The best outcome they can get here is 1-2 if they win their next matchup, considering both Karmine Corps and Vitality are now 2-0. Both of them, I think, are confirmed to make it through. And, dude, that also means confirmed Twisted Minds also not making it out of the group stage.
Devastating for Twisted Minds, but well played, Karmine Corps. I mean, it's always got to feel good to just lock it down immediately, and we can all just move on with our day. So the only thing on the line now in Group C is who gets to be in the upper bracket and who gets to be in the lower bracket. But at the same time, there's value in that as well. Of course, the extra life, pretty huge. So well played, both teams. SSG, you gave it a good go. Group of Death was in fact brutal, but day 2, a better start at least.
Better start, unfortunately, probably not the finish they were hoping for. Again, SSG, they're going to have to join the crowd for the rest of the weekend in Boston, and they're not going to be able to play this one out. Great series from them, though. Again, you have to give the compliments, man. Incredibly impressive play from Space Station Gaming. However, it, like we said, will probably make no difference what happens in their next series now as a result. Change the difference between 3rd and 4th. There's a lot of RLCS points on the line and a lot of money on the line and a lot left to go through here today. That is only our second match here on the Alt Stream. When we return, we've got even more action here for the RLCS 26 Boston Major. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Okay, the plumber's fixing that burst pipe. We should be all set.
Good thing you're protected 24/7 with your home and auto bundle from Progressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right caption to post about this.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try, Tuesdays are cray.
You know, technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online.
I totally believe you.
Life is meaningless without affirmation, am I right?
So I make a motto. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
Book your trip at meetboston.com.
some Yeah, you check for my vitals, think I need revival. Broken down and fading, my heart keeps breaking. surface till we bleed. And when all the love had been depleted, we had but no choice to concede. As the stars were dancing in their line, the past that we could never run. Oh, they were dancing way up high. Stars were dancing in their line, the future we will never run. Dirt on our feet was bone dry, it was bone dry. I ran away with you to seize the night. When ashes dropping down, we step aside. I ran away with you to seize the night. When ashes dropping down, we step aside. Smoke is scanning to the sky. You can't believe your senses. You think you've seen it all until you open your eyes. I never wanna be alone. This place is cursed. I want you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the alternate stream for the Boston Major. Man, 2 matches achieved, both of them going to game 5. My heart is still beating out of my chest after that SSG KC match. That was so winnable for for SSG.
Yeah, it was close, but unfortunately not enough, and mathematically I believe eliminated as well, because the best they can do now is 1 and 2, and the other 2 teams in that group have 2-0s. You can see them, Team Vitality and Karmine Corps. Huge win for Team Vitality over Twisted Minds. Well done there. My Dark Horse team eliminated far before their time. I am sad, but that's the way she goes.
And we're not even halfway through our day. We're getting into our 3rd match here very soon. And we're going to be jumping into Group A again to finish off those last couple of matches. NRG versus 5 Years is what's coming up. And everyone thought, you know, Group C was going to be that big group of death, but that seems more cut and dry than every other group that seems to have some potential tiebreaker scenarios. But Group A is starting to look pretty cut and dry. But here's what to expect on the mainstream coming up.
Yeah, some good stuff showing up. MIBR and Gentlemates. Some MIBR looked pretty good yesterday, and obviously GK and Falcons, the fight for the #1 seed. Some good matches coming up.
I'm really excited to see if OCE can step up to NIP. And up next for us, like I said, is 5 Years versus NRG. So can NRG have a clean sweep, perfect Group A experience? I'm really excited. 5 Years, unfortunately for them, already eliminated, but they have the chance to do the funniest thing. So I think this could still be a really fun match. Just a really fun group of guys too, coming all the way from SSA, who looked really competitive against NIP at the very start of day 1, and those first 2 games were especially close.
Yeah, a couple of real good showings for 5 Years. Not quite there yet. Power was also a tight matchup yesterday, but just couldn't find a way to win. OT loss, then a loss by 1 goal, and then shut out in game 3. That's the way she goes sometimes. And now the cream of the crop, you play the current world champions in NRG, but that just means one thing: you give it your A game. There's nothing quite like testing yourself against the current best in the world, and I'm here to see it.
And that guy that was on your screen, Guns, the young gun on that squad, he was doing it all. Offense, defense, he was the one to watch, spending so much time in the air. And Snowy has also been scoring so much. This is a group of guys that SSA is no longer just this one-team region. They send a bunch of stacked players, whatever. It was a fight between them and the Pioneers for this very spot. And although they're split, or I guess this major is over for them, they could still go out kicking and screaming. And now that there's no stakes besides double your prize pool, which is also nice, they could really throw this NRG team for a loop.
Yeah, they're going to have to do it against one of the best to do it. Daniel with a new haircut. Not that it looks that much different than his old one, but that's okay. It's a haircut nonetheless. Now, we will see if they can get anything done against the three-headed Hydra that is the world champions. And hopes, obviously, not super high. But that's not what it's about. It's about seeing what you can do against them.
Yeah, guaranteed championship Sunday, that top 6, the upper side of the bracket. And Daniel said in an interview he felt like they had a slow start, but then they got it going. And all the teams have really improved and have leveled up for this event. So the competition has been very tough, and NRG have been respecting that, but they've also been able to stick to their game, play their game, and no one's been forcing them off of it.
It's the nice part about being the World Championship team. Yes, you have a target on your back. Everybody gives it their best versus you, which can be difficult. As they say, it's the hardest to stay on top. But at the same time, you also earn a lot of respect, and it feels like pretty much anyone you play against, people are going to believe whatever you go for. That gives you a lot of leeway. So NRG, like you said, feels like they start off slow. If I'm starting off slow and I'm going 3-1 against regional champions, and game 4 is a 5-1 blowout dunk, and then I'm playing more opposition from Europe and Ninjas in Pajamas and going 3-1 and making it look pretty solid, I think I'm in good shape, personally.
Yeah, the fact that NRG said they are not even playing their best, and they're 2-0 in their group. There's still so much more they want to improve on. Like Beast Mode said in the interview, they don't want the comms to get too hectic. They don't want to do too much on the ball. They've really got to not be antsy. They're still always trying to perfect themselves, and that's why they're the world champions. But 5 years, again, the pressure is completely off of them. Now you could play for fun, and that could really throw NRG for a loop with the crazy style that SSA plays and the way that TechOz can contribute to this team with his own European flair. We forget how TechOz was on some really good European teams back in the day, so you cannot underestimate this SSA team.
Yes, definitely the first mistake is underestimating anybody in the live environment. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that North America's best team has suffered a loss to a team that everyone thinks they should beat. That has happened on several occasions in many a live Rocket League event in the past. And I think NRG, thankfully, has the discipline and the time together to know that that's not the way forward. That's not how we stay on top. I'm expecting NRG's A game. I'm expecting 3-0. I'm expecting, 3-1s. 4-1s, 5-1s, smash them, get it done, and move on to the playoffs, NRG.
I think it'll be NRG as well, but hey, I'm gonna give it a 3-1. I almost just want for the fun of it for 5 years to get their very first game win against NRG. While they may be at their chillest, if you will, this is still really good reps for NRG. This is their only match of today, and it's time to show up when it matters. Can NRG get a clean Group A finish, or will 5 years strike them when they're down? This is the final match here of Group A when it comes to these two teams, and it's time to go out and show up. NRG versus 5 years. Let's go.
And we saw our fair share of crazy kickoffs. Will we get another one here in Game 1 presented by Progressive? Does 5 years have the kickoff tech? That's a fairly new addition to the top level of Rlcs Sports. Let's see what they got. Pretty standard.
Yeah. Such a good experience, too, for Guns and TechOz. Just to reiterate that this is their first RLCS link. They got also their first RLCS win just in that Regional 1, too. So there's so much that this team has accomplished individually for their own careers, but also for the region. But we'll see if maybe Pioneers later on in that region will try to fight for that Paris spot. For now, though, like what TechOz is doing, already forcing some backboard pressure, is Snowy shoving there towards the box, and it had NRG on the back foot, but they're quick to counterattack.
High quality 50 from Guns, just getting a nice easy clear, and more importantly, Snowy securing the corner boost. It's going to make it difficult for NRG to stay on the attack for very long. Great physicality from Tekaz in his box as well, preventing NRG from trying to build any pressure.
Tekaz, statistically, just one of the best defenders too. He's number 3 in saves in the tournament, averaging at least 3 a game. But then that also begs the question, why you got that many shots on net? And oh, Atomic still finds the gap after that attempted block.
Tough one. Snowy was trying to figure out, how do I close the gap? The answer was you never could. Daniel leaves it for Atomic, and Guns handcuffed on the backboard. He's not even sideways, so he doesn't have a huge range of motion. Tries to give it his best go, but still ends up putting it into the top right. Tough break. A good start for NRG. Guns, you got one more with backflip musty, no good. Snowy will have to leave with 0 boost, and NRG will break out.
A different look to have Snowy as that frontline blocker, but a shot towards the post. Snowy stays stoic, and Tekaz tries to deflect the rebound that NRG was hunting for. The midfield now won by NRG. Follow up quicker by Daniel. Backboard available, and so is the double. Daniel gets the second one in.
I love how automatic it looks for Daniel. Beast mode straight up the ceiling. Great break through the midfield line, and Daniel, only 13 boost in the tank, doesn't even use all of it. Just says, yeah, I can still get there, and it's still going left side. I know I beat them all the way back. Calm, cool, collected. Ice King Daniel today.
And it's good to keep in mind that despite that 2-0 series win for NRG, they never won in sweeps. But can this be the series? Or will even 5 Fears find a weakness in this NRG team? It's not going to happen in these first few minutes, but the defense stays as strong as it can for 5 Fears, but they're still looking for that first goal as Snowy coming in with a lot of speed, wanted to make contact on the ball, couldn't, so NRG have them racing back the demos as NRG try to really shake up the structure of 5 Fears. They've spent a lot of time together, but this backboard continues to be so free for someone like Daniel.
So tough to defend. I mean, Tekaz, that's not a bad challenge angle, but look at Guns. He's got to contend with the bump coming at him and Daniel poking one up at the backboard. I'm not sure how you're supposed to stop it.
It's hard to address all the things you need to on defense. Someone on the backboard, someone in the net, someone to come out and challenge and keep up the reads against a team like NRG. Daniel almost trying to get a hat trick within 30 seconds. Like, that would have been incredible. And 5 Fears now really nervous on what NRG have up their sleeve next. Snowy, though, with no boost, neither does Guns. They're just gonna scale slowly but surely to the orange half, see if they can steal any boost, and as soon as they do, NRG just send it right back. But Tekaz tries to keep it safe.
All starts with the 50s. Look at that quick recovery from Beast Mode and the float. Nice reaction from Guns to get up and not get baited by potential miss there. He will float through. Guns has had a couple of nice 50s versus NRG, and overall, 5 Fears going to need a few more if they want to hope to hold NRG to a 3-goal deficit and try and work their way back. But right now, this ball's just camped out in the corner. NRG got the marshmallows, the tent set up at the midfield line there. Making s'mores on this 5 Fears half at the moment.
Guns just got NRG chasing it, just trying to delay so that 5 Fears can reestablish their boost. Now on the defense, NRG, man, they're just hungry. And Daniel's shoving people in the net too, so it's like 5 Fears have to worry about that physicality. They gotta protect their backboard better, and NRG will exploit them maybe again, making a hat trick for Daniel. Holy cow!
I mean, the timing, I actually thought this was a good try defensively from Guns. I mean, Daniel showed that he was going up to the backboard and it looked like Guns had him beat. Daniel kind of takes his foot off the gas a little bit, slows it down. So Guns slows it down. Daniel knows he's going to slow it down to adjust, and he re-accelerates back to the backboard and squeezes it top right corner. Goodness me!
It is scary to go up against the mechanics, and there's also NRG are one of the few teams that have stuck together through it all and haven't made those roster changes. So it's going up against some serious chemistry. Those 5 Fears, they had to replace their third. There's something to build off of here, and you and I know just how resilient this 5 Fears team is. 2-on-1 in the net. Daniel just keeps stat padding, and again, just kind of highlighting that resilience. 5 Fears have come back from deficits to to secure championships, but a 0-5 start is not something we've seen before. So NRG putting on a clinic.
Yeah, that's the right word, I think. Clinic is a good word. 5-0 with a minute left, and I think this is maybe the second or third time 5 Years has got out of their own half, and it is a brief stint at best. Bump in the net, left corner, make it 6, give Beast Mode 1-2. Why not? Look at Snowy. He's just hand on his hands. He's like, I don't even know what I'm supposed to do there, man. That's just in my net.
Yeah. And Snowy's often the leader on a lot of teams that he's been on when it comes to the region, so he knows how to they probably know the stakes coming into this, and to really focus on having fun. I'm sure, what's fun about Rocket League is playing offense, though, and Guns has been the one that leads that charge for this squad, and like you said, transitioning has been very difficult when NRG feel like they're freestyling on you a little bit, and Daniel scores like 4 in a row on you.
You are getting giga clipped on in game 1. Doesn't feel very good, that's for sure, but what are you gonna do? You knew you were gonna get some heat. But at the very least, there's a lot of good experience being gained. Daniel, he's not even attacking the net. He just goes across to pull the defender out and waste time off the clock. Nice block and a Sunday stroll for NRG to the end of game 1. And thankfully not in the net. Now here's a question, Lemon.
Oh.
If you're 5 Fears, do you want a timeout right now?
No, it depends what plans I have for today. I think it depends on the frustrations as well. Like if I'm really, really pissed, maybe I do want to go and just chat it up. And hey guys, let's remember what this is about. This is about improving as a team, trying to elevate as a region, because how many times can you say that you get to face a team like NRG, that you actually get to have a serious official match against a team of this caliber? This is still a really good, valuable experience to have for 5 years, and there's something to take away here, especially the reps. So I think you just keep on trucking.
I think that's a good move. Play it out. Snowy's trying to figure out. He's like, well, we know they're just whacking it into the midfield, so that was pretty much every single goal, now that I'm thinking about it, from NRG. Deep crosser from their own half, high up, top quarter of the pitch, and then some guys just jumping off the sidewall, something at the backboards. They're just winning the pace game, NRG.
5 Years can't really play back like I feel like they have in their other series, where then they can go for these long clears, these long downfield passes, where Guns is usually the one to catch and to make that magic happen. And then you have Tekos with a reset, 50 from Atomic. He blocks, and Snowy just could not bulldoze that one through, and it's open for NRG to get on the board first.
Atomic wins a 50 right in front of his net against 2 people, and Guns is like, wait, he got that out? He tries to scramble back, and it's still not enough. Daniel with enough force behind it from Beast Mode's clear straight into the net. Tough start.
I don't know what Atomic is made out of, man. It must be iron, because it's not the first time that 5 Years 2-on-1 NRG and still can't score. But how about now? It's not a shot on target, but hey, you're starting to see 5 Years get in the air. It felt like NRG dominated the air in game 1, and 5 Years had to just kind of look up like William Dafoe and just like hope they don't score.
I like the idea though. Try and give NRG a bit of their own medicine. Hey, this is what you guys look like to everyone, and let me tell you, it's not easy. Not even NRG, I think, was expecting that. They're like, oh, okay, I'm glad they didn't shoot it.
And I don't think Guns can play downfield like he usually does. Maybe punish any kind of rotations. NRG can send 2 and still make a lot of magic happen, so you're not gonna get a free open net. And Guns may feel like he has to layer that defense as best as possible, given how physical NRG has been. Wait, Guns just break through. Okay, there we go. Maybe that does. Wait. That was open. Wow.
Game hard. Ran out of boost. Couldn't get all the way around it. Couldn't finish the job. And it's better to be lucky than good if you're NRG. I mean, this defensive structure from 5 Fears was actually great there. They found a way to block with the fake coming in, break out, get through everybody, but unfortunately not enough in the tank to hit the finish button.
That's so uncharacteristic of Guns too. And he's going for a dribble play, gets dunked on by Daniel. That's or a loss by a lot. But this is not, here's my code for everybody watching who this is their first time watching SSA. This is nowhere close to the peak and what they showed on game 1. NRG though, really having a blast. You have Beast Mode giggling and kicking his feet. This is a fun match.
Gun's trying to get creative too. I like the idea. He wanted that flip reset. He was trying to get Daniel as close as possible so that flip reset would pop right over his head and he'd keep the attack going. I like the idea. It's difficult to execute, but that's what it takes to beat the world champion. It's got to be difficult. Whatever you've been doing up to this point is probably not going to be good enough as we miss another clear off the backboard and Daniel just spikes one into the net.
Imagine if goal differential really mattered here. Like, NRG would be really setting themselves up well based on the previous game scoreline. Update on the other games going on, though. Power took the first game against NIP, so OCE still have some energy left in them. So SSA should try to do that. And hey, Tekos just needed a little bit of motivation to get 5 years going.
Yeah, right off kickoff. Not the best hit from Atomic. I mean, it's not bad, but it certainly wasn't good either. Tekon's able to get all the way up the sidewall and more importantly, put some power on it to drive that left side. NRG's like, yeah, maybe don't pass it straight to the other team next time. And Atomic's like, yeah, my bad, you're right.
Maybe there's something to exploit there off the kickoffs. What a shove from Snowy. Tekos takes over, can't get under it, and does get that last second flick to bail himself out, get rid of the ball, but unfortunately it just goes right back to NRG, and 5 years find themselves on defense. But it does look more stable, less stressed. As I say that, now the defenders are getting dem mode, and beast mode dumps it back in. NRG just own this real estate, and this economy, that's pretty nice.
That's very nice, and Guns forced into another long clear. Daniel's just out there waiting at the midfield line. He knows exactly where that clear's headed. Everyone on NRG one step ahead, it feels like it. That's a nasty shot, tipped over Gun's head. You gotta make a tough save, and it's actually faked, and they pump Snowy. This one will go back into the middle, but NRG, I think, left one on the table there, but at the same time, you're up 2. I'm not sure they really care too much about leaving one on the table.
The whole reason 5 years was able to defeat a team like Pioneers in that Open 3 final was their ability to adapt, to spot their own weaknesses, and to spot the trends, the offensive trends of the other team, and put a stop to that. And you're seeing that presence more on the backboard, knowing NRG like to use that. Tekos taking a page out of that book, but not the play he was hoping for with the second man nowhere nearby to follow up.
And you can see how much that long, clear pressure from NRG has kind of cowed that 5 years defense. You can see Atomic had to do a full 360 in his own corner. And, if you're taking that much time to get all the way back to the ball, normally someone's right there for you, but where was 5 years? They both had 2 people in the midfield line, expecting Atomic to just whack that one back down the field and double tap it on their head again.
And that just gets escorted right in. And I guess my big question coming into the series was NRG gonna take it chill today? How are they gonna pace themselves? And well, looks like they are not letting their foot off the gas at all, and they're still using this match to, well, maximize their reps before going into playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely the right way to do it. No reason to take a day off when there's money on the line. Even if you think you should win it, complacency breeds defeat, and NRG well aware of that.
And if you were to, have any kind of doubt in NA, it would be in a group situation. But the fact that NRG haven't trucked this series, it's within reach mathematically, but in a realistic way, not so much. Beast Mode with an uncharacteristic miss there, and Tekos takes advantage.
It was a tough hit. Beast Mode had to react to his teammate getting demoed on the back line, whose job it normally would have been to clear that one away. It was not an easy hit by any stretch of the imagination. Came up empty, and 5 Fears finally able to capitalize. It was a nice bump play. A well-deserved goal for him.
I think Tekos is on the backboard there. NRG trying to still style on them. They're still up by 2, 36 seconds left, and that pass down low and a banger towards the post, not on target, and Tekos still has to adjust. He'll at least be productive and bump NRG out of the way, but this is an army marching towards the blue half. And Tekos will long clear this, but Guns isn't downfield like they're used to. 5 years are just trying to get their heads above water and mainly try to also keep control of their boost.
And Snowy just breaking that touch into the middle of the field up. He was not in the mood to find out if the third man for NRG was in the area to shoot it as Daniel finds a flip reset. Guns is equal to it. 0 seconds on the clock. Do you get one more to make the scoreline look good? They missed the pinch, but it's still the Snowy, and it's in! 3-4, but NRG 2-0 on the series.
Wow, really clean stuff out of NRG, and not perfect, but still really, really good. This is a team to fear. And you're kind of looking at the strengths of the different groups, and people were wondering, what would NRG look like in any other group? And do you still have them as a #1 or a favorite to win the whole thing going into playoffs? And it's like, can we stop doubting NRG? Like, the mechs they have shown today throughout this whole group stage has been phenomenal. And looking at the mainstream, you have Power that is up 2-1 in Game 2 over NIP, and they could be going to match points. So maybe Five Fears just dumped all of their energy into OCE to maybe give them a chance to cause some shenanigans here on day 2.
You never know, but either way, I think you're bang on the money. I don't think you ever get to really count NRG out. I mean, they've proven that, yeah, we won the World Championship, and they've kind of avoided that World Champion curse, you know, where they win and then you kind of just bomb out. Sure, they might have missed kickoff land, but at the same time, they went back and, you know, won a ton of opens before heading into this one. They know what it takes to get themselves right and get back on the pitch and go try and make something happen. I mean, it's foolish to say just because, oh, they're playing Power and Five Fears and Ninjas in Pajamas, who's what, EU, I forget exactly what Europe seeding they are, but it's like, oh, it's a weak group, Mickey Mouse group, blah, blah, blah. they smashed everybody, man. Like, get over it.
And it's crazy just to see the NRG boys and how they've grown up from the days and how long they've been competing. Like, and the more you mature, the better of a player you do become. And what will be playoffs here very soon for NRG and how they're going to handle those pressures, especially now you're throwing the factor of a crowd into the mix. NRG with some early pressure, and Tekaz continues to put up the saves that his team demands, but it's making the space, getting out of the blue half that continues to hinder Five Fears.
I'm kind of liking Five Fears. It feels like they know that they have to accept a little bit of risk. It feels like they're trying to rotate a little bit deeper away from net, leave a man disadvantage, or perhaps so they can go and find some boost somewhere on the pitch. I actually like that approach. I mean, you know your backs are up against you. You got to find something. If you leave yourselves at a man disadvantage, you got to trust your teammates to make some kind of play at some point or another. I know it's difficult, but you have to try something, and I like it.
You know what's difficult? Five Fears, you know, being eliminated and having to face the #1 seed from their group last. Like, it's kind of nice to almost have NRG as your first match, you know, get that one out of the way, and maybe have them at their quote slowest, since that would be their first match. But to have NRG like on their last match and fully warmed up and peaking is not fun. So I really got to give credit for Five Fears for showing up, and Daniel, who has never left, he continues to be the shooter for this team.
That is not a bad clear from Tekaz. It just takes an unfortunate bounce off that sidewall and out of the corner straight back into the midfield. And how about Daniel pressing the attack there with extremely limited boost and the tech, or not the tech, the, what's the word I want? I guess technical skill is still correct. The fundamentals to power one top left corner on limited boost out of an awkward bounce. Great bit of shooting.
Speaking of Power, they're up officially 2-0 over NIP. So we've got some bangers, and hey, this one's not over, folks. Don't go anywhere. Five Fears just tied it up against NRG.
Nice bump, nice pass across. Atomic kind of giving it up because he thought maybe they're going to try and solo play it and overplay it, and my teammate coming from the back post will be able to come through and break it up, but they just drive right back through, put one on the board, and it's all tied up. Guns aiming bottom right, well wide and easily saved, but it is a ball game here in Game 3. Five Fears not done yet.
A very playable ball off that kickoff. Just Guns just a second too late. And wait, that demo does free up Snow. He's got to dribble one to reset. He's bumped off of it, and a quick pinch clear just, right to Guns, though. And he can't find any open space. Beast Mode's already in his face.
That's a good challenge from Beast Mode. Wow, Daniel's so aggressive with that 50, but it pays dividends. Again, they're just taking the long, clear game and saying, we'll just force you to full reset. We're going to go get boost, and NRG willing to trust that mechanically they'll be able to keep up with whatever Five Fears throws at them.
Nice
pitch.
wiggle here.
Oh, they got him.
Oh, they got him. Ooh, they got the net again. NRG are back in the driver's seat, coast to coast with the reset. No bump, but beast mode helps out. Wow.
The blindside surprise railgun. Guns thinking he's going to be able to clear this one to his back corner. Nope. They're out there leaking over your back shoulder as well, and they will pitch it straight into your own net.
We spoke about, like, I guess the ages and the maturity that NRG have grown up, you know, and the same thing is going to happen to 5 years. Those are also a bunch of young players that gotten a lot of years, and even for someone like Tekos, went from EU to SSA, and it's helping really elevate the scene, and especially this team, and it's been ever so reliable in that defense. It's just, if you're 5 years, you wish you didn't have to play so much defense. You wish you got to play more Rocket League, you know?
Yeah, it's, attacking is definitely much more fun than defending. That is for sure.
So true.
And thankfully, though, the counterattack arrives. One time, NRG kind of miscues. They double commit pretty hard into the box, and Atomic, try as he might, cannot work through the pressure of Guns on the sidewall. Snowy streaking down the middle of the field. I'm sure he took all the boost pads from NRG on the way up. They tie it up.
Snowy has been such a good secondary, someone who is trying to close out these plays that have built up so much potential, and just waiting for that to boil over as Guns is to put that thing in reverse, and that really only slows NRG. It does not stop them, because Beast Mode still is having this ball cross in front of the net. Real scary stuff.
Nice adjustment from Snowy, realizing NRG giving himself some space at the sidewall. Unfortunately doesn't bear any fruit. Atomic just a straight up air dribble directly hit the middle of the net to pull out defenders, and Beast Mode having to dive back. 5 years actually a chance here with that bump. If Atomic loses possession, could get pretty dicey pretty quick.
Tekos, okay, backboard, Snowy, shot placement. Yeah, it's lacking the resources it needs to get the job done, and hey, 5 years, attempt at the pinch to clear it out, but now it has to slowly scale down the field, and NRG won't let you get away with it. Still a tie game, though, in match point situation for NRG, wanting still that clean sweep. And Daniel, coast to coast, right into the lap of Guns, and Atomic, and everyone from NRG's on this.
God, indeed, and they see the bump come through and they all say, let's reset, spread back out. We don't want to get too congested. We would hate to have to go to an extra 5 minutes. We'd like to finish the job right here. Beast Mode bails early because he knows Guns is going to try and press the attack, and he knew he couldn't get back to the ball. Great awareness. But NRG having to work out of their own half defensively with limited time. 5 years threatening an extra 5 minutes.
Last 10 seconds. Daniel with a full tank. You see right below NRG looking for bumps, and now it's a battle through the corner, and 5 years a chance to counterattack, but Atomic beats Snowy to the punch off the ceiling and wants a drop down, but it's still up in the air. Beast Mode at least gets it to Atomic, a long pass, but on the ground. OT game 3.
Atomic almost caught that ball on the floor. I thought he might just catch it and dribble it straight into the net. Either way, one more to find for both teams here. Beast Mode, chance to close it out. Tekos not interested in finding out if that was going to be on frame or not.
That was something NRG wanted to make sure they cleaned up, is not trying to do too much. Although 5 years are letting you do a lot on the ball, you still want to stick to your fundamentals and keep it simple. And the devil's in the net, it doesn't get any simpler than that, but still 5 years find these goal line saves, and with no boost, 5 years with nothing, try to do everything, but the offense got no punch to it.
And that's a nasty bump on the back line, but Atomic can't put it on frame, so he's going to look for bumps and ask for a little bit of help. Tekos is jumping with 0 boost, but it's actually a decoy for Guns. A little too high, and NRG, they put some good shots on target. These are some nice saves from 5 years.
And the timing on these challenges from 5 years is nice. You're trying to read the dribbles from NRG, stay as patient as you can in a hectic situation. That is your potential last game of the entire tournament that rides on this next goal. If you could extend the series if possible. So now you've reset NRG, but they're quick to transition. 5 years haven't had too much stall happen in the midfield. They're a team that really like to play back, and that means so much space for NRG to pull off some nice mechanics.
Nice catch from Daniel, just freezing all of 5 years of the midfield line. An extra pinch ensures that they arrive at the blue half. But a long way to go here for 5 years yet. Yes, you've held NRG at arm's length, but that can only last so long if you keep letting them take pot shots at your neck.
Snowy and Tekaz are contesting more in the air too. You're not having these crossfield dribbles from NRG, but Daniel's still making the solo plays. Beast mode off the crossbar. Atomic gets involved too. Everyone's extending here for NRG, but 5 years couldn't punish his greediness. But it's overtime, and NRG know they can get away with it.
Going to be frustrated with themselves that they didn't put it away right there, but that's the way. Oh, and they catch Guns leaning. Brutal. Guns trying to close the gap on Beast Mode here at the midfield line, and unfortunately gets caught hand in the cookie jar. Beast Mode ripped it left side, and it will indeed be 3-0 NRG.
Unfortunately, for 5 years, they go out of the tournament without winning a single game, but strong performances. You forced an overtime against NRG. You took a game off, not took a game, but you really kept it within 1-goal territories from teams like NIP, teams like Power. And speaking of Power, they're still extending their series against NIP. And remember, that match is for the 2nd seed of Group A. NRG have locked themselves in as #1, and they have proven that they are #1 in this group.
Yeah, absolutely well-deserved win for NRG. You wanted to go out here, take care of business, ensure you get the extra lives in the playoffs, and now it just comes down to who else makes it out of Group A.
That's what's going to matter, but we are going to take a trip down to Group D next, where Shopify Rebellion versus TSM. That group has not been fully determined, so we're going to throw it to a quick break. When we get back, we'll have some Rocket League. Don't go anywhere.
Whoa, looks like you're backing up a bit here. Okay, Luann? Is there a Luann in the house?
Remember, you don't work here. Young homeowners love to get involved with everything.
Luann going once.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents,
Luann?
but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Sorry.
Luann!
Book your trip at meetboston.com.
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make a motto. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
You come over, dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like your future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside.
Does come up. Fiber back down to the ground. Was hoping maybe to catch that. Do a dribble, but ends up getting the ball taken from Oli. Trying to get this out. Gus, light touch, goes for a 50. No, he fakes off it. Trusts the teammate, but it's a double commit. Still might work out for Power.
Play's not over yet. Jory is over to CRR. Had it been any more to the left, they could have gotten it, but instead it's another attempt from Oli. Super lucky to keep them out. But the pressure still continues on. CRR reset into the backcourt, double down, and in!
Another top 5 shot from CRR! Up to the ceiling, gets the double! Tough angle, but holy moly, he hits it!
This is the player we were waiting to see. He's finally awake. 2-0 to NIP. Demo off the kickoff. Now Power's got gotta struggle to really find their way again. It was a powerful click to the backboard, but everything now just feels a little flat.
It has been flat for Power indeed. Offensively, not much to show. Gus will try to change that here. Into the air, up and over one, goes for a 50. CRR so clean on the backboard. Doesn't get the double clear. And now this could be a chance. There was a bump attempt on Oli, but Oli saw it coming, dodges it nicely. An effortless breakout here for NIP. Oli going for goal, hits it thanks to the lead blocking from CRR.
NIP's new strat has been put one person upfield. It's a gorgeous pass, and CRR, at that point knows his entire job is just to clear the path for his teammate so that they can go in.
NIP look unstoppable at the moment. Even though Power had those 2-game leads, it is withering away. Gus, back pass, Fiber. Trying to slow it down, there's a bump, a little bit of space here. But Gus bullied off the ball by CRR, who had nothing in the tank. Gives some space to Jorius. Jorius, can he solo play it? Gets bumped off the ball, that goes in.
I guess it does. I mean, you found your way all the way from this side. Look, it's Jorius all the way, sealing to himself. There's enough power. Gus just timed it a little
bit off.
A little too early, so the ball falls behind him and finds its way in. And at this point, 4-0 up that's a tough place to come back from.
And this is off the back of the Power timeout as well. So no timeout available for Power. This game feeling done and dusted, but there's plenty of time left on the clock. Plenty of time for Power to think, maybe for Freaky, coach of Power, to be coming up with a game plan for Game 5. NIP seem to have hit their stride, and a lot of that is thanks to Oli.
There's 2 up on defense there, but Oli on his lonesome almost does it himself. Fiber able to magnet this ball to his car for now. Super lucky on the demo for 1. No bump on Jorius. They play it patient. Power almost able to go in. The team full committed on this play, but nothing to show for it.
Gus trying to control again. Open for a 50. Rebound is nice, but Jorius expecting the high chip to the backboard. Is able to shut that down. CRR controlling on the sidewall. Has Jorius in the middle. Goes for a flip reset pass. Jorius gets a piece of it. It'll slow down a counterattack for Power. But you can tell NIP happy to just run this clock down. Everyone knows this one's going to Champions Field.
And it deserves to, after the performances we've gotten from both teams in both halves of the series. The true head-to-head in Game 5 is the only way to do this justice. Both these teams 1-1 in Group A, looking to see who has the better potential for spot number 2.
This is basically a playoff game. Just gotta win. That's all it takes to move ahead, and that one does go in again. 5 goals now for NIP. A one-sided game. NIP has all the momentum.
I mean, it's like you said, you're playing it out of respect at this point. Let it go, though.
Yeah, I mean, there's
at this point, you're like, you could do the beat down to be like, all right, I hope you just continue to feel bad about yourself.
But I mean, even if you're Power, though, getting something late will help. Right now, it must feel like they have no way to score. They just can't score on this team. There's nothing that they can do. And that is not a mindset you want to be taken in to the next game. And also just looking at the numbers as well, Power players a combined 1-13 against EU teams on land. The lone win was super lucky against BDS back in the 21-22 Spring Major. So it has been a while.
This is, despite the scoreline, the closest they've gotten. And Oli will take 1 more to go as they head on over to Champions Field. Power got to really regain their footing. They looked so strong in the beginning of the series. It looked like they have the potential for the sweep. And NIP, 1 foot at a time, starts off as a walk, and they're in full sprint towards a win.
Yeah, they are top speed right now, and Power has hit the brakes. It seems like there's no no momentum at all right now. Engine stalled for Power after those 2 games, those tight wins that they were able to pull down. NIP, on the other hand, it's been pedal to the metal. They are speeding away. But, you know, both teams still within reach of the finish line. It's going to come down to this game on Champions Field. That is going to determine who makes it to playoffs and who is going home.
I'm really stoked to see how this goes, especially should we, you know, there's always a chance for an OT, and Power is kind of 50-50 on their OTs right now. As
They've
far
been good
as
at overtime. I don't think that NIP wants it to go to overtime. And honestly, with the way they've been playing, I don't know if it's going to get to overtime. NIP has been so dominant, so dominant. Only a hat trick last game. Everybody from NIP contributing on the score sheet. 6-0, a beatdown in the last game. Does Power have what it takes to come back from that? NIP is the favorite here. Power are the underdogs coming from a region that has been reduced. They got cut 2 spots down to 1. And this one team from OCE has a chance to get a big result for themselves and their region. Game 5, Champions Field, NIP versus Power. Let's kick this one off.
Fiber down to the mid, and it's a big clear from Super Lucky here. Power want to start their attempt of possession and into the corner. Nobody's there. It's just been these big touches that continue to fall back to NIP, and it almost feels like the same story as game number 4 was.
Possession here, Oli and CRR trying to do a little give and go in the corner. Oli, big challenge, goes for a 50. Corner boost spawns for Gus, and a big clear from Gus. CRR gets the corner, goes for the boom. Super Lucky on the other side of the field. A little fortunate that that shot wasn't on target. Super Lucky was off getting boost, could have been caught out. Now Oli, high hit up, hoping CRR can get there. CRR pushing that towards middle. More Power defense. Seems like offensively they can't get anything going.
Not quite yet. Instead, it's a slow reset down. They try to take a slow shot as well, but Power continues to defend for now. Gus up into the air. As far as the defense is concerned on Power, this is the best they've looked in the last 2 games at least.
Certainly keeping it close. These close games have favored Power. Super Lucky goes for the shot, but gets demoed. Fiber in the play. Will he go for the pass? Yes, tries to hit Gus. Gus with a 50 up and over Jorius, but Oli will boom it. Super Lucky hits it safe into the corner. Fiber there, but not much boost. Corner does spawn, and Super Lucky will pick it up. And now put it to use.
Lots of handoffs as well from NIP to really transition themselves out. Power forced to play off pads, which is slowing their game way down. Although it is enough for them to make a lot of these saves here. A big clear on target. Jorius on the race back though. Keeps this scoreless.
Jorius, he was ready. Now going for goal. Cut off. But Oli will have a shot on target and goes in. It looks like a player from Power was going for a squishy save.
It looked like a double squishy save. I don't know. I want to see the replay back. Fiber and ball from the top. Super Lucky goes for the squishy. You have both angles covered, and yet it's just lasered into the right spot for NIP.
And you see how hyped CRR is getting. CRR appears to be the heart and soul of this NIP team. Gus, get this ball downfield. There's the demo, and Oli will try to possess it. CRR is up, off the ceiling. Jorius too slow to the ball. Gus hoping to control it, but it's hit right back on target. Awkward for Super Lucky, but he does enough to get that saved out to the corner.
I like this from Fiber too. He bumps Jorius completely off of the play, and it makes Oli a little bit awkward on his turn. So now it's this power struggle between Power and NIP. The shot on target, Fiber up. And they're playing this one very wide rotations back because defense has now become the priority for Power.
Gus gets help from Super Lucky. Good communication there. Super Lucky going for the 50. Almost worked out. Super Lucky almost dunking that in. Now gets another small touch. There's a demo on the goal line. Fiber trying to slow this ball down. Gus has to retreat. Jorius with boost. Clip reset. Gets bumped off the ball. Fiber, it's past him. Now marching downfield, Oli, nice deflection to the corner, trying to limit Power's options.
Power's got to find possession of this ball again. They're going to try over to one. Gus!
Oh, that was close, but still that's not enough to beat NIP.
We'll see if this could be here. They've had a multitude of challenges. This one, 50's all the way back into the other end, though, and finally NIP out of their half. Noli's gonna try and play this one down. You see Jorius lurking down on mid, and this final minute comes through. It's another shot from NIP. They're tennis balling against all sides of Power's net.
Power needs to get something here. NIP holding on to this one goal for dear life. Super Lucky up and over. Jorius tips it to the side, no boost for Fiber. Corner pass attempt, Gus is there, low shot. Super Lucky, the shot is denied. CRR with the goal line stand.
NIP break through, that save could have done it for them here. 23 to go, a Power shot on net, but Super Lucky to keep it out. It's a rare whiff, and NIP come trying to barrel in to the Power half.
Final 10 seconds. Fiber with boost. Air dribble up. 50 to the middle of the field. Good control by Super Lucky. Goes for the flick. This one off the post. Gus too close to the play. It's still up. But now it's pitched back, and that is game. Ninjas in pajamas reverse sweep Power and claim their spot in the playoffs.
A heartbreaking loss for Power, especially after that final play there with Super Lucky. You could feel it slip away. It was just in front of them, but NIP, this is the experience diff that it puts them just a step ahead of Power. But you can see the sportsmanship, how great of a series it was.
You've got to respect the performance that Power put up, pushing NIP to the limit. And CRR, we've been talking about him offensively so much. Got some help from Oli offensively this series, but defensively, a huge stop in those final moments. And then I'd love to get another look at the Super Lucky play as well. That one was close to going in. Power was within inches. And even though they take the loss there, you know, that is a respectable performance here in Boston. Taking an OT game off in our...
turning the light. We're gonna light it up, light it up, oh, light it up, light it up,
It's coming at you like monsters in the night, and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge, now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 When you're falling faster and don't know where you are, you feel the danger closer than your heart. When the weight is getting heavy and the future is unsteady, close your eyes, close your eyes. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 That's when we need each other.
you're stained with fiction. You always have your reasons, and I spoil you rotten. Your hands are sealed in pockets. You fill them with your secrets. To you, I am nothing. I am. Your kiss, sweet like poison. You know you make me reckless. I'll run, but you are friction. Your touch feels like heaven. You make me hate all my sins. You are my religion. My religion. I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion reasons to keep you. I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion reasons to keep you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the alternate stream for RLCS Boston Major. I have fear you didn't get to cast 5 fears, but we get to talk about that series. Mostly just getting the discussion out of the way was what you saw out of NRG in Group A. Does that make them the #1 team going into playoffs? Have they done enough to prove themselves to you, Fear?
Yeah, I think that NRG ultimately had something to prove, believe it or not, coming back as the world champions because of that kickoff LAN and the lack of their attendance there. But they drop 1 game to Ninjas. They drop 1 game to Power, ultimately looking fairly good. I think Ninjas and Power looked a bit shaky in their final games, but that group is the only group here that is fully locked in. Out of Group C, we also know who's going to be advancing, but we don't have locked in who's going to get last or who's going to get first or second. So we could take a look at the hybrid playoff bracket. You can have Ninjas now slotted in as that #2 spot out of Group A. No other groups locked in fully, but we are getting closer with each one of these series.
I don't think there was any doubts that Ninjas in Pajamas could get that #2 seed, but the fact that they had to reverse sweep Power, man, that was really exciting. But that raises more questions than that does hype them up for playoffs, that's for sure. But it's about getting there, not always how the job gets done, but who will join NRG is that first place from Group D. And believe it or not, that's what is coming up next. The last 2 matches of Group D to solidify our first and second seed. And guess what? The mainstream will be covering that as well, Gentlemates and MIBR, to see if Gentlemates will get that first seed. And guess what, guys? It could be an absolute disaster, not in terms of that match, but the tiebreakers that could possibly happen.
Yeah, there's tiebreakers both ways. We could get 3-way 2-1 ties by seeing a Rebellion win and then an MIBR upset over Mates. and there will probably come down to game differential. It might not be looking too good, probably for MIBR. And they also have a three-way tie the other way if we see MIBR lose, and then TSM get a big upset that they have yet to see so far against Rebellion. We can see another big three-way tie, so it could be a lot of a mess here at Group D. But we're going to be covering that other Group D match, Shopify Rebellion versus TSM, coming up right here. I've been able to watch all 3 of the TSM games, or the 2 so far, the third one happening right now. I've liked what I've seen here and there from TSM, but they might have had their easiest chance against MIBR. Rebellion is going to be a bit tougher.
Yeah, and guess what, guys? APAC, it is not over. There is technically still a chance, but for Shopify Rebellion, even with a win here, it is not fully secured. This Group D is coming down to these last 2 matches. The black and white logo group, guess what, is not that black and white and cut and dry, but Shopify Rebellion, it looked a bit shaky on day 1, but still on paper, you can always lean on First Killer, not only as that big playmaker, but someone like him and also Coach Violent Panda to bring the team back mentally if the match doesn't start the way they want.
Yeah, if we're looking at NA and the Rebels, they only have NRG through. The EU is looking a little bit better with Vitality, Casey, and Mates through. NA's hopes are a little bit on First Kill, Kofer, and Elfbeck. Shopify, referred to as a one-team region with the NRG. Rebellion want to try and disprove that and show that they can contend to the top as well.
Yeah, because we were all very surprised that Shopify Rebellion couldn't get that a cleaner series against MIBR, more because we had just such high expectations for SR. And then to drop it to Mates, I mean, that was more about Gentlemates just being on fire in the best of ways in this tournament. So super impressed by that, but also just the level of physicality that Shopify Rebellion brings, which is not just Kofer surprisingly going out and demoing everyone. Like First Killer is doing that too, and that's why that makes him the most impactful player on the pitch. He was averaging at least 500 points a game, number 3 in points at this tournament. So really excited to see what Shopify Rebellion can do.
Yeah, Shopify Rebellion. I'm excited for them. I'm excited to see, what they're going to look like on this international stage. They've made some moves, and it's not clear just yet how they're gonna perform against, everybody that is up here in this Boston Major. It's going to start with a match against this TSM, or at least for me, this is my first time covering Rebellion. TSM, APAC. This is their last chance to try and make something happen.
Hey, and TSM are not going to go out without winning a game. They've already been able to scratch the surface, and in their MIBR match, being able to take that very first game. So they're a team that can definitely catch you off guard. This is Sphinx, Kevin, and Catalysm, which already the whole tournament didn't start their way, just even getting here. Kevin missed his flight, didn't get a chance to scrim and get as much boot camping as everyone else, but they're still making the most out of this experience. And even within their own region, like, they're still trying to maximize the value of all of these reps. They were telling me that they like to use their region to limit test, like go for some really crazy passing plays, some free jump stuff, and see what they get away with to really develop that creativity.
And Kevin has been leading that in the games that I've watched so far. Kevin has been testing those limits, and unfortunately often finding that there are very real limits on what they can do as a team with his pre-jumping and his moving forward in the game. But I have a world in which this could all line up for them, and a lot of it has to do with Sphinx, this guy in the middle. This Sphinx has been running the APAC region. APAC runs through Sphinx right now, and it's the 2/3 change brings only Catalysm here as their EU import. They had Sosa from North America as well. Instead, now it's Kevin, and it's Sphinx, and it's Catalysm. Always nice to add an EU import to your team. Never a bad thing in terms of improving your chances. Maybe it'll be what can help take down NA today.
The changes have been so nice. Like, they've talked about how good of a teammate Kevin is, and it would have been different if he made his flight, but stresses aside, Kevin is the one that calms them all down. He makes sure that scrims are fun. He's a good teammate, he's a good friend, and Catalysm is also such a good personality to have on the team. Like, he'll have these 1v3 scenarios where he's getting absolutely cooked, but he's so calm about it, and he challenges, and he does not stress. And those are the exact that's the composure you need when going into a difficult series like this against Shopify Rebellion. But if I'm TSM, I'm thinking this is not peak Shopify Rebellion. This could be beatable.
Yeah. For sure, but let's get into deciding who we actually think is going to come out on this one. I have watched all of the TSM games. I've liked what I've seen from Sparks of Greatness, but consistently it has been the other squads taking it down. I think the Rebellion is going to take them down here today. There might be a clip or two. We've almost had goal of the day from TSM, but not a series of the day by any means. I have Rebellion.
I have Rebellion as well. I think day one was a big wake-up call for them, and they know exactly what to fix going into this. And as long as they just take it fully seriously, and they're gonna hopefully work on those issues in this series, I see no doubt that Rebellion could take an even cleaner series than this. But I hope it's gonna be an extended series, because I don't want to see TSM go out with no games, because that's just not how you want to end your tournament.
Yeah, we haven't talked about it too much. I mean, we briefly touched on it. We haven't gotten to all of the theory crafting and things, but there's certain amounts of goals that you can get and wins the amount to get. Like, Rebellion is really trying to get a full sweep in order to make it as likely as possible that they will advance through. TSM probably need a full sweep and 1 million goals to go in their favor to have the 1-2 tiebreaker actually get them to the playoffs. But every single game, every single goal matters here in this matchup. I have Rebellion, and I have Rebellion probably by a lot, but TSM can make waves even by just taking a couple games.
Well, looks like our game is ready. Shopify Rebellion gotta silence the doubters, and TSM have to rise to the challenge and do it for APAC. Any game, any series, they gotta go out swinging. We've got game one ready to go. Let's see how Group D closes out.
Game one brought to you by Progressive. TSM was creative on the kickoffs in their past matches. Will they bring out something special here as all three back on both sides? One of the safer types of kickoffs if they do take them normal. We'll see as Kofor and Kevin both approach the ball. Kevin wins back to first killer, an intentional loss. Catalysm forced to make an early save.
And he won't be stressing in those moments. You've got a really reliable defense here for TSM and a good amount of mechanics, especially from a player like Sphinx. Really hyped up there, although Catalysm's forced yet to make another save, and it's looking awkward. TSM low on boost, trying to stabilize. Got Kevin downfield, looking for a demo, gets it done, but now it takes a few more extra seconds for TSM to get shots on target, and then you have Shopify Rebellion back on their feet, but almost back on the ground. TSM don't get a goal out of that.
Kevin has a, look at these cars. Look at Sphinx's car. It is even crazier than Kevin's. I saw Kevin's, he's got some construction vehicle on top of his car as he went for that demo. It actively moves while he's playing. These guys are trying to bring the vibes up. Catalysm is playing in a more standard car we're used to seeing, almost able to hit a double, but the vibes of TSM have always been great. We see them laughing and smiling even as they sometimes slam the ball in their own net, and they're showing that in their cars, which might be the answer to try and take down a team who desperately needs this win and might just be a little bit less fun-loving.
United effort from Shopify. You had a pass to first kill, you had a demo in the net, and Shopify Rebellion still can't score from that. Really speaks to this is a defense you don't want to mess with. The TSM kept it out for now, but the lockup's on the side, free at the net, and Rebellion eventually get on the board.
Yeah, Kevin pre-flips to try and get a touch, didn't get it, and then also Goomba stomps his teammates, preventing Catalysm from being able to swing across the net. That is an unfortunate play for TSM, taking each other out. Rebellion are not going to let them get away with that.
Kevin's just going to send it away in a banger towards the net. LJ makes the save, and we want to see consistency out of him, and Rebellion tested on defense, but it's the offense that seems to ring true. Is this just fate? LJ, I thought that was secured. What?
It seemed like it was free. No one around from TSM. Only LJ comes in to finish it, and he just slams it off the post, so it's only going to be 1-0, and TSM are going to stay within striking distance. There's nobody home right now, but a recovery from Sphinx. Able to stop this shot. A couple great opportunities for Rebellion. Not a great sign for TSM as they look to try and get some sort of counter. Kevin is going to need a big 50, but instead he launches it back to his own corner.
I gotta be careful if you're Catalysm. You've been such a pillar in the net so far, and you don't want to have to stretch that far back for it. Pass to Kevin. And of course, Rebellion jump up for it. Good 50s. First killer taking over. No boost, but will start to steal and drain the TSM down to a halt. But this doesn't seem to affect them too much. They're getting these long booming clears. The TSM are racing to work with these long booming clears.
Yeah, Shopify Rebellion are ahead of the game, though. Great shot. Kofor's going to have to save it by diving across the net. Kevin has been living upfield. He's going to be there right now as he tries to dive across the net for maybe some demos if he had made contact. They have a chance. This is a good opportunity. Sphinx dropping it down. 2 defenders diving past Kevin. One more chance over the top of LJ. First killer probably ends this attack here. Oh, wait. I take that back. Catalysm is up, and Kofor has to make another save.
Hey, Rebellion. The waters are being tested, and LJ just deposits this in the bank. I was wondering how lethal Rebellion's offense was going to be with the missed opportunities, but a big win in the midfield gives it all to LJ.
Yeah, the pre-flip by LJ getting that one extra touch after he touched it off the side wall. TSM was lining up the interception, not planning for that little extra movement. The triple commits. All of Shopify Rebellion go to the net, or a ball off the kickoff, and they have to rush back to the net to make this clear.
And they keep their heads above water. Liking these passing plays out of TSM, but the wins in the midfield, that's something that TSM have to note. Make sure they have one secure back, and Catalysm, just like a soft shot on target. Love to see Sphinx try to free up the net, or maybe go for a redirect, trying to really make Rebellion second guess and make it more difficult to read. But hey, at least you're creating opportunities.
Kofor now getting dunked on by Kevin. He has been aggressive. A demo from First Killer. It's actually a defensive demo to try and throw off one of the TSM members hanging out midfield, waiting for a pass. Sphinx trying to see how many resets he can get. A little bit too slow of a play to break out. This First Killer and Catalysm will send it over to the side wall. Kevin gonna launch it away. And with a minute left to go, TSM need a goal quick and some kickoff magic.
These long clears too. Like you're going cross-eyed trying to figure out what side of the field you're on and who's really in a comfortable controlling situation. It's Kevin, no contact on the ball or a bump. Kofor back in a leading position as Catalysm has to climb up to the ceiling, drops it off to Sphinx, goes for a bump play, doesn't make contact. Good dodge from First Killer. That means he's awkward on the ball. But what matters is that Rebellion feel really secured in game 1. There's less than 30 seconds left. You're up 2-0, and ooh, that was a close call.
Yeah, LJ is clearing it away for TSM. This net is wide open late. Last second recovery by First Killer. He's gonna have to do it all himself there after trying to get the setup. LJ started the counterattack for TSM instead of finishing it. The First Killer says, don't worry, I'll cover the errors. I'll keep TSM scoreless. It was probably gonna be okay either way. Now, as the last second comes down, it seems like TSM have a chance here at a goal. It's not gonna matter though. 2-goal lead for Rebellion, and they will take game number 1.
TSM, yeah, these clears have been great, but you can't seem to beat the Rebellion rotations. They are looking as fluid as ever. It's not a perfect game out of Rebellion, but a shutout is still something to smile about. And TSM have had quality opportunities, but maybe not a good quantity of those opportunities. So they're trying as best as they can to build up some tempo though, but Rebellion are just one step ahead at all times.
Yeah, TSM have looked for passing plays on occasion, but they are doing them from long distance and from, deep from the net. So they're being read by Rebellion. They're cutting them off. They're not allowing anything to get started at all. Probably the best time for TSM to score might have been when Rebellion sent 2 at the kickoff and an ultra close cheat. If Rebellion are going to do that a lot, especially when they were already winning the game, I think TSM, might come out the better of that here and there. I have to imagine that's not something they're doing too often with the lead, or maybe they're workshopping a couple kickoffs that they might want to use later in the tournament, because I do think that the Rebels are feeling pretty comfortable in this matchup. They have no reason to believe that they shouldn't be right now with what we've seen from TSM. So we'll have to see if that changes all in game number 2.
No upsets on the menu, at least for game 1. But if you're a Sam fan, you're probably a bit upset if you look at the mainstream. MIBR did just lose 7-0 to the Gentlemates, who continue to be on fire. And you love to see it. All these top teams are bringing their A game from day to day to day, even in groups. But we'll focus here on game 2. LJ just gets away with a murder. Oh my God, quick on the board.
Yeah, LJ gonna take this off the top of Catalysm's car. Kevin tried to turn, but it's another late touch from LJ. LJ, multiple different times in this series now, looks like he's done on the ball. TSM player turns in to take it away, and just one more touch can beat that last defender. Kevin, as that last back, needs to be extra careful, and he wasn't careful enough. Can LJ do it again? He's got multiple defenders this time. Kevin will dunk him and stop him there.
At like what LJ can do on these one-on-one scenarios. He's hot, he's cold, it's heating up, and asleep at the wheel. That was free for Sphinx. I thought there was going to be a defender that could have reacted there.
Yeah, First Killer sends it down to the ground, and I'll be honest, the player cams are covering the rotations from Rebellion, so I was trying to look at what the other two were doing. I don't think First Killer got that bad of a touch. I think he was fine with what he did there. I expect at least someone to be home from Rebellion, but maybe they got crossed up on the other side of the field as we are in a 1-1 game. TSM fortunately on the board. First Killer is going to send one down to try and get the off. Oh, wait, Kofor, look at this redirect to get the seconds.
No way, that just squeaks in. Rebellion again with that midfield domination. They get to spark up another offense, and a good attempt from Kevin to just try to hit this out. And we've just had 3 goals in 30 seconds. So guys, hold on to your horses. These defenses are getting stretched.
Yeah, Kevin was hanging out on that near post, and I think he was expecting a redirect, but he thought, no way does he find a way to sneak it in perfectly on this near post. I shouldn't have to worry about that too much, but turns out he did. Kofor had the perfect touch. Sphinx going to take away one air dribble and have to defend in the back wall to stop another. Catalysm going to launch it out upfield. Sphinx going to have to hit a wonder of a goal to try and score. Instead, he sends it down to the ground in hopes of a pass, but it'll be Rebellion who take it back the other way.
TSM feel like they have to rush things just at the speed that the Rebellion play, and it's kind of a mixed up mid-air. Sphinx retaliates, but man, Rebellion are able to keep some pressure going, extend the offense longer than you would expect. Catalysm's playing cat and mouse, by the way, in the blue half, and Rebellion still aren't too stressed, but LJ has to make a difficult save, and it's still 2-1.
There's a great 50 to set up that shot in the first place, needing heroics here from LJ to keep his team on top. He's been doing it on offense, doing it a little bit on defense as well. Nice passing play, finds First Killer, and it's 3-1.
TSM usually have some fight back, but I think everyone was just trying to assess the field after there was Kevin and Sphinx caught in the corner, and that leaves just a little bit of time in the air for Rebellion. The shot placed that perfect. Now 3-1. Comfortable lead for Rebellion. And this is a pace of play that TSM really aren't used to playing at when it comes to their region, and keeping it as close as they can. But LJ, man, what a step up from day one. He's looking as confident as ever, and Rebellion execute yet again.
LJ just refuses to let this ball go down to the ground. He just carries it perfectly, flipping through, keeping the nose underneath the ball. Perfect center mass, carrying it all the way. Every last little touch is the difference in making that defender make a misread and then allowing his teammate to follow in and dunk it in. LJ has come to play, and he might have a kickoff goal here. No, it's just a bit wide.
Oh, geez, Guardian Angel for TSM, but you gotta turn this hemorrhage into just a bleed. You really gotta stem it quick, and TSM can extend these opportunities, maybe go for something downfield, but okay, First Killer to get back in time, but the ball's not centered out, so TSM have to work a little extra hard for this, but catching up to Kofor is a different story, because TSM want to conserve as much boost as possible. Oh, it's another difficult save from LJ. Catalysm, another shot, double commit in the net, and Catalysm has to turn his car around, and that's a moment for Rebellion to get out of their own end.
First Killer and Kofor both just whiffed and left LJ all alone to play defense against the entirety of TSM, and LJ was apparently up to the challenge as he does not let them break through with a couple of nice saves. Sphinx is out ahead. It's a great position. LJ all alone against Demo this time, so he can't help another bump attempt, and TSM gets their second.
There's some wiggle room in this score to, I guess, only have one back, but LJ gets demoed and Kofor can't get back. TSM bulldozed them. That was a red carpet all the way to the blue net. So I like that aggression from TSM to start bringing that physical factor through the field. Another consideration for Rebellion. Also, these kickoffs have gone a lot of Rebellion's way too, so TSM have to keep their head on a swivel.
First Killer with 100 boosts. Very scary position. Good bump on the way through the challenge. Didn't get ball, but will take out First Killer and get him away from being able to make a play. Kofor's going to try and make a play himself as he goes to the ceiling. Couldn't quite get the reset clean. LJ lobbing it up. Can Kofor pass this in any way? No, he just leaves the ball for First Killer. Shot saved by Sphinx. In and out to make the play. Kevin the other way. First touch, maybe loses control, and it'll go back to LJ.
Rebellion are still committing a lot to trying to execute. And now just trying to find each other on the passing plays. And Rebellion very confident they can take this game too, but I do worry about putting this all on LJ to defend solo in the net, especially if TSM may just bring more demos to the table. But hey, Rebellion haven't had to play defense in a hot second. It's TSM that are worried on how they're going to get out of this sticky situation.
Yeah, Rebellion seems so comfortable. They're just sending everybody at the ball every time. Almost seems like they're fighting each other for clips in this game. I'm sure that's not how it's going to go, but that's what led to LJ getting forced back, and they seem to be very loosey-goosey in terms of guaranteeing they have somebody to defend. They trust the recoveries. They have a demo now. Kofor's trying to get another one. They actually put the ball maybe too far out ahead of him. If they had hit it slower, they could have allowed Kofor to get the demo. He really is one of the better demoers in the game. As First Killer maybe lost control. This one, Sphinx gets bumped. He's still for the shot. He's got it. It's a double.
And he had another opportunity to do that, but this time it's executed and TSM are at arm's reach. Just a recovery off that bump. Beautiful play from Sphinx to keep his team still in this. A big star and an ace up TSM's sleeve to see if they can try to tie things up off the kickoff, but Kevin already has to recover. LJ beats both defenders, but Catalysm always stands tall in the net.
MIBR tied it up with Gentlemates. It's just such an interesting series over there. There's so many different tiebreaker things that could happen. You got to lock into both streams right now to find out how this ends. We are locked in with TSM and Sphinx, who has made some great plays. 2 TSM members up to clear this one out. Nobody with boost on TSM, so it's going to take them a second to reset here. Kevin on the back wall pops this ball away. Catalysm and Kofor give it to First Killer. It needs to be TSM possession in these final seconds. Sphinx looking for a teammate, but instead finds the Rebels. Kevin popping this one up in the air. Kofor is actually keeping it in there and helping out the 0-second play for TSM. Catalysm is up. First Killer saw that pass from a mile away. He's going to cut it off. He's going to even almost score again as Rebellion take game number 2.
Rebellion on match point. Started to really dominate the skies in that last minute as well, and you pointed out there's just so low boost on the TSM side. It's really limiting your options on how you're trying to pass, how you're trying to get around Rebellion, which has been difficult. TSM having to defend for so long, and man, the amount of saves they had to put up, that's going to be something interesting to look at the stats. While Rebellion, if you think back on how they looked against MIBR, it was disjointed, but I'm already much more of a fan of what Rebellion are presenting today. It's, again, gonna need more out of them if they want to stand a chance in playoffs. I'm not fully sold on Rebellion, but a sweep still, I think, will make the fans very happy if they can get to playoffs.
Yeah, it's what they're looking like in the process of making the sweep. It felt like they were getting almost too comfortable with this TSM squad after getting an initial lead. They were trying to win by 7 when they maybe don't necessarily need to. As long as they clean that up against whoever they're playing against, they obviously feel like they're playing well. They're still laughing and having a good time. But, you know, TSM, a couple mix-ups or slip-ups, I should say, by Rebellion got them in, and then a peak by Sphinx getting bumped on that final shot, being able to still follow it up. I mean, Sphinx has that peak potential. You cannot let him be within striking distance. So Rebels might need to shore it up a bit here in game number 3.
And Sphinx is one of the fastest players in this tournament. He's number 7 in speed, number 3 in boost usage. So Sphinx, although TSM look like they're low in boost, it's because they're really just trying to keep up with Rebellion. Now Catalysm got everyone jumping for this 2-on-1. Kofor is going to get robbed, but Sphinx just can't seem to peel back the layers. If all 3 defenders boxed out in the net, LJ now is being met finally with some challenges in the midfield. It's not going to be as easy for Rebellion, but here comes LJ free in the skies, but not as free in the net. But the demos are going to relieve Rebellion from TSM's backs.
Yeah, the dancing air dribble from LJ this time doesn't turn into a goal. Still quite impressive from him. He's just going to boom a power shot now. Catalysm should be back to make that save and collect it to grab corner boost. He's trying to hesitate there a little bit to see if he can get Kofor to miss on the challenge, but Kofor didn't once get phased out or faked out and dunked the ball to take it away. But it's dropping now into the TSM attacking corner. They've been here a decent amount of time. Sphinx actually a pretty solid demo to hopefully relieve pressure there, but they cannot collect the ball quickly. And there's actually gonna be a chance for Rebellion. I don't know where the ball went, but that was a good opportunity for the Rebels.
Dude, LJ's doing so much off the ball. He's just a little demon, stealing all the boost and just chasing TSM around like rats. So now TSM feel the need to get the mids out and demo back. Kevin gets LJ off their backs, but Rebellion's net getting attacked. Catalysm needs to make the most out of this opportunity, but it pinches all the way to the other side.
Yeah, Kevin was trying to peek there with a pre-flip after getting his demo. Doesn't pay off. Still 0-0. Not bad for TSM, who have been looking at deficits for the entirety of this series. They hold off here for a bit, a couple minutes into the game. Kevin going to try and drop down to himself. Nobody else is going to get a touch. This 50 goes deep to LJ. He has been dribbling across the field frequently. This time he's just going to leave it. Kofer on the dribble. Gets met by a challenge, and first killer not pressured. Calm, collects, takes it away.
The TSM are trying to change up what presence they have on the field. Not just sitting in the midfield, but hey, trying to challenge Rebellion in the air on their own half. So TSM still look to build up to that lethality, one that could actually get a goal on the board. The second half, remember in our previous game, we had like 4 goals in 30 seconds. Now things have really slowed down.
Definitely, as Sphinx able to intercept this as that first up defender. Kofer bumped off. He's going to go to ceiling for a reset, but I'm not sure he's going to make it back down to the play to be relevant. And we have a pause. Kofer is turtled right now, and they're looking at Kofer's screen. So I'm thinking maybe he might have disconnected or something after going up to the ceiling.
Hope not. That's an awkward spot.
He
I'm gonna get
definitely
you
was.
check in. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I mean, he definitely was playing up until, I mean, he went up and seemed like he was playing pretty standard, just lost his dribble and was trying to recover on the ceiling. So he was for sure controlling his car up into the recovery, but I don't know if it just, I mean, I'm also just guessing that it's Kofer based on body language. I think it's related to Kofer. But either way, it's a tech pause and it's a 0-0 game, so no one has to feel too scammed by it. The Rebels were up in the TSM half, but it wasn't like a great opportunity was developing necessarily.
Sphinx is just happy that it's not in his corner this time. He had a tech pause, I think, in the very first match against Mates, I want to say, where his like monitor turned off and they had to pull back a goal. It was 0-0 with a minute left, and that was like the only chance TSM had to beat the Mates. And it did not happen that way. So Mates definitely confirming that sweep against TSM. What a tough schedule for TSM to just, you know, have the Gentleman seed, #1 seed from your group. But if anything, I'd rather get the final boss out of the way early.
Yeah, and you mentioned, you know, Mates and MIBR, who are playing right now over on the mainstream. They're in a tied Game 3, 1-1. So the Mates had looked pretty much unstoppable, but MIBR could make this really, really interesting with a win. It would put a lot of pressure on the Rebels to get a massive win, which they're doing so far against TSM, to guarantee that they can come out on top on that 2-way tie, or the 3-way tie, the 2-1 ties between, you know, all those teams. That'll be 2-1. So they're in a good spot. They have themselves in position. I'm watching. I'll admit, I'm watching this overtime and game number 3 of MIBR Mates.
Oh my god. Like the fact that even if Rebellion wins here, they are not secure. The fate is being controlled by these last few matches that remain in Group B. This is what makes groups so interesting. You're not going all the way to round 5, sure, but man, the stakes are so concentrated and you're really stuck to playing the top dogs of your group. There's no weak opponents in any of these groups. Everyone has worked so hard to get here. All the teams have elevated to a different level. And now it's about treating this tech pause as, okay, let's not lose any momentum and let's not get frustrated.
Yeah, we've got some word. Kofer is having monitor issues. So, yeah, well, you don't need me to tell you that as you see someone actively pulling his monitor away. So it should be pretty obvious he's got monitor issues. They're going to get him back set up, restart his setup there, and then we'll get right back in to this game. Lots on the line, and it gets even more interesting as this game gets paused. You know, I don't know how actively these players can know what's going on in the other series, but the Mates did just win. So the Mates, you know, I think that is maybe the result that the Rebels want. I think maybe both these teams want Mates to win. If Made in Brazil, you know, don't get their second win, the Rebels do, no tiebreaker business. They just get to get into the playoffs in that second seed. So, you know, I think that it doesn't matter too much. Technically, they might hear the results of these other games. These guys are playing pretty close to each other. They might know. I don't think that will change how they go forward in this series.
What a fun of the year. And yeah, tech pauses aren't fun, but it just builds tension for what this next kickoff could look like. And the fact that Group D is coming down to these last matches, Gentlemates playing Gatekeep Girl Boss against MIBR, TSM trying to go out with a bang for APAC, and I don't know what I don't think my upset meter was too high for this match in particular. If anything, it would be higher for MIBR, considering they went to Game 5 against Rebellion. MIBR just... They got to go up against Gentlemates to save themselves in the tournament, and I don't think a lot of teams can go up against the Gentlemates.
That's fair. I got a question for you, Lemon. Have you ever gamed so hard you needed to use the hand warmers? I see these guys, you know, staying on top of the hand warmers at all times. I've never really worried about it too much, to be honest, but I guess I'm not someone who needs to have his hands perfectly warm for a big competition like this.
Nah, I'm sweaty at all times just because I'm nervous. If I'm in any match that matters, I'm sweating. But also the meta in these LAN environments is that the AC is also jacked up so high because they're expecting a crowd eventually, and that's a lot of sweaty people heating up the place. So it's usually the AC is really high at the beginning, so it's really, really cold. Because I've seen a surprising amount of players and coaches have sweaters on and look really bundled up, and I don't think that's just aesthetic.
No, yeah, you're right. Now that I think about it, there are a lot of people who are wearing their jerseys over the top of sweatshirts and stuff, which seems insane to me. But we see Kevin trying to stay, you know, I wonder how much of it is just fidgeting with something, you know, other than while you sit waiting, paused. When the game gets paused and you don't get to free play, you don't get to anything. These players, I'm assuming, if they could choose to, would hop out and get into free play and stuff. But usually you just got to stare at that pause screen waiting for this stuff to get resolved. Got to do something with your hands. These guys look like they're about to get in here, though. It doesn't seem like we're gonna have to wait much longer. Kofor looks like he's staring at a monitor that is on, and everybody else see. Oh no, Kevin, don't point at your monitor. Certainly, it's okay.
Okay. Tactical discussion, not a technical one. Okay, we're starting into the second half. 0-0, and Rebellion is still on at match point. Gentlemates on their match point on the main stream, and man, first killer's looking for bumps. First killer with a banger towards the backboard as well, or that was LJ. So man, Rebellion wasting no time, but here's the response. LJ in the net.
Yeah, first killer tried to peek there with the really strong ceiling pinch to double. We've seen those kind of plays before, but not usually with that level of power that he just attempted it at. It was going too fast for him to handle. Wasn't able to finish it off. So Catalysm, you know, trying to create an opportunity. And I feel like I've seen this so many different times with TSM where the lead man seems to make an outplay here or there or get a ball center, and then there's just no one around to follow. And it leads to just a Rebellion possession. Rebellion trying to not make that same mistake themselves as LJ floats up for the reset. Everybody in TSM is in net. They should be able to handle it as Kevin takes it to the sidewall.
Catalysm can just do it all, and that demo in the net, you wish he had a shot on target. It seemed like an opportunity, but there's a reason why Catalysm got chosen to be and stay on this team as that import. Built such a good synergy with the Sphinx, but what matters is the Rebellion's uniting on this offensive front. Good initial save, but first killer, you don't even need him to put the nail in the coffin. You got a whole Rebellion squad hitting the net.
Yeah, it looked like Sphinx maybe had it clear. Catalysm and Sphinx both went for it. Catalysm save sent it up high to the back wall where it could be followed. Maybe Sphinxes would have been able to just clear it to safety, but they had to deal with the fact that they both went for it. And the ball stuck around. LJ quick to this one. Kevin can't make the save. It's 2-0 Rebellion.
Okay, if you're TSM, you cannot let this overflow. Rebellion are off the ceiling. They're crashing into you. LJ's looking great on offense. Get the umbrellas out. It is starting to rain and pour in the TSM camp, and it's not out of the realm of possibilities, but a reverse sweep and you're down 0-2. That's a lot on anyone's plate, especially these young players. But Rebellion, they can slip up, but they have to just hold on for this next 60 seconds, and they're just not giving any openings to TSM.
Yeah, it's going to need to be a peak here in the final minutes. Something we haven't really seen. LJ trying to go across the net. He actually got somebody on TSM who was not responsible for making the save. It was Sphinx who was in the right spot, so he will casually get the save and carry this one out. See if he can get past any defenders on Rebellion. First killer is upfield trying to beat out. Kevin sent it too high off the back wall. No follows. Sphinx will try and counter, but Kevin, no boost. Has to just wait for this ball to land back down. Sphinx is already in the air. He went for a bump. I think he was trying to get for a pass. Decided when the ball didn't head to him, he might as well go for a bump. He connected, but nothing came of it.
least you're trying to be productive, but now can you be defensive? Okay. TSM bailing each other out. Kevin with a long pass. There goes Sphinx towards the net. Difficult save for first killer, and he gets it done, and he makes it look easy. Couple seconds left, and the road ends here for TSM and for APAC. And really valiant effort to push Rebellion to this point. 2 quick goals, though, just suffocated. Makes that 3 at the end. Suffocated TSM, and it's a clean sweep for Rebellion to end their journey in Group D as well.
Yeah, Rebellion, now they've done their job. They needed to win this series, and they needed to win it by as many games and goals as possible. They got their 3-0. They maybe could have afforded to score even more goals. There were times when TSM felt like they were around, but they've probably set themselves up to advance in the group. They need MIBR to just not come out in clutch. Right now, that game is in game 4. It's 2-2. MIBR could, force this 3-way tie still, but even if they do, I think Rebellion has done what they need to do. We see TSM there fist bumping with Rebellion. That is the end of the show for them. They had 1 game win against MIBR in their group. Otherwise, a bit of a tough going for them. Gonna have to get ready to go back, dominate APAC again. Seems like they crush APAC. They know they're gonna get themselves to majors again, or at least they hope to. So they'll have more chances. Their chances are over for now in Boston.
And it matters whether you get 3rd or 4th place in your group. Just a little silver lining. Maybe I'm just good cop. I'm like the glass half full kind of person. There's a difference between $4,500 and I believe $9,000. So you're doubling your prize pool there, along with 3 to 5 RLCS points, which may make a huge difference down the road for that World Championship run. And the 2nd seed of Group D, which we are trying to cap out now, is going to go up against Ninjas in Pajamas. The 1st seed of Group D being, I'm guessing, Gentlemates. We'll see what ends up happening here. We'll go up against NRG, man. Playoffs has so many bangers, but we're gonna throw it to a quick break. We got more matches ahead of us, and we'll throw the mainstream on here for you, so don't go anywhere.
Okay, the plumber's fixing that burst pipe. We should be all set.
Good thing you're protected 24/7 with your home and auto bundle from Progressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right caption to post about this.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try Tuesdays are cray.
Technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online.
I totally believe you.
Life is meaningless without affirmation, am I right?
So I make a motto. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
Book your trip at meetboston.com.
Coming at you like monsters in the night, and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge, now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside.
You thought we were done? We're going to game 5!
Champions Field to decide who gets number 2 and who sees top 6. MIBR, 1 game at a time to stay in this Razebull also trying to secure the birthday buff for MIBR and give them something here today.
Got his 100th land goal in that game as well.
It's all aligned for him to have the best day ever.
And, you know, Shopify Rebellion are watching this game. Maybe that game 4, they're thinking, all right, we're feeling good. We're going to the playoffs. Instead, now they're going to be probably biting their nails. Don't do that. Not healthy for you. But how could you not help it if you're Shopify Rebellion knowing that Gentlemates just have to beat MIBR so you can lock your ticket to the playoffs. And MIBR find a way to scrap through this. And it is a scrap. Gentlemates still had control, still had good touches, but MIBR, Razebull, so many times just flying at the ball and doing anything he can to get to it. If he had to spend the whole tank, he did not care. He was done sitting on his back wall.
That was OG Razebull. That's the one that coined the phrase, you know, you did the let him loose, grab the horn, all of it, everything you could think of. That was the version of him that they needed and they got at the right time. Now it falls to the final 5 in regulation to figure out who gets to continue on here in Boston.
Here we go. Razebull will start us off on Champions Field. It couldn't have started any uglier. Nice.
Hey, the beginning of the performance kind of was uglier, but now it's not. It's looking a little regular, all right? They're getting better. MIBR has put up a pretty proud and decent fight against the Mates to slow him down in the momentum of the series.
And Mates, they've already clinched their spot in the playoffs. It's Shopify Rebellion. Maybe hope for a candle of themselves. Sad won't make another save. Archie has the lead.
Gentlemates, they are doing it for Shopify Rebellion. You got the team screens here in the arena. Everybody rooting for them.
And Sad, what an incredible save there. Just could not get back around the ball. MIBR gonna have to fight back. Sad, maybe hoping to find Razebull here on the 50, and he does. Razebull gets a dunk as well. Astro right behind. 50, not the cleanest here for Made in Brazil. Trying to find their way here in Boston. Sad getting back to the 50, beat Oski. Now pass downfield to Astro, cut off. We are back in the midfield, which is much more contested than it was earlier in this series.
Big challenge there from Oski as well, but not big enough to slow MIBR down. They are in their half. They're almost in their net. Nas, that clear slowed it just enough. But unfortunately for them, Gentlemates continues their pressure attack. Into the corner here, Oski and Archie on their lonesome. It was MIBR making the race back to slow him down. It's up to Oski to get past Razebull. Nas set up for a shot. Sad on the goal line. All 3 members of MIB are there as they make their clean out.
Free ball. Razebull. Back to Sad. To the bull. The bull! Denied! What a save from Nas! Are you kidding?
Gentlemates have it all set up for them to hold on from the ceiling and down. Another shot into the blue half. Archie to himself. No space, no shot. It's a clear for MIBR.
You couldn't have ripped the rocket any faster at the net. It comes down. Razebull. No boost. Sad gets scooped out of the play. Nas will weave his way around the offense. Somehow get this to the midfield line and get the midfield boost. They're off the ceiling. And Sad creates some space.
Right now, MIBR got to play extremely solid defense. But more important than that are these pinball clears, transitioning them out. That is what needs to come to fruition. Unfortunately for them, it is all feeling more like a dream instead for the Gentlemates. They continue to register more and more shots as the minutes count down.
Good vision there from Sad. Was able to weave his way around 1 and then was patient on his follow-up 50. You can feel a little more confidence from MIBR, seeing the field a little bit better. 50's getting a little bit better. Razebull had to punch it in reverse. Gets the 50, nobody's there. And Nas demo's one out of the way. A return demo. Razebull flips it up. Astro's got boost. A little bit of control. Can't quite get the bump though. And here comes Archie. On point. Drop ball to Oski. Knocked out of the way. MIBR do not let the shot go. And Astro will get another clear for Made in Brazil.
You can see all of the gentlemen returning home, trying to get a position as Raisewell comes through. He's been the one that really has led the charge for MIBR, but unfortunately for them, he continues to get shut down time and time again. Raisewell slow shot on net. Nas completely sends this one down. 50 follow from Archie, and the Gentlemates make their turn.
Raisewell took it away, gave it to Astro. It rips hard to the side. No boost spawns for Archie. Corner spawn shortly after, and Made in Brazil will get it. Astro tries for the soft touch. And a hard one. The Gentlemates, they had to respect the potential shot there. Now Astro decides to let it go and go for the demo. There was no quick follow-up. Sad. Fully flips into the ball. Nas avoids one. Made in Brazil are lurking. They're getting bumps, but somebody is getting in the way. Now counter. Gentlemates. One tap. Double tap. What?
Gentlemates have all the pressure in the world, but can they hold on? Another shot from Archie, wasting the seconds that MIBR need to keep their dreams alive. Here comes Oski to the backboard, sent out into the corner. It was 17 on the clock and a 1-goal lead. MIBR have almost no time in the world.
Nas is a brick wall. Astronomic. Nothing. Archie to the side. Time has run out. Gentlemen, defeat MIBR and clinch Shopify Rebellion to the Boston Major Playoffs.
Shopify Rebellion owe a huge thank you to the Gentlemates for that performance. What felt completely confident at first started to get a little shaky in the mid, but at the end of it all, there is no denying the powerhouse that is the Gentlemates.
Oh, man. Well, if you were here for the start of the series, bet you didn't think it was going to end like that. We had some incredible saves at the end of that game. Sad, I don't even know how he defended that double tap. We were on double tap POV, and I'm thinking, oh, it's empty net. That's a free throw. And that just comes out of nowhere and makes a save. And then Nas on the other side trying to counter it. And you're like, or it might be hard. It's like, hey, we're going to score. They got the demo. This is a free shot. And then Nas is like, no, dude. No, dude.
And some people come on land for the first time, they absolutely crumble, and then there's players like Nas that you have known their potential for so long.
You said you're cool and that it's alright, but you're hiding something that don't feel right. You know life is better when we just talk.
I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the putting in the
dancing in their line, paths that we could never run. Oh, they were dancing way up high. Stars were dancing in their line. Future we will never run. Dirt on our feet was bone dry. It was bone dry. Thought another goal is all we needed. Taking second chances, still we bleed. And when all love had been depleted, we had but no choice to concede. As the stars were dancing in their line, paths that we could never run. Oh, they were dancing way up high. Stars were dancing in their line. Future we will never run. Dirt on our feet was bone dry. It was bone dry.
I was all alone. Then you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? was all alone. Then you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Strangers down, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers down, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the RLCS 26 Boston Major Alt Stream. My name is Oliver Bastion, alongside by Fear. And Fear, it is time to decide who makes it out of Group B. We find ourselves in a scenario I don't even think you, myself, or many expected, where now all of a sudden, Furia, with a chance to make it out of an incredibly tough group over the Falcons, over Virtus Pro, and technically, if things go a little weird, maybe GK?
Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be so difficult to predict. This has been the more spicy group. We see Group C was tough, and there's going to be, some decisions as far as what seeding goes on. But I think everything is in the air. GK has looked like the better team, but they might, falter against Falcons, who are the expected team to win the group. And then Furia, Virtus Pro. I mean, Virtus Pro is a team that's good enough to be able to take down Furia, but maybe, just maybe, Furia beats them. There's some crazy tiebreakers. There's no way to know. We got to watch. We got to find out right now here and on the mainstream. But this is a look at the hybrid playoff bracket and everything that's in there so far. We have finished Group D and we have finished Group A. So you see Mates and NRG in a match in the upper bracket together tomorrow. And then down in the lowers, it's the Rebels versus Ninjas in Pajamas. So it's NA versus EU. You love to see that at these majors, and you're getting that for sure at least twice tomorrow.
Yeah, almost guaranteed at this point to have some more of those as well as we continue on throughout the brackets. Again, no matter what happens to NRG and Mates there in that upper bracket, they are both going to still have an ability to play further into the event as well. Win or lose, you get a second life just for being the #1 seed coming out of the groups here. So congratulations to Mates and congratulations to NRG. Heck, congratulations to NIP and SR for even being able to make it out of the groups, because it has been difficult for a lot of teams to even get there. And as you can see, it's been a very contentious day. A lot of 3-2s. Game 5s eluded us yesterday. Game 5s are the standard here today, as we are on our 5th match on the mainstream. It's going to be GK versus Team Falcons. So while we're over here looking at Furia versus VP, it's GK and Team Falcons on the main broadcast. And like we said, over here, it is Furia versus Virtus Pro, and then we will close out the day with Twisted Minds versus Space Station. This is going to be one for the ages, man. Furia on a hot streak like no one else right now. Again, we've talked a lot about what could be with this Furia roster based on the legacy, based on their past performances. It's no longer what could be. It's what is at this point, Fear. They have proven they are here to play.
Yeah, Furia for a long time were one of the names that would come up in terms of teams that could take down an entire event. They have since fallen out of those lists. Not a lot of people bringing up Furia in terms of, even top 4 finishes anymore, which used to be kind of a thing that Sam almost expected out of this Furia team. Now, with a win over the Falcons, maybe they are in position. Who knows? GK could be just the super team. That's why they lost to them earlier. But they have a real chance, and a lot of that has to do with this guy right here, Yan the Man, with a great perfect smile. My goodness, yeah, and I'm impressed. That was amazing.
I mean, he's He's always been a charismatic man. He's always known how to entertain based on his play on the pitch, based on his play outside the pitch. With the again, there will never be a more iconic moment than Yan standing up after beating Boys at World and just literally screaming, just fists, you know, like just pumping like that. It would be hype to see this team get to those heights again. And for Swift, it would be tying his best performance ever if they somehow, and again, it's going to take a lot to get here, but if they manage to get the #1 seed out of this group, Swift ties his best placement on LAN ever with a guaranteed top 6 placement. Again, there is so much on the line here, but the problem for Furia is that A, they have to get this win, and B, they have Virtus Pro on the other side. Look, VP may not have actually, I would say, climbed to the heights that they maybe expected for themselves here, but this is one of the groups of death, man. This Group B, Navy is turning out to be even closer than Group C, which was expected to be the by far closest group. Virtus Pro have done a great job so far. The only problem, they're just not getting any wins at this point.
Yeah, I think Virtus Pro is part of the group of death over here in Group B. There's also an NA team in Group C. Turns out that, you know, Space Station Gaming wasn't able to hold up their end of the deal over in Group C to make it as interesting as it could have been. This is Virtus Pro's chance to show that this really was the toughest group, and a lot of that is going to come to Talk. As you can see, his first RLCS LAN, the Canadian here, representing Virtus Pro, representing North America. Talk is a guy who does everything on the field. He's going to need to be playing at his best. He's got his warm-up games. Now it's time for the real deal. 2Piece, also his first RLCS major. These are debut. That actually kind of surprises me. I feel like I've watched 2Piece for a long time, and I'm almost expecting him to sneak in here or there. So maybe even a little bit of nerves for what I would consider an NA veteran. They're all their first majors. I should have known this. Wavy, of course, is his first major too. So yeah, all these guys brand new debuting. People expect a lot out of them as the NA2. But maybe those first LAN majors are showing why they haven't been able to get the win yet.
This is one of those things where, as much as you understand the VP are an incredibly talented team, you knew there would be a little bit of roughness coming into this major, just due to the fact that they don't have the experience on LAN like that. The man sitting behind them does. Remember, he's been around for what feels like the Stone Age, since the Stone Age is at this point. But realistically, this team in front of him that he's been coaching so far, they're pretty new, both in terms of like how much they have played throughout RLCS, except for 2Piece, who's been around for a very hot minute, but also in terms of this is a brand new roster when you look at it overall. A lot of teams made at least a little bit of a change in between last year and this year. This roster is more or less brand new. Like, yes, technically Wavy did join SR while 2Piece was there, and for a moment they played together, but the addition of Talk is very new. The addition of having all three of these guys signed under an org is literally as new as this week. There's a lot of expectations on these guys' shoulders, and it's an unfamiliar space that they're currently in, which makes this difficult, that they now, with an 0-2 record so far, have to get a win. If they do not, that is the end of their major guaranteed. If they do win this, there's got to be a lot of little things that happen here or there, including that GK needs to beat Team Falcons in order to keep all of those teams at 1 and 2. But like, if they win here, they've got a chance. And that at this point, Fear, is what they've got to hold on to. The question, you think they're going to do that? Because we got to decide now as well.
Yeah, you know, as somebody who watched Furia versus Falcons. I think it was me and you who watched Furia versus Falcons earlier today. We're able to have the pleasure of commentating it. It would be insane to not pick this Furia team who beat the Falcons. So I think I'm gonna have to go with Furia. It does mean picking against North America. I really like what I've seen from Wavy and Talk, 2Piece finally getting to the major LAN. These guys have played at a high level. They've shown to be the only team that can compete with NRG. NRG has always been that #1 in North America. They've been really repping for us at the world stage. Redacted seem like that next best team, maybe even over Rebellion. So expecting a lot out of them in this major. But I mean, Furia, they look so strong. They beat Falcons. I got to go Furia.
That's the thing that sucks the most here is that whoa. Production's just like, nah, we're making him pick VP on this one. They're like, we don't care if he wants Furia. He has to back NA again. You know what? Fine. Give me VP. I was going to say Furia based on their performance earlier today. They have looked too good to be able to deny at this point. But the thing is, one of us has got to back NA because at this point, it is their last chance. Virtus Pro, they got to the major. They got here as one of the most impressive teams in NA and finally got the org they absolutely deserve. The problem, the Kings of South America stand in front of them. It is time for one last best of 5 between the two to decide Group B. Fear, let's get it started.
Game 1 brought to you by Progressive. Furia versus VP, NA versus Sam. Wavy is going to fake off a kickoff to start. Talk is the guy that you really need to look to have a great series if you want to see VP playing up to their maximum potential. You want to see him with the ball, with a full tank of boost. Often he's going to be able to make plays for this Virtus Pro team. Right now, they are forced back, and actually a bit of a misplay there at the midfield is going to allow a couple challenges. So Swift reset to 1. Lost is in. Furia is already in the lead.
And this is the problem we've been seeing for a lot of the teams playing against Furia today. They will dive at everything on offense and get in your face quick. You got 2 players on the backboard or somewhere around net with low boost. Good luck stopping the 1-2 combo. Furia strike almost instantaneously in this series.
This kickoff is into the Furia half. Wavy able to steal that attacking corner boost and maybe get something going here as 2Piece tries to find Talk. It's not an easy angle. He's going to put it to the backboard, land on the back wall. He wanted the shot. He fakes it. Wavy will go instead.
All right, so we got a bit of a slug match here. Both teams are just going to keep on taking shots at each other, and if they do get a goal, it's going to take some effort. Brilliant moves from Talk here. Knows that he's got Lost planted in the net, and all he's got to do is make him jump. He can take the shot. He cannot take the shot, but by not doing so, he leaves it for Wavy, gives him an opening, and they will not miss. VP, they said, all right, we'll give you 1, but we're going to fight back.
So often you see players in Talk's position shoot and not recognize they need to try and take the ball to the back wall like he did, make something happen. He knows he's got everything in his bag of tricks, and he pulled it out there to get Wavy the opportunity to score. 2Piece is trying to run across the net, no one there to bump. And so Swift will drop this down to the ground. 2Piece finds himself too deep underneath the play. He'll leave it for Talk, who tries to get a reset, but ultimately hands the ball off to Furia.
A lot of offense so far here for VP, though. A little bit different than what I kind of expected, to be honest here. It feels like, well, maybe I actually should eat my own words already on this one. I'm just going to say it kind of feels like this should be Furia in the driver's seat controlling offense. But if you look back upon their series with Falcons, they didn't spend a lot of time on defense, and it required a lot of last-second saves. They did so relatively consistently, but that might be the same thing here. Again, VP really well coordinated on offense. I think that's one of the defining characteristics of this team when they play in NA is that cohesion and ability to play around one another. If they do that here, they could end up pinning Furia into their half, but so far, been chances on either end, but definitely more offense for our orange side, and maybe more goals as well. Perfect read off the backboard. Great initial setup, and it's 2-1 VP.
2Piece chips this around. Yan, 50s lost, leaves Swift in a tough position. You can see how awkward he is. He was panic jumping there. I'm not sure he was going to be able to make a save, even if he didn't panic jump, though. Easy follow-up for Talk, but all of that put on a platter by 2Piece as he dices up all of Furia.
All right, you know what? I appreciate you now beyond compare production. You're making sure that I continue to root on my boys, and I'm happy to do so because this is probably the best I've seen them play, or at least here on the alt stream. I know that they had a really good series against GK earlier today on the main broadcast, but last time we got a peek at this VP team, it was not looking nearly as good. Feels like they've ironed out a lot of the issues that we had with them earlier in this tournament. Now they're finding themselves with decent offense, defense, and actually finding themselves without any defense because if you just get bumped off the ball, good luck.
This is such a tough bump to get. You see Lost landing perfectly inside the net, looking for the defender right away. When you're going for bumps this far off the ball, it can be tough to get the read, but Lost is good enough to know the path that 2Piece needs to take. Slams him away, and the net looks very open after that. So an equal game. Wavy reset going slow to maybe try and see if he could get past Swift. Talk's going to have a chance. Lost playing aggressive, and even though he didn't get ball, he got a bit of the car, and that will slow them down.
Swift on the backboard, got some time and space, and actually more time than I think he expected. Eventually a challenge does come from 2Piece, and he's not anticipating it, so he just has to boom it away. Goes right back into the hands of VP, though, who are getting a couple of touches off the backboard, but nothing actually going at the net. That could have, but his pass to Talk was intercepted by Yan. And now trying to take it the other way, looking for a lead block, looking to get it to Lost, who also gets bumped off the ball. We've seen some physical series so far here today, but we've also seen some mechanics. Wavy, the musty from the sidewall, and it bamboozles everybody.
Swift did not realize the amount of power that Wavy could get. I knew there was an opportunity to launch the flick, but what I didn't realize is he was going to be able to get it so hard that it would just sail over the top of Swift. It's really tough to blame him. Obviously, Swift needs to be back just a little bit more, but he did not respect the Wavy mechanics, and he gets punished 3-2 for Virtus Pro.
Gotta say, we're trying to have some conversations, break down a little bit of what's going on here in game one, but it seems like the goals right now are coming specifically from moments you might not expect. This is one we would expect if it makes it in, but unfortunately, the defensive VP not going to allow it. How about on this one? Nope, not there either. 2Ps, a couple of great defensive plays in a row, will keep this at a 3-2 ball game, but for how long? Actually, a lot longer. That shot, not on target, not nearly enough power to get past that defense.
Lost trying to keep it in front of the net here as he corrals it back. Yan has been the playmaker for Furia, oftentimes not just in this LAN, but in every LAN that they've ever played in. Has Lost going to the ceiling. You see Wavy trying to pre-jump, forcing them to stay high and play it into his defender that he has on the back wall. We are approaching a minute left to go here with Virtus Pro in the lead. Swift, maybe not the best touch to the backboard, but it looks like Virtus Pro prioritizing passing over potentially trying to rush to the net. Maybe didn't have the greatest angle. Yan taps this one away. Lost has to be the one to finish it, and actually a touch backwards into a safer corner with that save. They manage to end the Fury attack.
At least for a moment, back out to midfield it will go, and that will definitely end it because Lost just straight gets beat by Talk. Talk tried to keep the play extended, but unfortunately without any boost, there's not much he can do. And now, Wavy gotta rush quick, recognize the numbers advantage for Furia the other way, didn't want to even give them the chance. And Furia running out of opportunities for a chance at this net. Another shot immediately into Talk, who will then flick it over one, and flick it over another, maybe do this all by himself, but he's at least dragged it back into the Furia half. With 20 seconds to go, they are wasting valuable time that Furia cannot afford.
I talked about how Yan can outplay two defenders in order to make things easier for his team. Well, Talk can do that as well. We saw that earlier. He wasn't able to get all three of them. We've actually seen 2Ps do that a couple times now as well. When you have the individual ability that this Virtus Pro team has, you can make it so much easier on yourselves. Surely they're going to be able to hit this down on the ground. Virtus Pro are going to take game number one.
Game number one in favor of VP, and I do think that especially with how this one started, that probably wasn't the expected outcome. They're smiles, they're happy, they know that they need to play like that if they want to keep this series going and keep it competitive, because as much as they did win that, it was a one-goal ball game, and you started to see the signs of life for Furia at the end there. The defense definitely started getting pinned back a little bit more, and VP were not nearly as comfortable. They get back to those boost deals, that really promising starvation play that they played against Falcons. This could be a different series, but talking a lot of theoreticals, coulda, woulda, shoulda, doesn't really matter. At the moment, VP definitely looking like the best version of themselves we've seen so far.
Yeah, I think every one of them individually is looking like the best version of themselves, which I love to see. I think there was times in that game we were able to see, a Talk outplay playing his top game. We saw 2Ps create a goal all by himself. We saw Wavy launch that monster flick in order to get a goal. So all three of them are on form right now. It's not two of them needing to pick up somebody or a hard carry. Everybody's playing individually well. They're playing as a team together well. They're going to need to keep doing that if they want to take down the likes of Yan, Lost, and Swift.
You got a chance to. Again, if they keep that level of play, who knows what happens. But similarly, you can see it on the face of Furia. I don't think they were thrilled with their performance in game one, but feeling they might elevate here in game number two. We continue on to Forbidden Temple here in our best of five between two teams. Again, still battling for a way out of the groups. Neither team technically eliminated at this point. For Furia, there's a chance to not only make it out of the group, but make it out as the number one seed. It would take quite a lot, but they are definitely in contention for it. And if they can get a goal here early, it would help them out tremendously.
Yeah, we saw it open with a 1v1 between Yan and Wavy, two guys who have played a lot of 1v1. Wavy able to make that save. There's been a few different shot attempts now for Furia as 2Ps chasing this down to the blue half for the first time in this game. Talk not gonna have any boost to follow this up. In fact, Wavy doesn't really have much either. He's just trying to put a 50 on. We see Talk with a full tank. He can make magic happen when he has that. He's beating a couple players. He's bumping somebody on the back wall. He's trying to dish it, and he cannot get a goal because Yan makes the save.
I do think there was an option for him to maybe try to get a pass out center, but you can't really blame him for doing all that work and going, no, I'm getting my own reward. I'm finishing off this play, and I'm getting the dunk. And uh-oh, it might cost his team a goal because here it goes the other way, and an immediate response from Furia.
Yeah, I want to see this again here. Swift gets Talk to miss. 2Ps luckily also went for the save as well. He was just not going to be able to get two direct saves. If Talk had made contact, maybe they could have escaped that sequence. But as it stands, Furia will take the 1-0 lead. They're going to send two players at the kickoff. It's actually going to favor Talk. I just love to see Talk when he has 100 boost. He can always do something. He's going to beat everybody all by himself. The ball's floating in front of the net, but what a save. A backflip from Swift gets it out.
Perfect timing from Swift on that one. You knew there was going to be a second player for VP to crash the net instantaneously, and that player doesn't even get the chance. A lot of time here left on the clock, but that 1-0 for Furia looking like it could break at any moment considering the offense VP starting to develop. How about on this one? Wavy's up. He's got a shot, but he sends it straight at Swift, who's on the backboard. I think he jumped off hoping to maybe try to get a bump with a full tank. Swift is long gone and taking it right back into the VP half. We're lost, trying to get something started. This one pinched off the backboard, and 2Piece can help out Talk to at least get it a bit closer to midfield, but they won't escape the offense yet. More from Furia here as they keep on charging, and Lost trying to muscle it through 3 players. Isn't able to, so he's going to have Yan in backup, and as this one continues to bounce around, again, Furia knocking on the door. All they need is one good chance, and they look very close to finding it.
VP have moved on to offense, though. Swift trying to roll underneath this ball, keep it around at the top of the arena to make it as tough to challenge. Talk waiting on the side wall, Wavy just a soft touch to let him go to work. He's immediately going to push that ball out ahead of the first defender, and 50's the second. Yan is already up to intercept this floating ball. Won't be able to create anything out of it. Look at Lost so quick out of the corner. Now space for the playmaker as he floats at ceiling heights. Does dribble it over the top of Talk, but into the hands of 2Piece.
Chance here for 2Piece to maybe finally end this onslaught, or not, just straight to Swift, who's just got so much boost, and a great touch that might actually find his way back to him after another touch from Yans. Lost, chance here, shot, we go a little high, and 2Piece has that one very wrapped up, but this is more what we were talking about and kind of warning that VP could get stuck into in game number 2, which is just this blender of offense that Furia is so good at. They will push you into your corners. They will not let you get past midfield. The only way you do is by finally getting some boost, and there it is. Both the back boosts finally secured by VP. A chance now for them to set up shop, and I guess they will. Got a little awkward for a second. I think maybe they actually should have retreated, because now they're rushing back, and that's an own goal.
Yeah, there was a couple fakes around this ball. I think 2Piece was trying to get them to go a little bit slower in order to get Talk a possession, but Talk just gets dunked, and then 2Piece panics. I mean, what 2Piece can feel good about is that he had no teammates back. If he did not make some sort of save, that ball is just going to continue down to the ground where Furia will easily tap it in. So maybe not the likes of the own goals we've seen from some other series. 2Piece can shrug it off. They are down 2 now. They could afford to score quickly. They've put the ball onto offense. Wavy gets a chance to pick up 100 boost here and try and see if he can work way around Yan, but Yan's challenges have just been too good.
Dude, he just, no hesitation, immediately challenged Wavy on that one. Again, they really do just want to keep them here and just keep whittling away at those boost totals, keep whittling away at their positioning, just do anything they can to make this awkward. And oh goodness, what an interception from Yan. Plus he's got a reset and maybe some teammates off the backboard. Swift was there, but it is touched by VP to at least get it out of harm's way for a second longer. Not many seconds left though, and down by 2, they're going to need to score like yesterday. Maybe they get a chance here, but no, 2Piece to back off, and yet again, another start of offense thwarted by Furia.
Maybe trying to run upfield, make something happen for 2Piece. 2Piece doing a good job of playing keep away at least, not letting Furia get too many touches until the last second. That 50 is now floating. Talk's gonna fake. He wants Wavy to take control. He just wants to keep Furia defenders down and give Wavy a chance, but the back wall is covered by Yan. It feels like this possession might need to be a goal. Talk has an opportunity. He's got 2 defenders going. Can 2Piece either shoot or find a way to get to Wavy? He's gonna try and pass it, and Swift off the back wall gets the clear.
Oh, a little bit of a miss by Wavy. I think he either was called off or he just didn't have the right angle. But either way, Talking to try to keep this offense going, and Wavy to assist him by banging it to the corner. Here comes not 2Piece. I'm not sure if he got bumped off the ball or what, but that miss is unfortunately going to be another opportunity that does not find its way to the back of the net. VP running out of time here. 20 seconds to go. 2 goals in that time is basically going to be a miracle, and it's a miracle that they need. If they lose this game, they are basically eliminated from the major.
Ooh. You're getting some news on some series setups. I haven't seen it yet. I know it's going to be a lot of a mess, but we have Falcons and GK going on the other side, and it seems like Virtus Pro need every single last win, and I'm being told, since they're not going to get this one, they could be in trouble.
Yeah, it is looking like, as far as I am being told by our statistician, shout out to our boy Direct, because of this loss, it will be the end of VP. Unfortunately for Virtus Pro, they needed a sweep here in order to make it out of the group stage. By Furia even getting a single game here, they no longer have that ability. It's a little bit to do with column A and column B of like head-to-head, game differential, all that jazz. But the main idea here that we can go down, that we can understand here, is that VP, unfortunately, needed to have a 3-0 to get out of the group stage. Without that, they are no longer in contention. However, this is good for Furia. Getting a game on the board, still keeping themselves in contention, and still giving themselves a chance to make it out of the group stage.
Yeah, and one thing I want to point out too is our statistician, who seems to be working around the clock on this, also isn't 1,000% sure. He says every version of VP finding their way out includes them sweeping. But the fact that he's not even 1,000,000% sure about that means VP probably is going into this thinking, we need to win this series. I don't think they're too bummed necessarily about losing this one game, although Talk looks quite bummed right now on the screen. So maybe he does know that even losing this single game got them out. But this is a great opportunity for VP no matter what, whether it's pushing for a little bit RLCS points, whether it's pushing for a little bit more cash, maybe they can get at least third. This is a squad that wants to show that their performance in North America, and their matches against NRG are not just flukes. They can do it internationally as well. I think what we've seen from them so far is that they could end up winning the series. So hopefully we see a better performance in this next game from two-piece Wavy and Talk, whether they're done with their major journey or not.
Again, it's always fun to play spoiler. You may not be able to see the crowd, but you can make sure that somebody else does not. And just that little bit of spite alone has carried many a team very far in the history of Rocket League. So let's see, can VP spoil the party for Furia? Again, the best performance we have seen from a South American team in what feels like a hot moment. If they can just shut them down in the midst of their comeback, it would be something special for a Virtus Pro who, again, just want to try and prove themselves as best possible here on land. So far in Game 3, the team proven much. No goals on the board, and oh goodness, half volley off the backboard will send it right back into the VP half for them to restart their offense again.
Talk able to get around Swift and uses the flip to dunk Yan. So he puts Virtus Pro on offense. Another dunk as well. We'll get the ball in front of the net. It is going to be Furia who react quicker to it. Nobody from VP around to really try and make anything out of it, but they have got themselves a possession in the blue half. Talk low 50, actually into Lost, who back passes it to Swift towards the net. Wavy with a chance. Yan cutting off, not making Lost to try and make a play off the back wall, helping him out, making things easy.
Chance here, though, to keep it extended as this ball continues to bounce around the corner. Talk trying to see if he can get it towards the net. Not able to, so Wavy will take over. Off the backboard, drop down to Talk. Doesn't even get there as Lost gets at least a touch in the way. And we'll do it again off the ceiling. This time it's Yans instead, though. And everyone on Furia starting to read this offense that VP's developing a little bit. They're getting to all these plays before they can really become threatening, and it's making a huge difference for them now. Maybe get a chance of their own. No, instead, it's intercepted, and off the ceiling,
Nice.
Wavy can have something special. And so can Talk, but the block from Swift is going to keep that one out.
It was a nice fake from Wavy in order to set up teammates, but ultimately, it's not going to work out. Talk, air dribble resets, just drops the ball right down. Swift's going to boom one out to Yan, who is going to redirect to the back wall. Talk carries it to ceiling heights, and now he's got a lead blocker up ahead. If he can somehow beat out Lost, the problem is there's two defenders to beat, so even if the demo does connect, still can't get it around a Lost, who now helps send this one into the corner. Wavy and Talk, they communicate. They let Talk go up and get the ball. It cost him all his boost to bring it down, but he has at least got it past one and put it into the blue half.
Swift chance here off the backboard to maybe break the little bit of a tie that we've had throughout the first half of this game. No goals scored so far here in game number 3, and I don't think that's going to help Furia get there any sooner. That one pops all the way back into their own half, and with a couple of demos, it did open up the net, but only momentarily, and doing some heavy lifting by himself to make sure that it is not an open net and an open counterattack for VP to get the scoring started. Still could be a chance maybe for Furia instead, but two-piece, lucky as he goes out of the double commit to still have possession of the ball. He doesn't have a lot of boost, and that's another double commit, sort of. What it definitely is, though, is I was gonna say possession to Furia, but I guess low boost. Swift doesn't really want to do all too much with that. Didn't want to stick too close. Everyone boosted up for Furia, so it kind of worked, but I'm starting to feel a little bit of nerves here. Fear both teams kind of hesitating in some moments you really wouldn't expect, and other moments they're popping off. What a goal from two-piece.
Two-piece, such a quick read here. He throws it towards net. Lost sends it straight up in the air. Two-piece gets the calculation, makes the play off the back wall to be the first one to it, to dunk it in. Virtus Pro have looked strong in this game. If they're out of the major, they may not know it because they are cooking here in game number 3.
And just trying to play for pride, play for spoils, play for a little bit of everything. There's a lot of money on the line here as well. The difference between 3rd and 4th place in a group is a massive a difference. I believe it is 9,000 going to the third place teams from each of these groups. And also RLCS points, which again, both these teams do want to make it a world. So getting any extra points you can in competitive regions is going to make a huge difference. This could also make a difference here as Swift trying to carry this downfield to finally get maybe some sustained pressure for Furia. And it won't be sustained. Just as soon as they enter the offense, they're immediately forced back into defense.
Wavy trying to slam one down. Now has to rotate back. Wait a second, it's a 2-on-1. Talk actually able to make the save. Lost, maybe rushed it a bit. If he had gone slower, maybe there could have been a bump play or something he could have done with Yan. Instead, they sent it away, and it will get saved. This is an important series for Furia. We talked a little bit about how VP might be eliminated, but there's a chance that Furia could be in a three-way tie in the upper zone, 2-1, if they can finish off this series. So, both these teams, a lot to play for. Furia really struggling right now as they're looking at potentially going down 1-2 in the series. They absolutely have to win. Talk on the ball is able to dunk two players. Wavy and Two Piece both don't have any boosts, but they actually do a good job of faking with each other in order to create a shot opportunity. Two Piece almost gets the angle. The first save is there. Lost has the follow-up to prevent Talk's shot.
I appreciate the idea from Talk there. I think he's trying to bait out a challenge, but in taking the time there, it actually gave some space for Fury to get set up on defense and get prepared for what would become the offense against them. Chance here to maybe get to OT, but that chance is basically gone. This one bangs the other way, and with one extra touch, it'll secure it. VP take another on the verge of a win over Furia.
Virtus Pro, they are playing well. Nice finish there from Two Piece. It's time for Furia to lock in and show why they are this team that was able to beat the Falcons. I mean, when we saw Virtus Pro versus Falcons, they were able to get a game, sure, but they got absolutely destroyed in all the games they lost. It seems like such a mix-up between all these groups. You love to see Wavy smiling, these NA guys having a good time, but the lock-in from Furia needs to begin. We've seen opportunities for them, but it's just been a scramble as of late, and that scramble's been favoring Virtus Pro.
It kind of feels like chaotic play styles always seem to favor Virtus Pro. We've talked a lot about their interference play downfield, whether it's Two Piece, whether it's Wavy, whether it's even Talk just going for the craziest shot you've never seen because he was for some reason at the midway mark of the field already. You never know how this team's going to be able to adapt to their opponents, and so far they've done a good job at that, but it gets even scarier for the sake of not only do Furia need to win this, obviously, to make it into playoffs, but on top of that, they really have to rely on Falcons just decimating GK. A 3-0 for them gives a world where Furia can make it in. If it is 3-1 based off a game differential, I believe that GK still makes it in despite the fact that Furia would also be 2-1. So for Furia right now, they got to lock in. Obviously, they need Falcons to do well, but if they even want this scenario to be possible, they need to win this next game.
Well, Falcons are doing well. It's currently 2-0. They're in a tie game in game 3, but Falcons are holding up their end of the bargain. Furia need to try and hold up theirs. The ball into the control of Swift, who, while getting a reset late on boost, not able to use it. Wavy gets an additional dunk that is going to put Virtus Pro on offense. Yan might be able to end that, though, all by himself by switching the field here. Virtus Pro swarming, making sure they get something out of this. Wavy turning on the ball. Talk now, maybe too heavy of a touch on the side wall. Lost off the ceiling, does manage to get a dunk on Zero as Yan brings it out to the midfield.
Wavy popping this up to Talk, who might have the read off the backboard, especially if it's an open net, but he can't get in between the woodwork. The best chance by far so far in this game, and unfortunately for Virtus Pro, they leave it at the table. They'll get another chance here with Talk in a 1v1, and it's still not enough.
Yeah, we've seen some great finishes from Virtus Pro. That was unfortunately not one of them, which is going to keep Furia in this one. Lost and Yan clashing together on the back wall as Yan looks to clear out. Swift upfield, just extending it clear with his very little boost. I imagine it's going to be a swing back around for Furia as they find themselves on the back wall again. We need to see Yan outplaying as many defenders as possible. That's what's got them going previously in this series, but no longer has Yan been able to beat that first man. Lost to the back wall. Two Piece controls it and will take it to his teammate Wavy.
Wavy, some space to work with and a reset. It's taken away by Yan, so the big man stepping up when he needs to, and Swift stepping up off the backboard to get to this one. Might actually even have a follow-up touch as he tries to send it center for Yan, but Talk in the way, and Guess they didn't realize that Talk had no boost. Swift, maybe no boost as well, so both of the two of them just kind of waiting for the moment to get involved. Yan could not wait a moment longer. Had he, that would have been a goal. It still might be if Wavy shot anywhere else on the net. Swift, flat-footed, did not have any boost. He could have shot anywhere left, and that probably would have been a goal, but instead, we remain tied at 0-0, 2 minutes gone.
Talk took out 2 players, and it seemed like the whole field was open, and then Lost still was able to, as the only Furia player left, just casually walk onto the ball and take it away. So no one else from Virtus Pro maybe trusting that Talk was going to be able to create that opportunity for them. Because of that, they're playing defense now. Talk needs to get quickly across the net to stop the Furia chance as they lob it away to a Lost, who keeps it at the midfield for Yan. Nice speed from Wavy to prevent Furia from being able to break through. Lost, ooh, little last flick. Look at this pass from Lost. Yan, his shot is denied, but that was a great pre-flip flick from Lost to get it set up.
One of the best goalies, savers, whatever you want to call him in North America. Two-Piece has been at the very top 5 of NA for this entire season so far as just a defensive masterclass, and he's showing up when Virtus Pro needs it most. A very close game between the two of them. This feels like both Furia and VP firing on all cylinders. We've been waiting to get to this point, but unfortunately for Furia, they might have waited too long. Again, they lose this game off of a coin flip opportunity, and that's the end of the series. That's the end of their tournament. Not quite yet, though. They're still taking shots. They're still hunting for that first goal, and they'll do it again. Swift sends it to the ceiling, but with no boost in the tank, it gets fired the other way, and Talk tries to get something, but is interrupted by Lost.
The offense has been back for Furia since the... Wow, that was just a ridiculous pitch. Wait, Swift actually got a follow-up, but Two-Piece is around to clear it right back. The offense has switched in favor of Furia after that first shot opportunity that Virtus Pro probably should have capitalized on. Yan going to redirect to the backboard, but they have been there. This one sent straight up. Talk, quick recovery to be able to make the play. Could have been dangerous, but he didn't even need a required extra player.
And to the backboard. Lost is up for this one early. The shot is on target, and unsurprisingly, Two-Pieces there almost immediately. With about 70 seconds left, if Furia can just hold on to this offense until the end of this game, it will dwindle away. But unfortunately for Furia, despite the results of this one, it will matter not. The singular win from GK will guarantee that they make it to playoffs for both of these teams. This is just for RLCS points. This is for prizing and a little bit of pride now.
And these guys are going to be playing for pride. I think we're going to see them fully locked in still. Furia wanting to show that Sam can be back. Made in Brazil already, not able to make it through in their group. Maybe Furia could at least get a win to walk out of here, showing that, you know, they weren't the worst performing team in this Group B, this tough Group B. Talk sending this one to the ceiling, trying to go back to himself. He does touch it down to Two-Piece. Lost is there to prevent the shot attempt. We have a 0-0 game with 20 seconds left to go, but there is maybe one last bit of offense that Virtus Pro can have. Yan sends this one high instead of across the net. Talk trying to go for a double, and another interception will keep it out.
Still a chance here for VP, though, or so I thought. Furia really diving at this out of midfield to try and just prevent any sort of offense from them, maybe give them a chance of their own. Yeah, trying to get it to a teammate, and no connection is found, so instead, we head to overtime. This one could decide it all. If VP win this, it is the end of the series. Like we said, neither team can make it into playoffs. At this point, they are playing for pride. They are playing for NA versus Sam.
Wavy gonna leave this one off. He doesn't have boost left. I don't know if they know or not. Oh, what a pass. Two-Piece seemed like he was gonna go for a double, but actually not touching it. Dropped it down for Wavy. He just didn't have the boost to catch back up and get the finish that they were hoping for. Two-Piece gonna put this one back into his own corner. Wavy tapping this around the Furia player who was trying to chase down the ball. Talk popped around back one to the ball. Reset shot towards the net. Swift, a calm save. He knew it was easy down on the goal line.
He lives up to his name on that one. Swift and in time back on defense, just barely on the line, but with 40 seconds gone here in OT. And make sure you make every second count, because so far all the pressure has been in favor of Virtus Pro. Gonna try again, another offense here. Good fake out mid, maybe Talk and do something with it. Not quite enough. Once again, Swift stepping up to the challenge. He will make another phenomenal save.
I feel like what we've seen from these top teams who have been forming so well are the fakes. We saw fakes out of the Falcons when they were taking over the scene through air dribbles, but I feel like we're seeing a ton of great fakes from Virtus Pro, not always making a play on the ball, just leaving it for teammates at tactical times has resulted in really good opportunities for Virtus Pro. Two-piece right now. He's going to drop it down to Wavy. Gets cut off, but a strong chance. All the strong chances in overtime have been Virtus Pro's.
It's been only Virtus Pro so far at this point. Through 90 seconds of OT, it has been exclusively them on offense, and they're doing a good job at forcing Furia to stay there. Taking the boost in the corner, taking the boost out of midfield, making the challenges timely. This might be the first time the Furia actually escaped their half, and they might be forced back into it yet again. Because Wavy is around 1, technically around 2, because Lost didn't read that, and now he has to try to 50 his way out of the corner, which Talk will not let him. Yan now to take over, and Two-piece to keep it going again. The demo's also causing problems here for Furia. They're trying to escape, but they either have no boost, they don't have men downfield, just everything that could be going wrong for them, unfortunately doing so, and almost everything going right for them on the other end. What just happened as it goes off the bar twice? It's a miss save from Two-piece and then 2 missed shots from Furia.
Yeah, Two-piece was awkward, and just little slip-ups like that in a game this tense can result in great opportunities, but Furia unable to capitalize. Pre-jump from Yan. Is there going to be a way you can guide this back to a shootable position? I don't think so. But the ball will float in front of Lost. He's going to slow play. He's waiting to try and bait Two-piece in, which worked out perfectly. Yan had pre-jump, but now it's a quick counterattack. Everybody on Virtus Pro up to take advantage of the touch that they did get as Talk reset pre-flip. Wanted a little pre-flip pass out to Wavy, but couldn't get it.
I like the idea from Talk there, especially considering he had almost no boost in the tank. Especially like the defense from Wavy back in time and very reactionary, but the reaction saved his team from losing here in OT and going to game 5. It might actually end the series as Talk tries to dunk out the defense, but unsuccessfully does so. 3 minutes elapsed now here in OT, and that could end right now. Talk, barely any boost, still makes the save.
There have been some great opportunities, some quick pinches between players that have led to chances, but both defenses have had somebody back, had somebody in that safe position ready for anything crazy that might happen. We are over 3 minutes here into this overtime, and nobody is letting anything break through. Two-piece maybe dropping something down. I think Yan was playing some physical play. Getting bumped prevented him from making a play on the ball quickly, but he will make a play now as he steals it away from Talk down to himself. Could not get the 50 against Wavy, and Wavy will look to get Virtus Pro on offense as he sends it to the left wall. Talk has created so many opportunities, but this one is going to get cleared away.
Starting to see a more familiar version of Furia when it comes to their defense, where they've just got somebody planted on the backboard every time. It's a problem for Falcons that they faced, and it was a problem for, I believe, also GK when they were facing them. Maybe not as successfully, but this is kind of how they like to play. Keep somebody in an awkward position, keep them on the backboard, and make it to where they don't really have much of a chance to get past you on that initial touch. If they want to get past you, they kind of got to force it. They have to have something mechanical. They have to have a team play. They got to do something. The standard shots to just try to pull defenders out of net is not working right now for VP, but to be fair, nothing's working for anybody. We're almost an extra game extended here in OT, and 0 goals have been scored by either side.
Talk playing it slow, hitting into that 50 for Yan, who had no boosts. Is there an opportunity right here? Talk not taking it straight to the net, instead trying to get some defenders to miss before making a play on the goal. But nothing is going to happen here from it. Some demos lead into this big air dribble from Swift. Two-piece has pre-jumped it and taken it away. Talk thought he could speed to this ball, maybe at least through Yan off of his path. As Yan into the corner just gets the ball taken away from him by Wavy. Wavy probably going to run ahead of the play now as he looks for a demo. That's exactly what he does do. Can he get this ball back on target? He almost got a respawn demo as Lost showed back up. He was hoping at least for a boost steal. But even though these teams have been back and forth on offense, not a lot of great chances have developed. They've been kind of long, random pinch shots that have opened up on occasion, and so far, everybody's covered those.
In moments like this, you kind of feel like it's going to come one of 2 ways. Either somebody's going to make a mistake, they're just going to miss an opportunity that they shouldn't, or somebody's going to make a mistake based off of opening something, getting a bump, getting a demo, doing something to develop that awkwardness and just kind of force their way in. It could technically be some mechanical brilliance that then forces said mistake, or it could also just be a passing play like this, because things getting awkward for VP, and still somehow they survive even on the follow-up.
Two-piece has made some miraculous saves to keep Virtus Pro in this game. His last-ditch efforts have erased some strong opportunities for Furia to make this still a tied 0-0 game. Talk is around another defender, but they know what Talk can do. They have not let him get anything going consistently. Wavy is actually trying to back pass this to a teammate. She does manage to do so as Swift chain dashing at the back wall, maybe wanting a demo to chip the ball up. Didn't get either, but might have thrown Talk off of his preferred path. and could result in an extended possession. Lost, not taking this to the corner. He's going to try and pull it away. It's another one of those pre-flip flicks in attempt to pass, but he just drops it off the talk. Who booms it to Swift, and now it's back in the corner.
A lot of touches just kind of going nowhere for both of the teams right now, including that one, which will go well wide of net. It feels like it's just kind of living in the corner, and both teams are trying to send it across the middle of the field to hope that a pass can connect. With both teams just kind of pre-jumping everything midair, though, nobody's getting that uninterrupted pass, and it just continues to boom back and forth across the field. Feels like we're watching ping pong at this point with the heavy touches on either end. It might feel like we're watching the end of the series if 2Piece had gotten to that. Still more pressure. Talk, a great first touch, and the fake out that neither of his teammates read. Wavy was, I think, chasing somebody out of midfield, so there is no follow-up. Another chance here, but Swift to intercept.
There's been some great offense, some nice outplays by individuals, but always matched with a great save. This time, Yan is the one who breaks out Furia. We've got Yan versus 2Piece, it feels like, the way that these guys have been playing. And we actually have the full series over there on the mainstream. Team Falcons taking down. Oh, there it is! I talked about another game for a second, and the goal goes in.
Well, for Furia, it's got to be a little bittersweet. It's a great win in a very weird moment as Wavy just gets dunked on out. But regardless of them taking this win, and regardless if they win the next one, Falcons, they couldn't get it done for them, and therefore this will not still send them to the playoffs. You gotta wonder if that's part of the reason they're not having much of a reaction right now, is because it's starting to set in the fact that, like, hey, even if we do win this, we don't control our own destiny.
Yeah, but I think they can maybe change the seeds of the other teams. GK and Falcons might be through. They're both 2-1. I think they have better game differential than Furia can get, even if they win this amongst their fellow teams. But, you know, I'm not seeing everything fully locked in, I don't think. And so somehow maybe either I'm behind or there's some way that Furia can affect their positions. But you know what? They're probably not too worried about their positions. They're probably worried about their own, because they can get more RLCS points and they can get more money if they can just finish off this best of 5. And they can represent Sam in a way that I'm sure they feel like they deserve. Sam used to be at the tippity top with Regions, their #1 team, you know, contending. We haven't really seen that in a while, but at least maybe Furia can walk away with a win and a 2-1 finish on their way out of groups.
Again, this is a Furia team that I think are maybe going to be a little devastated by this result, but they probably should not be, considering how well they played. This was an incredible performance for them. And again, I'm fully saying that we got it wrong. Group C was not the group of death. Group B by far was. We're going to have 3 teams here that could potentially be exiting out of the group at 2-1, and only 2 of them making it to playoffs. We could also see maybe a couple of teams at 2-1, a couple of teams at 1-2. Again, this group was about as close as physically possible, and for both of these teams, they would love to exit out of this major with a win. Game 5, a guaranteed winner after this one. Whoever takes this next game will walk away as the champions here, or excuse me, as the winner here between the 2. Yeah, I was going to say, not quite the champions. Unfortunately, they're actually out of the championship for both of these teams.
Hopefully we got ourselves another great game of Rocket League. That last one was 7 minutes and 24 seconds of OT. Actually ranked as the 6th longest OT on land. So a lot of extra Rocket League being played for these guys. Not quite fully setting records, but a very, very long match. We'll see if we're in store for another low-scoring one as we get almost a minute into game number 5, where neither one of the teams have had a great chance. Swift is trying to make work, not allow Virtus Pro to clear this one away. Instead, tap it around to a teammate, but ultimately, that is exactly what they do. Yan has an air dribble. Does he want to reset? No, he wants to go for a bump, something we see so many teams doing, but still, Virtus Pro make the play.
It's pretty impressive that like half of these offenses are actually connecting. They're getting the reset that they want, they're getting the passing play that they want, they're getting the bump that they want, and still somehow a defender gets back and makes the save. How about on this one? Yeah, of course Swift is back in time. What is that, the 85th save for Swift at this point?
Oh my goodness, can't Swift keep that out. Wavy gets the goal. This whole advantage was actually created earlier by Talk on 0 boost. He was able to outplay so many players and fake them out to get them on offense, but then it's going to be 2Piece and Wavy who find the connection to actually get them the goal.
I legitimately thought Swift did it again, man. I really thought that he did it again. That was an incredible attempt from him. Unfortunately, it doesn't pan out. So now VP, 3.5 minutes on the clock. If they want to find their first win here of the major, and that would be their only win as they're exiting out after the series regardless, they got to do it by holding on to this lead. Again, goals have been far and few in between in this series. Well, if they can find another one here, it actually might just secure the game. Swift, a little bit awkward here. He's getting chased down by Wavy. Swift will get it out to midfield and maybe even further as he ditches it for Yan. Yan tries to get in front of the net and Lost won't bite. Recognizes there's not much of an opportunity there. They'd rather keep possession than try to force an offense.
Wavy, good catch. In order to start this air dribble, they've got Lost low on boost. He's trying to tap it down to a teammate. Wavy is going to demo them, because if you take too long, you become an easy target. But even still, Furia able to escape. Swift, soft touch, want to make sure he gets some more follow-ups. In fact, he gets a ton of passes and into Yan, but Yan can't get the finish. Two-piece will send it away.
He tried to be very precise with that shot. Unfortunately, he was so precise with it that he shot it wide of net. How about on this one, though? Never mind. Nothing missed about this. Brilliant final touch from Yan to just lay it off the Lost.
That is so perfect. Just puts it right on a platter for Lost. He couldn't ask for a lot more. A pre-jumping defender was already in the air, maybe worried about a potential Yan shot, but it wasn't Yan shooting. It was him dropping it off to the duo he's been playing with for so long. Lost able to equalize here as Two-Piece trying to get ahead of his dribble, potentially going for a bump. Wavy was hoping to chip that over the top of the Furia member, but didn't get it over the top. Furia dunks it, a bump attempt was potentially a shot. Yan goes backboard, double, it's in!
Oh my goodness, yeah. He said, you know what, I've had enough of giving everybody else the goals. Let me get a highlight play, and this definitely is one. Locks in the reset, sends it to the backboard, and perfectly slots it. This time there was no inaccuracy, there was no missing the mark. That is perfectly placed.
And it comes down to Swift, too, on the back wall, I believe it was, who got that bump on Talk. Talk was playing from inside the net, would have had a pretty standard clear on Yan's setup if it weren't for just the bump to put him slightly out of position, allow Yan to make the play happen. And now Swift is playing swiftly in the midfield and sets one up to the backboard. Two-Piece is flopping around. Yan puts it to the back wall, and they are fortunate to not have one in their nets.
I don't think Yan recognized how awkward Two-Piece was there. I think he was still trying to develop a play and probably could have just shot it straight at net and would have found another goal. The lead will still stand for Furia, and they might be able to increase it if they can do something on this one. Backing out of the play is Yan. He's going to let Talk do whatever he wants with it out to midfield, but with no boost, Talk can't do all too much. The backboard it goes again, and Wavy, a half volley, sends it all the way back into the Furia half, but Furia are playing a very long game right now. They are willing to stay all the way back in their half and just keep intercepting these plays. They know if they can just let the clock run out, they will take this game.
Two-Piece, soft touch around another defender, trying to pre-flip through to get the demo to create an opportunity. Virtus Pro are in a decent spot here as Furia try and connect on, that clear did not come out. Swift gets the catch and try and 50. That might have been an important touch to keep Virtus Pro on offense, but that's a good outplay by Talk. Down to Wavy, who has a defender going backwards. You don't want to go backwards on Wavy. He knows how to play against shadow defenders, and he almost created an opportunity for his team. Minute left to go. Another opportunity for Wavy to get something going. He did get around Lost. He's trying to pass down with a very little boost. He did, and it's a three-way 50-50 that goes the way of Virtus Pro.
I'm getting flashbacks to not VP, but when they were redacted for Shop 5 Rebellion, those 50s in front of the net that they just muscled their way through. It's how Wavy ended that series. It's how Two-Piece will keep Virtus Pro in this series versus Furia. 50 seconds left on the clock. We might be destined for yet another overtime.
This ball slamming towards the back wall. Wavy and Lost end up in a 50. Swift trying to take this slowly instead of playing it into an easy defender on the back wall. Wavy has to make a bit of an awkward touch, but manages to do so. Now Talk with a chance to get it out of his half. He could not get a reset to outplay Yan. So Two-Piece forced to try and do it instead. Good speed there from Two-Piece to beat out the cut from Yan, but it's still actually going to go to somebody else, but it is going to go to Yan as Lost will dunk at the midfield. This ball floating. It's races back and forth between both teams as they look for the edge here in the final seconds. Nobody going to this ball. Wavy takes a trip from all the way in the deep corner and still is the first one to get to it. Everybody had left to play, and that might favor Virtus Pro as Yan sending one to the sidewalk. Virtus Pro is backed off now. They're letting Lost dribble it straight down the field. This one's going to pop up for one last shot opportunity. No, it gets intercepted, goes to the ground. We got overtime.
Last overtime was, I believe, what was it? The 6th longest, 7th longest in the history, 6th longest OT in the history of RLCS lands. If that has set any precedent, this one is going to be 15 minutes. Strap in, folks. We might have a classic, or it might just be over immediately. VP out the gate firing, find themselves the first shot of OT. It is denied by the defensive Furia, but they're still trying to escape what was already an attack blossoming.
Yeah, Lost just faked out Two-Piece there, allowing Yan to clear it. Fortunately for them, finding the ball back in the blue half pretty quickly after that. Wavy able to pick up on the 100 boost as he switches the field here. You're hoping for a 50 pinch off this wall. As this ball floats up, Talk unpressured can wait as Yan beats him up high in the arena. Wavy is slow playing. There's bumps happening behind the ball, almost a 50 towards net, but Swift is in the right spot.
Swift has been the defender for Furia so far. They'll let everybody else in the team just kind of challenge first, and then they will wait to go. Obviously, they're still making the challenges here or there, but they've done a really good job at just kind of using that patience to their advantage on a team that has played extraordinarily fast and continued this pace throughout the game. It's good to have one of those guys who can just break down the pace of play and be patient and wait in those moments where it is necessary. He could actually get involved in the offense here. He's rotating through the corner, trying to keep this one going. The initial 50's in his favor. The follow-up is as well. Wavy's low on boost, so Lost can take a shot. The follow-up, not there off the backboard, and Talk actually fakes out Yan as well. Yan will lurk downfield and keep this offense going for Furia as he tries for some touches through the corner. Unfortunately unsuccessful, though, so instead it's going to be a challenge in midfield that actually maybe gives it to VP. If not for a demo, that'll stop them in their tracks.
Yeah, I think Two Piece was maybe even the one that got the demo, but it threw him off on his dribble. Now Swift sending one to the back wall. What a big clear back the other way. Talk has now got it on the blue back wall. Follow up still, again, just looking for a better opportunity to shoot. I imagine they didn't feel like they saw it yet, so they're looking to continue passes off the back wall. One too many, and the shot will never materialize. We're 2 minutes now into OT as a 50 leads up to Wavy to the back wall. He won't be able to follow it up. Lost is actually just staying camped in net instead of creeping out. He feels like he needs to stick around for the follow-up shot, and he proves why as he's able to make the follow-up save. Now Two Piece can't find Wavy. Lost cuts it off before anything can get going. Soft touch from Talk, wants a flick or a pre-flip down to a teammate. A 50 is out, but they could still get this one in. Wavy gets the angle, and Virtus Pro get the game.
Virtus Pro get their win on LAN. It was not the most successful group stage for them, but the end of it absolutely was. Not Wavy, you deserve that. Hit the gritty, brother. Absolutely deserved here as he finds his win. I think he's laughing because he knows it got caught on camera, but unfortunately, I think Virtus Pro also know the reality. You can see it. It's a happy days, but it's not the greatest of celebrations, as they do know. It's still not enough. Wavy, I appreciate you. Try again. No, go back. Try again.
Oh, Wavy is such a fun guy to watch. I can't imagine Wavy could have any haters. It's cool to see him have such a good time on LAN. I think maybe he knew at that point that they weren't advancing through. Every time they've won in big games on NA regionals, you can see him jumping up and down on his bed behind his chair. I mean, he goes crazy for their wins, and it seems like it'd be really easy to be a Wavy teammate. Vibes seem immaculate, and why wouldn't they be after this nice win? I think ultimately Virtus Pro can feel good about how they did in this group. Yes, they are going to finish only third ahead of Furia, but game 5 with GK, they got a game against Falcons. Honestly, their Falcons series was they probably wish they could do better there, but you know, maybe one thing goes their way in that GK series and they're looking at a much better event. So I think that Virtus Pro, they should be proud. A good result. South America though, Furia is going to be bummed to go out 4th in their group. MIBR also not advancing to top 8, at least getting 3rd above TSM, but I think South America is going to be looking to try and regain going future in majors.
It's kind of crazy to think this is probably the most unsuccessful event we've seen for non-NA and EU teams in a hot moment. One team making it into playoffs from MENA, 0 teams making it from SAM, no team from OCE, no team from SSA, no team from APAC. It is a very NA and EU heavy playoffs at this point as a result of everything we have just seen. But again, I do want to mention for VP here, this has got to feel good because this is kind of a learning experience for them. It's the first LAN for all 3 of their players, or excuse me, first RLCS major for all 3 of the players, even being able to get a win, and not just a win over just a random team, but Furia at that has got to feel good for them. So hey, you can take I guess, as a consolation prize in being able to get that win. You also get some extra points. You get yourself some extra prize money. You know, there are worse things in this life than coming 3rd in an RLCS major that you got to attend under an organization that you have now signed to.
Yeah, big signing. A big signing going forward for the rest of this season. I think that we expect a lot out of Virtus Pro. I think they waited out to make sure they found the right fit with the team that they eventually did go with. And, you know, I think hopefully with the way these guys have been playing, they're going to continue to trend up. They're going to continue to be able to show up on LAN. We saw first RLCS debuts for all of them. I expect that to happen again. I think it was first major, right? Because they were at the kickoff LAN, which I think is maybe what was throwing me off when I was kind of surprised to see that it was their first LAN. But first major where there's more than just EU there as well. All international competition, including the likes of SAM. SAM won. They're able to take down and win. So a good event from Virtus Pro, a good event for those newbies on the major scene. And gonna need to be a regain from Furia. I think we all want to see Furia and Sam be able to at least push for those top 8s like we've seen from them in the past. But they made that swift move in order to make it happen. It just didn't work out.
They played great. They played valiantly. But again, we said initially we anticipated it would be Group C as the group of death. It turns out it was Group B. It was definitely Group B. And as a result, Group B, done and dusted. That is the end of Group B, but it is not the end of the broadcast here for the alt stream. We have still got a little bit more to wrap up from Group C in particular. So when we come back, our final matches here for the alt stream, our final matches for the group stage. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
Whoa, looks like you're backing up a bit here. Okay, Luann? Is there a Luann in the house?
Remember, you don't work here. Young homeowners love to get involved with everything.
Luann going once.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents,
Luann?
but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Sorry.
Luann!
Book your trip at meetboston.com.
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
Everything that you do, everything that you do makes me feel alive. All the way that you move, all the way that you move, like you run the night. Everything that you do, everything that you do makes me feel alive.
comes from nowhere, makes you wonder if you lost control, leaves you breathless, changes what you think is possible. Got me too. Brought me to you. It's got you too. Your magic's true. Your magic's true.
Can you feel it? The fire in your soul, leaping at the chance for love. Can you feel it? Haunting your senses, letting all your feelings go. But I can feel it rushing through my veins. Your love's the only drug I know. But we've been playing the hand now with death, so we can light it up. I know that we can make it through the night, but I can feel the fire inside, so there won't be nothing tonight. We crossed the line, and now it's clear to see the light behind the suffering. Believe we'll finally be free. Let the silhouette cast upon your heart, turning every little moment into
Welcome back, everyone, to the alternate stream for the Boston Major. Last but certainly not least, we have a match on our hands, Achieves, and one that we're very excited about. But the excitement continues when we just had another Game 5 on the alt stream with BP and Furia. That was intense.
Yeah, and well done, Virtus Pro. Come away with a win. Yes, I know you're knocked out, but it looks better. It is okay. And is that graphic correct? Isn't the first tiebreaker head-to-head, I thought? But what the heck do I know? Anyway, it doesn't matter. If you're in Virtus Pro or both out, that's all that really matters. And we have Twisted Minds versus Space Station now.
I'm gonna trust the smart people on this one. I don't know. What I do know is we have so many good last matches going on. We got Vitality versus Carmine Corps on the mainstream, and that's a battle for the first seed in Group C, and they are fighting for, guess what, the privilege of going up against Team Falcons in the upper bracket round 1. Hooray! Huzzah!
Yeah, real fun reward for winning your group, but that's okay. It was never going to be an easy matchup no matter what. We all like the extra life regardless. Whereas here is the rest of the schedule. If you've missed the day, there's a couple of really good matchups to go check out. Made in Brazil versus Gendermates was an absolute banger. It was a qualifier for a win and in, so a lot of fun there. And Power actually put on a good show against Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah, and who loses the K-Corp Vitality match goes up against GK in playoffs. But you're on the alt stream. Wake up. We've got Twisted Minds versus SSG. And we're going to hype it up as much as we can because this is their last hurrah. They don't have a chance to go to playoffs, but they have a chance to fight for that third place in their group. That is the difference in $4,500, $9,000, 3 points and 5 points. And you're looking at the GOATs of Twisted Minds, although it did not play like GOATs today, right? It was 11-1 in terms of goals when they faced Vitality earlier on today.
Yeah, disappointing dark horse pick for me. No questions asked. We got L plus Bozo plus ratioed, but that's okay. Sometimes it goes awry, and they are trying to right the ship here. They are playing for a little bit more than you think. Yes, we know they can't progress any further in the Boston Major, but you do earn some points for Worlds qualifications. Maybe a little bit more important for a team like SSG than it is for a team like Twisted Minds, who's consistently placing, second and first place in their region. They should probably have enough points, but one never knows. But SSG definitely needs this win here to feel good.
and new gets joined with new teammates, and it's just this team was really starting to make waves. They were beating the Falcons. They were winning the Saudi E-League for the first time in their franchise's history, and it's all thanks to this guy that joined, TRK, a big shooter for this team. And man, did they come out swinging when it came to groups, pushing K-Corp to that Game 5 and almost pulling off a reverse sweep before running out of gas. And you thought that momentum was going to carry into today, and that was not the case against Vitality, who themselves bounced back and are doing quite well. They're currently tied against K-Corp at the moment, but Twisted Minds, they're trying to do their best so that they can make their region proud.
Yeah, and the coulda, shoulda, woulda, I think, major for Twisted Minds here. They know that it was definitely within their grasp, but not enough, whereas Space Station Gaming, a lot of hype for those guys, a lot of people saying, hey, they're better than they look, and based off of their game earlier today versus K-Corp, 5 games, coulda won it in that Game 5 OT, but Reveal just couldn't quite poke it in off the kickoff. They were getting in the kickoff bag as well versus that series. Didn't feel like they had a single standard kickoff in that one. I'm wondering if they're going to do the same thing here versus Twisted Minds or not.
I feel like they had the opposite thing happen compared to Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds started off really hot and got really cold on day 2. SSG started off really slow on day 1. Their first match was against Vitality. They only put up 2 goals against the 8 that Vitality put up. But today, SSG, beyond everyone's expectations, pushed K-Corp to that Game 5. Maybe it's K-Corp just really liking Game 5s, and maybe it's SSG really stepping up. But one person that really impressed me today was LJ. I think a big turnaround in terms of more consistent performance on both offensive and defensive fronts.
Yes, Chronic, I think, played pretty well defensively. Yeah, Diaz, I figured.
That's the one I'm mixing up.
I know what you mean. It's okay. Chronic definitely had a pretty good showing. He was very strong defensively. You know, Reveal and Diaz, when they got those shooting chances, they were converting them. So that was good. You said it yesterday, you know, felt a little bit slow for them. So good turnaround in day 2, and they're going to need a strong finish here as well. Twisted Minds, certainly no slouches. And I think the biggest problem, what do I think is the biggest problem? I don't know. I haven't seen Twisted Minds yet on stream, I don't think, so I haven't seen my Monkey Moon guy, how he looks on LAN. Normally, I'm a big believer in Monkey Moon coming to LAN and absolutely taking the top off of people, so I'm curious to see if that's what I get here or not.
Yeah, and Chronic, I mean, he's won a major, he has all that experience, and he melts so well into every team that he's been on. He's really been putting up some good numbers for this team. While as Reveal, he's really grown and matured just as a player, as an individual, both mechanically and how that kind of affects his decision making on a team like this. And Diaz, I mean, Fear was talking at length about his 1v1 experience and how those translated into 3s, and I think Space Station is more of a long-term project, where unfortunately for them it didn't happen this tournament, but it's how you go out, and those points may matter for the World Championship down the line. And we kind of talked about it. It matters more for Space Station to try and get these points on than it does for Twisted Minds. We're going to get a ton of it over in MENA.
Yeah, it's certainly going to feel that way for them, no doubt. Regardless of how the rest of it shakes out, you can only play who's in front of you, Space Station, and no time to worry about future opens here. Just got to get your points where you can. It's not going to be easy, but neither was the match versus K-Corp, and you almost took that one, so who can say? I mean, this one could be a lot closer than I initially thought.
Predictions-wise, this was a tough one. I think on paper, you would want to go Mina's way, but based on today, I'm going Space Station. I think pushing K-Corp to the edge, they really elevated how they did compared to day 1, so I'm about Space Station today. How about you? Did Twisted Minds bounce back here?
I know they're both out of it, but I think I have to stay committed. I'll pick Twisted Minds. I think it might be tight, but maybe Twisted Minds goes out there, blows them off the pitch. But either way, I'm down to see it. I gotta stick with my guns. They're out of the tournament, but I'll still pick them to win.
All right, our last match of the alternate stream is ready to go. Thanks for sticking with us, everybody. We got K-Corp Vitality on the other side, but let's focus on who will lock in that 3rd place in Group C, the group of death, better than dead or alive, better than ever. Let's hit the field.
And I want to see that kickoff. Give me another Space Station craziness. It was bonkers all series versus K-Corp. There weren't a whole lot of kickoffs, but everyone felt like they had something going for them. So what do they do here? Another fake kickoff, and it will pan out. They get possession. Space Station in the bag of tricks today, it seems.
wondering how Twisted Minds are gonna look, because that looked like a frustrating loss and one that they knew they could have played better at. Never got to hit that peak in that match, but we will see. Sounds like there was all smiles on the Twisted Minds camp, and I worry about if things don't go their way in game one, mentally do you get back into this? SSG though, about consistency for me. They've had a strong start in day 2, and it was a strong start here too.
Monkey Moon gonna be a little bit frustrated. He felt like he had a pretty good line on this 1v2. He knew it was never gonna be easy, but he thought certainly he was gonna get a piece of that ball. Nope, joke's on you. Great passing play, 1-2 give and go. Nice play from Space Station to open it up.
So far, so good. It's about how SSG have been able to join up together and connect those dots, and already seeing that with how Chronic was enabled. This reveal, tries to go for the bump on Nubo, and Monkey Moon's quick to get them out of dodge. This is that touch. Look, it seems like Twisted Minds are also trying to connect in the midfield, but more spaced out, giving a chance for SSG to find the back of the nets.
Not looking good here for Twisted Minds to start. That's for sure. Just a deep bomb from Chronic. Reveal, nice and easy top right. Diaz finds the bump. Where's the defense?
Question. Twisted Minds getting scored on back-to-back like that. And there's some powerful shots and really catching them off guard. It's Chronic leading that charge again, but Diaz is disengaging, so SSG gonna play further back, and it's really to welcome Nubo over, and he receives a massive TRK off the post, and SSG escort this to safety.
So close for Nubo. Almost able to squeak that inside the post. Now you get TRK under a lot of heat, and that one also finds the back of the net. He was hoping for the big clear off the backboard, but it just popped off the wall gently instead of screaming back to that orange half. He couldn't really get the heat under it because Chronic putting the pressure forced him to hit the brakes. Massage the timing of that hit wasn't possible. Had to make any hit he could get, and Space Station running away in game 1.
This last match really exposing still got the stamina to give it their all, and how bad you want that, I guess, third place, and how much are you checked out, and Twisted Minds gotta wake up. They gotta make their region proud, and it's always been a Twisted Minds Falcons show when it comes to MENA. Such strong talent on either side. And on paper, you would think Twisted Minds take this. I mean, you predicted it, but it's on the day. Twisted Minds a little quiet kicking off this game.
It's definitely a flat start, no questions about that. 3 minutes on the clock, though. The only thing left is to stop the bleeding.
When it comes down to be taking an early timeout if needed, and Diaz just runs everybody over. I thought that was already in, and the fire, the flames, Space Station still make the magic happen.
It was definitely a fireworks bit of pinball show there, and Reveal grateful for the post's help to throw that back into the middle. Monkey Moon almost able to make it back, but what do you do? Maybe it's just one of those games. Game 1 probably gonna slip away. 4-0 with just over half the game to go. Unlikely that Twisted Minds is gonna make any type of meaningful comeback. Maybe 1 or 2 goals, but let's just establish the offense. Let's stop SSG here in the corner, throw it into the middle. Just go for 2 minutes and don't get scored. That's all you want right now if you're Twisted Minds. You know you're not winning. Let's just, any way we have to get it. I don't care what we do, but stop giving them scoring chances. How about we put one in ourselves? That'll do it.
Hey, you already saw inklings of Twisted Minds starting to take boost as well, forcing SSG to rotate out of plays, and Chronic, the last one back. TRK, the last tap in. And this is the type of speed and aggression that we wanted to see out of Twisted Minds. It's happening in the second half, but better late than never, down by 3.
Double kickoff for Twisted Minds, trying to get creative, hoping for some cheeky pinch action. They've not quite given up on game 1 yet if they're getting into the kickoff bag.
Needed one to shake off the rust, get the ball rolling. Gonna turn more into an avalanche, though. It seems like this is given a lot of confidence for Twisted Minds. Nubo now gets demoed off the play. SSG wanted to outnumber, and a good clear from Monkey Moon to relieve that pressure and buy time.
Like a smoothness on that transfer from Reveal. Nubo almost able to poke that one into the net. Unfortunately, that's the second shot this game. It's just got away from the post. So close. Reveal, slow play into the middle. Chronic with a double tap chance. Can't get through Monkey Moon. Great defending, and Space Station will tick more time off the clock. How about another goal potentially? Monkey Moon, actually huge muscles there, just goes right through Diaz.
Big muscles from SSG too, like they're forcing double commits. They're also demoing Twisted Minds on their defense. Hasn't resulted in a goal, but it's got Twisted Minds on the back foot. They're back on their own two legs though, and TRK needs some support on the front lines.
Nice.
Past the Monkey Moon, what a shot, beautiful.
Look at the coordination here between Twisted Minds. Take the 50 out left, TRK with the extra pop. Diaz has to try and make the save, and now the pass to the top of the box, and the bump on the guy in the net. That was like a 6-touch passing play, well coordinated.
Took a lot of effort, took the whole team rallied, and Twisted Minds with back-to-back goals, but you gotta get another two in less than a minute, unless SSG got insurance. They have the midfield at least, so they can build momentum off of this, but Diaz is opposite of the field. Still managed to put a shot on target, forcing Twisted Minds to constantly have to go back to square one and to invest all this boost to go to the orange half. And the threat level is still trying to be built up here for Twisted Minds, but still got a series ahead of you, so something to build off of here.
Ooh, and Diaz with a monster clear there. Nubo with some work to do and can't break through Reveal. That's great pressure from SSG, taking away all the space and making sure that there's not any significant chances here for Twisted Minds under 20 seconds. They get within one, I quickly move into all bets are off, anything can happen territory, so SSG managing the clock quite well here.
Following my expectations, though, of how you were approaching this last match, and SSG just having a real challenge against K-Corp, forcing that Game 5 told me on this day they were ready to bounce back and really take a swing for North America's chance at another team going to playoffs, but dropping that Game 5, it's fine, but SSG have just looked better on the day. Twisted Minds, tough opponent against Vitality, but haven't found the immediate start that they were hoping for. It wasn't a complete shutout. They had back-to-back goals, but they just didn't have enough time to keep that going.
Very flat, no doubt. Some uncharacteristic miscues, open nets allowed. Not the best look for Twisted Minds in the first 2.5 minutes. That back half was a lot better. I think that passing play really kind of says, okay, now we've dialed it in. We know what we're about. I'm expecting much better things in Game 2 out of Twisted Minds. Of that, I have no doubt. It's certainly not going to be a 4-0 in the first 2 minutes type of game, I don't think.
Just judging by people's faces, I'm not listening to what's going on, but SSG were really upset too about that Game 5 loss, especially someone like Reveal where it felt really winnable, missed opportunities where they could have closed it out. And I was worried about just mentally how SSG were going to come into this match. But I'm seeing happy faces, I'm seeing locked in faces, and I'm seeing a Game 2 with SSG on the board first.
Ooh, and now Twisted Minds goes into the bag of tricks. Double kickoff, double fake, and they go straight back to TRK. Nubo stealing it away. Here comes TRK around out of the corner. He's going to need some help from Monkey Moon with the bump. Can he place it? Left side, well wide.
Not on target. And Twisted Minds still trying to take some of these corner boosts, but missing their chance. And well, someone who don't miss is this boy, Diaz, right into the back of the net.
2 players commit for Twisted Minds. Neither of them gets a hand on the clear, and TRK tries to get clever with the clear, try and make it look like he overjumps it, get the Space Station to throw himself off the loop and maybe tip it back into the corner, but he actually doesn't get enough power on it. Just kind of leaves it for free tap-in for SSG. Another odd miscue as TRK will make a nice save. Nubo first solo effort and popped right off the ball. That's a nice bump from SSG.
Chronic gonna fluidly bring this back, force Twisted Minds backs against the wall and trying to find any kind of open space, which gets spread from SSG. They can keep the pressure on, but Diaz is dancing against Nubo. Twisted Minds just get met by a big confrontation in the midfield and back to the blue half. TRK with a hard launch, but tough to beat Diaz to this one.
Welcome clear from TRK. Shot save. Reveal certainly equal to it when you can see it coming from that far. Nubo is going to ask for a little bit of help and look for some boost. Twisted Minds, be careful. He didn't look for boost at all. He just jumped with like nothing in the tank. Nubo's absolutely psycho today.
He's giving it his all, and it's like Twisted Minds working towards something special. They patrol in the midfield and wait to maybe draw at SSG as Chronic wants that second touch. Nubo gets in the way. Reveal was to drop this in front of the net. Nubo won't allow it while the rest of SSG bump, well, I guess Twisted Minds, but also themselves on their way back.
Ooh, big clear. This is a nasty one. Monkey Moon mistimes it. He will get the rebound for free, though. And break through the midfield. Nubo elects to go for the ground game. I like the ideas.
Such good delays from the SSG side. It takes such a whole team commitment from Twisted Minds to catch SSG on a back foot, and this time it happens, and Twisted Minds find the tie.
Nice pass and shoot. Diaz wishing he could have got a second chance at that clear, and Monkey Moon wisely understanding the numbers game in their favor. It became a 3-on-2. He immediately turns for the bump, creates a little bit of room, and even if the shooter has nothing, put all the power into the pass. It becomes real easy to get the pace on it on target. Great play from Twisted Minds to tie it up.
Especially if Twisted Minds can have a man out front that can make a bit of space for them, and they can take their time a little bit on the ball to shot place it or to just get the defenders out of the way. And that, well, now that's how you get a lead, I guess.
You'll take it any way you can find it if you're Twisted Minds. Not a bad idea from Chronic to go in there for that challenge, but an unfortunate 50. As I like to say, when we're taking our challenge, never, ever, I don't care what it is, take a challenge if it's going to mean a railgun right back towards your own net. And that is exactly why.
We have not seen a lapse like this in SSG in a second. This time they're there, but Twisted Minds, they're heating up. The tides have changed.
Great flick from Nubo to give himself a look, and Diaz, I think not a bad move to defend the back post, trusting his teammate to try and cover near post. Unfortunately, though, couldn't get there and leave just the tiniest sliver open for TRK. Delivers a big one. Twisted Minds pulling away in game 2.
Off the ceiling, a drop-down passing play, fully connecting, and SSG would be very happy to get this out of here, but Reveal doesn't make contact. He's got no boost. And Nubo, it's always that spark plug for Twisted Minds, catching SSG, really racing back and stretching thin in the net. Now the midfield forces Twisted Minds to give up all of that pressure.
Big clear and stopped by Reveal. SSG looking to reestablish a little bit of pressure here. I like slowing it down in the corner, especially with zero boost. Try and take the best 50 you can. Give your team a chance to come forward and start the attack.
Okay, this is dangerous. 2 caught in midair, and SSG got him exactly where they want him. It's at arm's reach. Starting with Chronic, the double commit here really hurts, and Diaz, the perfect moment to strike.
And it's great power from Reveal as well. Yes, double commit, but normally that's enough to get that one out. And when they both had zero boost, they're both kind of justified. Double fake kickoff. Diaz says, I guess I'll just start a dribble and go towards your corner.
Okay. Shenanigans here. Almost 90 seconds though, and SSG may lead the series now, but what do you say after this time goes down? Gotta get this next one going. Man, a full tank for Twisted Minds, and Reveal big aggressive challenge as Diaz tries to read where Nubo wants to escort this too, but Twisted Minds, it's a layered offense as they march down to the orange half. Diaz ready for a long clear, but TRK's not letting it happen. You cut Devos in the nets, and Twisted Minds got some insurance.
Nice play from Twisted Minds. Monkey Moon again just immediately takes that boost, goes right for Chronic's throat, and TRK out into the middle. No chance anyone from Space Station was reaching that one.
Twisted Minds smiling. Now this is the form we wanted to see them at. Meanwhile, you got K-Corp and Vitality duking it out, but this one is tough. Diaz, tries to maybe get this back to Chronic, but Twisted Minds, so many walls in front of this net. Monkey Moon's in traffic, still try to keep the play alive. Difficult swing that Nubo's taking there, and man, they are just hounding this SSG side.
Couple of really nice saves from the Space Station Gaming side, and there comes the bump back on the other way. Space Station back within one. TRK can't believe it. He's like, oh my gosh, they got me.
Copy 2 in the air. TRK dead in the water. And this is a possible comeback now for SSG if they can make that happen again. And keep it on these kickoffs because this has been kind of strange at times. But it's already SSG with low boost, and on the back half, Reveal will be the first one to stretch for this, and Chronic communicate that he wants to go for this push, and even Diaz gets beat, and TRK almost did it all on his own.
Yeah, SSG fortunate that Twisted Minds is willing to try and play the clock here instead of find insurance, but a nice fake from Nuvo means they get a clear, but that's quickly back in danger. Good save. TRK, not a lot in the tank. It's about to get dicey.
Twisted Minds have to like abandon the ball because 2 of them were on no boost, and that means the ball is in SSG's court. Little flip reset, Monkey Moon, nice read, and Twisted Minds hold on to tie the series.
Nice play indeed. Twisted Minds way to battle back off of a questionable game 1 to say the least, and I think I'm quite surprised to see SSG send the house the 3-man bump demo air dribble nonsense play to get him back within 1, but ultimately not enough. Overall, I think Monkey Moon a big catalyst there, always making the right decision at the right time, it felt like. You know, hey, very quickly identifying here are these moments where we have man advantage, quickly making that advantage even bigger by finding some big physical bumps and demos. Nubo, I thought, I mean, talk about a bone in the throat. That guy was up there challenging with 0 boost, out there pressing. It was never about Nubo's about to threaten the net, you know. It was just, I might, and if you don't stop me, I will. So he forced SSG to respect him. Doesn't look good on the stat sheet, but boy, what a problem child to defend.
He's a once champion for a reason. He's like, let me at him, midair and everything. And Monkey Moon has become more of that that supportive cast too. Is yes, he's that big playmaker. Yes, he has all these accolades, but before day 2, he was #1 in assists in the tournament. So really has become that team player. Knows that if he can just feed really good plays to Nubo and TRK, the job will get done. And they do manage to hold on to game 2. Oh, whoa.
It was so tightly contested on the kickoff that it rubber banded twice at reset. You see ghost hits and stuff like that on online all the time. That rarely happens on land.
Okay, well, you got good vibes going on in the Twisted Minds camp, dude. They're giggling, they're kicking their feet, and that's maybe a scary position. If there's good mental, good confidence in Twisted Minds, here they come, and they just run you over.
Run you over is right. I mean, there was a big bump here. Diaz just forcing with 0, and TRK a quick reveal, and Chronic says, hang on, let me smash my teammate real quick and make it a nice, easy walk in the park into the net.
SSG, we can't fall apart here. Not yet. It's not over. You haven't crossed the finish line yet. The plane hasn't arrived. But now Reveal almost gets fed a ball there. Twisted Minds got to be careful where they force these plays and where SSG are, which seem to be always in their shadow. Chronic has to make a quick 180 to find that open net again.
As I like to say, ball don't lie. Everyone knows Chronic would never smash his teammate in the face for no reason. So thankfully, team makes a big play, gets him right back into the mix. Redemption goal. Reset. It was always 0-0. The ones on the scoreboard never mattered.
Chronic used to be that defensive back when he was on Vitality, and now he seems to be that out front man and the one that you can feed the ball to in a downfield play like that, and knows when to turn it around, literally hit score at the surprise of the opponent. Now we have ourselves a ball game, 1-1, series tied the same. Ooh, Monkey Moon though, he's got some speed. He's already robbing Diaz and Twisted Minds. I'm scared of them.
Yeah, Twisted Mind's definitely starting to get a handle on the boost game. This is starting to look a little similar to what KC was doing. They go in there, steal those corner boosts, make SSG's life difficult, and they're starting to challenge with fewer and fewer boosts in the tank, and that's just a losing recipe. As what a save. Absolutely blistering shot on target. Diaz, way to pull that one off the line.
SSG, they go up against other teams. We're getting demoed like crazy, so now they're just looking that that's not a factor in this game. It's more about the bumps and not as much in this game, although Monkey Moon is always in their face. SSG have to get rid of the ball quicker and make decisions quicker.
Reveal can't win that against Nubo and demoed for their efforts. SSG left in the dust, and he managed to slightly delay, get this ball out of the net, but just barely. High ball for Monkey Moon. Nubo tough angle to cut, and TRK keeps the play alive from the midfield. Tough angle to cut, and man, you got SSG really scrambling.
SSG definitely working hard on defense, but what a job. Monkey Moon dodges a bump, but Diaz gets a huge clear, and Nubo again in time. Monkey Moon not letting Diaz rotate back quickly, but that actually might pay dividends. Here he comes back, and thankfully, Nubo equal to the task on the save. It's becoming a scrappy one.
It really is. These teams have very much changed since game 1 began. Mental now aligned. TRK off the ceiling, couple of touches. He got 2 falling back. And Monkey Moon knows how to salvage the situation, try to find those rebounds. And Nubo will add to this equation. And Monkey Moon will find the gap.
Nice press from Twisted Minds here. Revealed, not a bad challenge, but Nubo so quick again. Just right through out of the midfield, back into the mix. And Monkey Moon, right place, right time. Twisted Minds find a go-ahead goal.
Twisted Minds play like a swarm, like wasps. Like they're so tight together, and as soon as the ball drops, there's immediately Twisted Minds on it. If it's not Nubo, it's Monkey Moon. And
if it's not Monkey Moon, it's TRK.
Yeah, it's just somebody, the Triforce of troops in your net. It's not a good day for SSG if they don't find a way to get them off their back. Ooh, Reveal, nice little reset there, but hey, the defense holds up for now. But can some momentum be generated here? And already the offense is squashed. You got to invest a lot of boost just to fight the midfield. And ooh, Chronic makes that save.
Nice pop, and he has no choice but to shoot it, and almost slip past Monkey Moon's guard, but not quite in time across the net, hoping maybe Nubo will lose a focus and own goal it for me. Not this time, as that's actually in the net off the ceiling into the top right corner. I thought that one was wide, but maybe it was just in.
Got all the Twisted Minds off, and Monkey Moon just gets beat, and awkward double back there from Twisted Minds, and we have ourselves a tied game.
Big dunk from Diaz. I mean, you just go up and take a good 50. Sometimes the game throws you a bone and says, yeah, nice one. Here you go. Straight in the net.
You'd like more than that. You'd like to be able to feast. Maybe SSG got the ball rolling. It was kind of a try streak, and they're back in a fighting position. 1 minute left, though. Not a lot of time to throw some punches.
Nice.
Diaz just shoving. A lot of power behind this, and Twisted Minds, they're barely having their heads above water.
Very
You can't
nice.
stop Reveal, and SSG are back on top.
And SSG, great recognition here. 2 plays in a row. They say, hey, we've got a little bit of room to work with. Let's go for the solo play. And Reveal gets just enough power on it to outpace TRK to the back post. Frustrating that they couldn't find the 50 on the initial challenge. But hey, man, Reveal's putting in the work.
This feels anything but secure if you're SSG, with Twisted Minds getting better every step of the way. Does Nubo get in his own way there? But Twisted Minds will have to think this one through. Nubo to TRK, but he's completely surrounded. Reveal would like another touch here. Just has to throw a shot on target, and Diaz gets called back.
Ooh, Monkey Moon, oh, unlucky again. I mean, I like to go for the air dribble bump, and they have the follow-up right behind it, but that's twice in a row now. The unintentional team save. Monkey Moon on target. Reveal thought his teammate had a piece. He gets caught hand in the cookie jar 2 feet out of his net.
That's a heartbreaker for SSG, man. It is, the tempo's getting out of hand, and you gotta wake up and smell the coffee. You got 19 seconds, tie series. Who will go to match point? Man, the cheat up from Twisted Minds. They really want SSG to be scared early. Monkey Moon, though, still has to battle through Revealed, who I think has brought a new level of energy for SSG. He's done enough, but he has to do more, and it starts with the defense. Chronic is still just trying to get it clear. He gets stuck by Twisted Minds. Monkey Moon drops it for the overtime.
What a comeback from Twisted Minds. You called it. Anything but secure for SSG. They got to go out there and find one more to earn advantage in the series. Diaz looking for good 50s. It's over Reveal's head. He will leave it for Chronic, and what a 50. Monkey Moon looked like he had that one dialed in.
You cannot be patient on this ball if you're SSG, especially when you're on defense, because Monkey Moon is diving at everything. He got 2-on-1 in the net. Twisted Minds and OT in the blink of an eye.
And I'm fairly confident without seeing the replay, that was another Monkey Moon demo on the back line, which I think makes his 3rd assist off of a demo, something like that. So he's had quite the series of just popping SSG players in the mouth and saying, please excuse me and my teammates, we would like to win the game, please.
Monkey Moon, he really is that like game manager. He could do so much with limited boost. He's more about that positional play, and he's just always at the right place at the right time. And if he's not, he's being productive off the ball, and that means taking a fight against someone in a different area to create such good opportunities.
And you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I mean, creating, we think about it, right? There's 3 players on each team, which means logically, this obviously is not how it works out in a real game, but you know, you can intuit 33% of the time we're going to be on the ball, which means 66% of the time you got to be creating value off the ball. Boost, bumps, correct positioning. That's where the games are won. Most of the game's value is created off the ball. Monkey Moon demonstrating a masterclass on it here in this series versus SSG.
And before day 2 started, like Diaz was statistically a big stealer of boost, like #1, I believe, in big pad boost steals. So it's like Diaz is usually that guy who does so much off the ball, but I feel like the tempo that we're playing at, I don't think Diaz really has time to do that. He has to play defense, he has to go and pass downfield to Chronic. Reveal is trying to do solo plays. Like SSG have so much on their plate.
That's the value of having 3 incredibly dangerous attacking players on Twisted Minds. No matter who ends up with the ball, they can start threatening the net and force attention that direction, and Reveal's trying to get shifty with it. He will steal a corner boost, but SSG looking to start off pretty hot here in Game 4. A nice early press.
Just like the Twisted Minds didn't let whatever happened in Game 1 crumble them permanently for the rest of this series. Like, they got the ball going, they got morale back up, and this is the form of Twisted Minds we wanted to see from the beginning, and this guy's a rocket. Nubo gets Twisted Minds up first.
Now, Reveal, you gotta know better than this. You can't take that challenge, buddy. He's got the flip reset, and he's still going. You gotta take what comes your way. That's a little greedy, big dog.
You don't want to cower, but you gotta do something, and it's just the wrong thing. And now Twisted Minds caught up to this. Look, SSG are trying to get some good beats here, but the coverage from Twisted Minds makes it so any angle of a shot you take seems denied at every side. Reveal would like to find a teammate because Twisted Minds are all over him like butter on toast. And yes, okay, center ball, but a brick wall in front of the net makes things feel really impossible unless he had the strike, he had the window of opportunity right there. Another cross in front of the net potentially, but there's some hard posts to try and puncture across.
No, SSG gave up this first. Oh, an Uber off the backboard. Nice play from Reveal. Nice easy catch as well. Underrated ability there. Just stick a ball on the backboard to your hood. That's pretty handy.
Now, still getting more lethality out of Twisted Minds' offense. Nubo's off the ceiling. Crown pinch cheese. Okay, Diaz is on TRK's tail and not going to have as much freedom on the ball. But what can SSG do on their side of things? Long pass, follow-up, so much power. The crossbar had it coming. Diaz up next, but she gave time for Twisted Minds to stabilize, so they clear it out.
Nice recovery from Diaz, though, to prevent the lead from growing as Reveal again. Solo effort, Monkey Moon just to buy a little time. Diaz looks for the reset towards the middle, and it's actually over Chronic's head. He'll take a bite out of Nubo's approach, and wisely patient challenge from Reveal, just in case there was an extra touch in the tank that he learned last time.
Twisted Minds are trying to be the gatekeepers, too, of these RLCS points. They're going to matter for Worlds, so this is still a very important match for SSG for the longer road ahead of you for a World Championship spot. And, you know, prize pool's pretty nice, too. You're doubling your money, so this match has a lot on the line still. Tell that both teams take it seriously. Reveal doing a lot of solos. What a pass, though. He tries to tuck it to the right after seeing the dive to the left and still can't break through. And another save from Nubo.
Great defense here. Not done yet. One more off the bar. Monkey Moon, can you get there? Just a piece. Diaz, the whole left side of the net was open, but he thought maybe he could sneak it by.
Monkey Moon just so big out front. Just all he needed was the momentum of his own car to block another shot. Like, man. There's layers and layers and such good recoveries, and Monkey Moon just waits for Diaz. Already some cutoffs, and you're not able to counterattack quickly if you're SSG. You're lacking a lot of danger, and what's dangerous is Monkey Moon, but he's in 1v2. He's only got a cape so big. He can't be the hero all the time, but he's still gonna demo and take people out like he is a villain.
Oh my goodness gracious me, Nubo. He's just refusing to let people out, and Chronic is still ready for the shot. Follow through from Monkey Moon, also saved. Chronic, what a wall.
Yeah, and he's dodging bump attempts too. It's not even just the shot, it's the whole squad hounding you. Even Nubo's still trying to hit the backboard, and TRK takes that distraction to get another one for Twisted Minds.
Oh, look at Nubo just pressing reveal up the wall, and TRK, great understanding of where that's gonna go, just gets right on top of it, drills it down to the floor. Twisted Minds, big insurance goal with 1:20 on the clock. What do you do now if you're SSG?
Well, you try to kill the fun out of Twisted Minds. They're giggling and a little too happy over there. You gotta kill those smiles if you're SSG. What you got up your sleeve? And I feel like Reveal puts so much on himself to make it all happen. What a pass to Diaz. And man, Monkey Moon out front doesn't leave you any space to shoot at.
And Diaz unfortunately doesn't have any boost to make the attack go any further. That one gets delayed, but Twisted Minds should fake everything and just go for bumps. They don't really care what happens now as long as SSG doesn't really end up with the ball in a dangerous position. TRK aiming top center, goes a little high. Second effort, no good either, but clock continues to tick.
Hold up, day 2, Vitality locking in that #1 seed and a Game 5 victory over K-Corp. First time they can't close out a Game 5, but can SSG force a Game 5? That's what I'm trying to pay attention to, because getting shut out here is not the way you want to end your tournament. 17 seconds, match point for Twisted Minds. Can this defense ever get stressed? Oh, it sails above Chronic's head. That's not good.
Yeah, you can't really blame Chronic. He does have to squeeze there. There's only 10 or 13 seconds on the clock, right? So you got to try and take as much space as you can. If you get popped over you, you waste a few more precious seconds, and that will do it. Twisted Minds will knock off SSG after getting routed in Game 1. And how about a cherry on top? TRK drills one.
Go out loud, you go out proud. And man, a Monkey Moon really impressed me there at the end. I was starting to worry if the Tower of Cards was already crumbling earlier on in the series, but I love to see that Twisted Minds just mentally got back into this game without needing a timeout. Just sailed it away, and SSG gets shut out in their last game of Boston. That was a team that looked loud at the start of the season, and you had high expectations for them to maybe try and silence some doubters or to make North America look good in terms of all the teams that they're sending. But SSG go out in 4th in this group of death, which is tough.
Alas, alack, the SSG fans will not feel vindicated. They could not find some big upsets that were definitely going to be needed. Everyone knew it was going to be a difficult group, but unfortunately, not a single win to their name here in the group of death. Twisted Minds, what a show to close it out. They will be knocked out as well, but what can you do? Group C was a bloodbath, and in terms of it all coming down to the wire, Twisted Minds had, what's the word I want? I guess more fun with it.
They did look like they had a lot of fun. And when you get to play offense like 90% of the game, that looked like a ton of fun. And just some slip-ups that SSG couldn't patch up, didn't want to call in overtime. Maybe it just didn't feel like it mattered, or they could do it on the fly. But well, what a tough group. I mean, Vitality hitting their stride. They just beat K-Corp. K-Corp, not the clear #1 with all these Game 5s that are going on. We'll see what happens in playoffs. And Twisted Minds went out with a bang. Just unfortunately, they couldn't start off their day with a bang against Vitality, but it made it for a very, very exciting Boston major. And it was so awesome to be back with you, Achieves. We had Fear and Bass. Fear joining us for the first time. It was so fun.
Yeah, I had a great time coming back here for the alternate stream. Pleasure to work with you as well, Lemon, and of course Fear and Bass as well. Hanging out behind the scenes has been an absolute treat, and I'd love to do it again sometime.
Of course, and RL Esports will be replaced by a crowd cam. So if you want to be an egg that looks like fear, well, you'll tune in tomorrow for all the playoff matches. There's going to be so many bangers. But don't go anywhere. We're going to be raiding right into the mainstream, so you don't have to leave your seat. Get your popcorn, though. We are just wrapping up K-Corp versus Vitality interview going on. Thank you all so much for watching, though. We'll see you next time.
Running around like dollars in the wind, bending over backwards just to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. You were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the putting in the
comes from nowhere, makes you wonder if you lost control, leaves you breathless, changes what you think is possible. Got me too. Brought me to you. It's got you too. Your magic's true. Your magic break my neck and I just wonder why I'm buried in a suit I'd never buy, a suit I'd never buy. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to cry? Since I'm 17, I've been looking for a place to make me be complete. I've been looking all alone out there for anything to make me feel alive. Bring me back to life. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to cry? Since I'm 17, I've been looking for a place to make me be complete. I've been looking all alone out there for anything to make me feel alive. Bring me back to life.
Walking on the moon, walking on the moon.